Preface and Explanation of Terms of the Great White North. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Preface and Explanation of Terms. The material for this book has been gathered from the rich storehouse of Arctic literature. The chief labor of its composition lay in elimination rather than construction. The great field I have endeavored to present can hardly be brought with justice to the narrow bounds of a single cover, but I have conscientiously endeavored to bring to the reader's mind an accurate record of brilliant deeds that go to make the history of the far north, and have let the explorers themselves tell the story of how these deeds have been accomplished. Between the lines of their simple language, describing stern facts or desperate realities, one reads the character and temperament of the adventurer. One gathers lessons of patience, self-sacrifice, and endurance unsurpassed in the history of mankind, and perhaps appreciates, for the first time, the splendid fibre of which he is made. Stripped of the conventions and luxuries of civilized life, he plunges into the great unknown to fight a relentless war against the greatest foes to his existence, cold, starvation, and death. Though he may fall by the wayside a victim to the cause, or crawl home on hands and knees over the rough fastnesses of the frozen wilderness, famishing, perhaps dying, the record of his work lives on. The fundamental principles of great character do not perish, but stand through the centuries, a star of hope to the weary traveler on his pilgrimage along the well-trodden pathway of everyday life, and stirs the layman to a better endurance of the burdens and perplexities of the common lot. It is with pleasure I make grateful acknowledgment to the gentlemen who have accorded me their gracious permission to quote from their works, to Commander Robert E. Peary, to Major General A. W. Greely, and Sir Allen Young, and to the following publishers and others who, by furnishing material or giving consent to use selected matter, or by kind assistance in other ways, have made my work possible. The American Publishing Company, Hartford, Connecticut, for selections from our lost explorers. D. Appleton and Company for selections from Charles Landman's Farthest North and Payer's New Lands Within the Arctic Circle. The Century Company for selections from General Greely's article on the Northwest Passage. To Kleindienst, Washington, D.C., for permission to reproduce the copyright portraits of Admirals Schley and Melville, General Greely and Commander Peary. Constable and Company and E. P. Dutton and Company, Limited, London, for permission to reproduce the portrait of Amundsen in the latter's work, The Northwest Passage. Doubleday, Page and Company for selections from Commander Peary's Nearest the Pole, and for the portrait of Anthony Fiala and other illustrations from the latter's work, Fighting the Polar Ice. The Encyclopaedia Britannica Company for a selection from an article by Markham on polar regions. To J. Scott Kelty, Esquire, editor of the Geographical Journal, for selections from that journal. Houghton, Mifflin Company for selections from the Voyage of the Jeannette and Melville's in the Lena Delta. Todd Mead and Company for selections from the Duke of Abruzzi's On the Polar Star. Benjamin B. Hampton, Esquire, for permission to reproduce photographs of the Peary expedition of 1908 and Commander Peary's map, and Mr. Hampton and the New York Times for permission to quote Commander Peary's telegram announcing his discovery of the pole. The editor of the Illustrated London News for permission to reproduce the portraits of Sir Edward Belcher, Captain Nares, and Commander Markham. Little Brown and Company for selections from General Greely's Handbook of Polar Discoveries. The London Agency for Ordnance Maps for selections from Sir Allen Young's Pandora Voyages. Longmans, Green and Company for selections from Nansen's First Crossing of Greenland, and Severdrup's Newland. The editor of McClure's Magazine for a selection from Mr. Baldwin's article on the Baldwin-Ziegler Arctic Expedition, which appeared in that magazine in 1901 through 1902. Albert Operti, Esquire, for permission to reproduce the portraits of W. H. Gilder, Lieutenant Schwatka, Colonel Brainerd, Captain DeLong, and Lieutenant Lockwood. C. Keegan Paul and Company for a selection from Markham's Great Frozen Sea. G. P. Putnam's Sons for a selection from Mr. Alger's article on Roald Amundsen, which appeared in Putnam's Monthly. The editor of the American Review of Reviews for a selection from Mr. McGrath's article on polar exploration, which appeared in that magazine. Sampson Low, Marston and Company, London, for a selection from German Arctic expeditions. Charles Scribner's Sons for a selection from Schwatka's Search, Greely's 3 Years Arctic Service, and Schlee's Rescue of Greely. F. A. Stokes Company for permission to reproduce illustrations from Commander Perry's work, The North Pole, and for the loan of photographs, and to the same company for selections from André's Balloon Expedition and Perry's Northward Over the Great Ice. Explanation of terms. Bay ice or young ice is that which is newly formed on the sea, and consists of two kinds, common bay ice and pancake ice, the former occurring in smooth, extensive sheets, and the latter in small circular pieces with raised edges. Beset, the situation of a ship when closely surrounded by ice. A bight is a bay in the outline of the ice. Blink, a peculiar brightness of the atmosphere, often assuming an arc-like form, which is generally perceptible over ice or land covered with snow. The blink of land, as well as that over large quantities of ice, is usually of a yellowish cast. Bore. The operation of boring through loose ice consists in entering it under a press of sail, and forcing the ship through by separating the masses. Brash ice is still smaller than drift ice, and may be considered as the wreck of other kinds of ice. Cache, literally a hiding place, the places of deposit of provisions in Arctic travel, are so called. A calf is a portion of ice which has been depressed by the same means as a hummock is elevated. It is kept down by some larger mass, from beneath which it shows itself on one side. Drift ice consists of pieces less than floes of various shapes and magnitudes. Field ice, or a field of ice, is a sheet of ice so extensive that its limits cannot be discerned from the masthead of the ship. Fjord, an abrupt opening in the coastline, admitting the sea. A floe is similar to a field, but smaller, inasmuch as its extent can be seen. Glacier, a mass of ice derived from the atmosphere, sometimes abutting on the sea. Heavy and light are terms attached to ice, distinguishable of its thickness. A hummock is a protuberance raised upon any plane of ice above the common level. It is frequently produced by pressure, where one piece is squeezed upon another, often set upon its edge, and in that position cemented by the frost. Hummocks are likewise formed by pieces of ice mutually crushing each other, the wreck being heaped upon one or both of them. To hummocks, principally, the ice is indebted for its variety of fanciful shapes and its picturesque appearance. They occur in great numbers in heavy packs, on the edges, and occasionally in the middle of fields and floes, where they often attain the height of 30 feet and upwards. Ice belt, a continued margin of ice which in high northern latitudes adheres to the coast above the ordinary level of the sea. Iceberg, a large mass of solid ice, generally of great height, breadth, and thickness. Icefoot, ice attached to the land, either in floes or in heavy grounded masses lying near the shore. Icehook, a small ice anchor. A lane or vein is a narrow channel of water in packs or other collections of ice. A lead is an opening, large or small, through the ice in which a vessel can be able to make some progress either by sailing, tracking, or towing. Nipped, the situation of a ship when forcibly pressed by ice on both sides. Open ice or sailing ice is where the pieces are so separated as to admit of a sailing ship conveniently among them. A pack is a body of drift ice of such magnitude that its extent is not discernible. A pack is open when the pieces of ice, though very near each other, do not generally touch, or closed when the pieces are in complete contact. A patch is a collection of drift or bay ice of a circular or polygonal form. In point of magnitude, a pack corresponds with a field and a patch with a floe. Pemmican, meat cured, pulverized, and mixed with fat, containing much nutriment in a small compass. Rue ratty, a shoulder belt to drag by. Sconce pieces are broken floes of a diameter less than half a mile, and occasionally not above 100 or a few hundred feet. Sludge consists of a stratum of detached ice crystals, or of snow, or of the smaller fragments of brash ice, floating on the surface of the sea. A stream is an oblong collection of drift or bay ice, the pieces of which are continuous. It is called a sea stream when it is exposed on one side to the ocean, and affords shelter from the sea to whatever is within it. Land ice consists of drift ice attached to the shore, or drift ice which, by being covered with mud or gravel, appears to have recently been in contact with the shore, or the flat ice resting on the land, not having the appearance or elevation of icebergs. Tidehole, a well sunk in the ice for the purpose of observing tides. A tongue is a point of ice projecting nearly horizontally from a part that is under water. Ships have sometimes run aground upon tongues of ice. Tracking, towing along a margin of ice. And finally, water sky, a dark appearance in the sky, indicating clear water in that direction, and forming a striking contrast with the blink over land or ice. End of the preface and explanation of terms.
Chapter 1 of The Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 1. Early Adventurers. Pythias. Dicuil. Odre. Wulfstan. The Norsemen. Eva Bartzen. The Cabots. The Corte-Reals. Willoughby and Chancellor. Stephen Borrow. Nicolo Zeno. Frobisher. Pett and Jackman. Sir Humphrey Gilbert. Davis. Barents. A grave old world, majestically swinging upon its axis, the mystery of its northern extremity locked closely within its breast, is suddenly electrified by the news that at last man, for centuries baffled in his heroic efforts, has revealed its hidden secret, and that old glory, symbol of the daring of the moderns, floats from the pole itself. What a thrill of interest passed over the nations of the earth, universal excitement, universal rejoicings. Cablegram, Marconigram carry the wonderful tiding under the seas or around the world in space. The pole at last! For ages the northern lights have beckoned the adventurous spirits to fathom the phenomena of the great unknown, have lured man into harbours fantastic with the frozen ice of centuries, have inspired him to cross the Greenland ice cap, or make his lonely trail through the barrens of North America or the desolate tundra of Siberia. His dauntless courage unquenched by previous records of privation, starvation, and death itself. One after another of intrepid explorers have left their stories of thrilling adventure and record of their names or those of their benefactors to mark their personal discoveries. What a history, what suffering, what sacrifice, compensated by great achievement, by heroism, by glory, by the additions to the world's record of scientific knowledge. Who were the early mariners that aspired to penetrate the unknown seas of ice? Far back in the centuries, Pythias, bold adventurer, brought back rumours of an island in the Arctic Circle called Thule, at first welcomed by the ancients as a wonderful discovery, but afterwards discredited. In the 9th century some Irish monks, carried away by religious enthusiasm and an adventurous spirit, seem to have visited Iceland, and one, Dicuil by name, have left written evidence, about 825, confirming the story of the island Thule, which some of the brethren visited, and reported there was no darkness at the summer solstice. Oder and Wulfstan, athirst for discovery and knowledge, set sail in the reign of King Alfred, and in all probability the former rounded the North Cape and visited the shores of Lapland, though his exact discoveries cannot now be identified. The hardy Norsemen, realizing the advantage of hunting and barter among the natives of Greenland, made permanent settlements at Brattahlid and Einarsfjord. As far as 73 degrees north latitude a cairn was found, and upon a runic stone was a date 1235, and there is evidence that other settlers reached as far as latitude 75 degrees 46 minutes north, and Barrow Strait in 1266 or thereabouts. Toward the middle of the 14th century Norway was cursed with the Black Death, and the colonists in far-off Greenland were forgotten. Forsaken by their own countrymen, they received little assistance from the native Eskimos, for we read they were overrun and attacked by them about 1349. A rare old document, the oldest work on Arctic geography, consisting of sailing directions for reaching the colony from Ireland, was written by one Iva Bartzen, the steward of the bishopric of Gardar in the East Bygd. Bartzen was a native of Greenland, and went forth for the purpose of helping the sister colony. All of this early history is vague and unsatisfying, but it shows the adventurous spirit of those early mariners. Within the next 100 years, that is to say between 1348 and 1448, at rare intervals there was some communication with the Greenland settlements, but finally it ceased altogether. Later, the desire to find a short route to India inspired merchantmen and mariners to cross the Arctic Circle, and in the 16th and 17th centuries, expeditions of note, led by men of dauntless spirit, find their record upon the pages of history. Born in Bristol, England, about 1476, Sebastian Cabot, ambitious son of an adventurous father, John Cabot, became zealous at an early age, through the successes of Columbus, to attempt a like achievement. Father and son proposed to Henry VII to sail west and reach India by a shorter route. The King, pleased with the idea of entering a new field of maritime discovery, confided to the Cabots the execution of this plan. A patent was granted March 5, 1496. It empowered them to seek out, subdue, and occupy, at their own charges, any regions which before had been unknown to all Christians. They were empowered to take possession of such lands and set up the royal banner. They were authorized to return to the port of Bristol and no other, and a fifth of the gains of the voyage were to be turned over to the Crown. The following year, 1497, John and Sebastian sailed from Bristol in the good ship Matthew. By the records of an old map of this period, the land first seen by the Cabots was the coast of Nova Scotia or island of Cape Breton. The Cabots designated the mainland as Prima Terra Vesta, and is outlined between 45 degrees and 50 degrees, showing land called San Juan, no doubt Prince Edward Island, and mouth of the St. Lawrence. In the Privy Purse expenses of Henry VII there is the following interesting expenditure: 10th of August 1497, to him that found the new isle, £10. No doubt this modest sum was paid for Newfoundland. With the enthusiasm of the first voyagers stimulating them to fresh efforts, the Cabots secured a second patent to John Cabot, dated February 3, 1498, giving him the command of 6 vessels, of not more than 200 tons each, and to quote the exact words of this document, "them convey and lead to the land and isles of late found by the said John in our name and by our commandment." But before the small fleet was in readiness the father died, and to his son fell the enterprise. With 5 vessels Sebastian set sail from Bristol in May 1498, and reaching the American coast ascended as high as 67 degrees north latitude, probably passing into Hudson Bay. He determined to press on in a desire to find an open channel to India. His men became appalled at the dangers that beset navigation in those higher latitudes and mutinied, compelling him to retrace his course. There is a vague rumour that he had with him upon this voyage over 100 emigrants whom he landed in these high latitudes, and who all perished from cold, although the season was midsummer. However, he brought back to England 3 natives of the countries he had visited, and for his successful discoveries of more than 1800 miles of our North American coast, the King rewarded him by conferring upon him the office of Grand Pilot of England. The interest and exertions of Sebastian Cabot did not abate, for this hero, extolled by contemporary writers for his character and courage, by his unflagging perseverance and indomitable will, promoted the successful expedition of 1553, for which he was appointed governor for life of the Muscovy Company. This company was established by the merchants of London for the purpose of extending commerce and trade in India and Cathay, and to find a north-east route that would expedite their enterprise. 3 ships were fitted out, and Cabot drew up instructions which are curious reading at this day. The expedition was under Sir Hugh Willoughby and Richard Chancellor, and sailed May 20th, 1553, for the search and discovery of northern parts of the world, to open a way and passage to our men for travel to new and unknown kingdoms. Cabot instructs these men to treat all natives with gentleness and courtesy, without any disdain, laughing, or contempt. If they should be invited to dine with any lord or ruler, they should go armed and in a posture of defence. He tells them to beware of "persons armed with bows, who swim naked in various seas and harbours, desirous of the bodies of men which they covet for meat." Of Sir Hugh Willoughby, first in command of the Bona Speranza, it is recorded that he was tall and handsome, and had proved a valiant soldier. Of Richard Chancellor, that he was beloved and genial, and especially noted for "many good parts of wit." Thus, on that bright morning in early May, these 2 commanders with their loyal crew sailed down the Thames amid the firing of guns and cheers of the crowds assembled upon the river banks to wish them Godspeed. It was understood between the commanders that should their vessels become separated, they should try to meet at Worthuis, a good port in Finnmark. They proceeded northward and passed the northernmost cape of Europe in July. At night, during a dense fog and storm, the 2 ships separated, the third and smallest kept with Willoughby, and the 2 brave commanders and their crews never met again. Proceeding northward some 200 miles, reaching Nova Zembla, Willoughby was forced by the ice to return to a lower latitude. In September 1553 he harboured in the mouth of the river Arcina in Lapland. He wrote in his journal at this time: "Thus remaining in this haven the space of a week, seeing the year far spent, and also very evil weather, as frost, snow, and hail, as though it had been the deep of winter, we thought it best to winter there." In January, according to the record of Willoughby's journal, all were living. In the spring, Russian sailors, venturing in these high latitudes, were surprised to see 2 ships frozen in the ice. The relentless grip of the Arctic winter still held them fast. The hand of death, in its most gruesome shape, had reaped its harvest. Not a man survived. How brief the details, yet the imagination shudders at the agonies of their last days, the cold intense, congealing, the impenetrable melancholy dark, and death, lying its icy fingers upon the despairing heart of each in turn. And the last man, surrounded by the stark forms of his companions, wrestling alone with inexorable fate. Chancellor's vessel, the Bonaventura, reached the Bay of St. Nicholas, and landed near Archangel, which was then but an isolated castle. He undertook a journey to Moscow, which resulted in successful arrangements for commercial enterprise, Russia at that time being almost as little known as the Far East. Returning safely to England, he was warmly welcomed as having proved the practical utility of Arctic voyages. One of the companions of Chancellor on this voyage, Sebastian Borrow, materially aided by Sebastian Cabot, then in his 84th year, set sail in 1556 from Gravesend, in a small pinnace named the Searchthrift. Before the departure, the ship and crew were visited by Cabot, and it is recorded of this farewell visit that "Master Cabot gave the poor most liberal alms, wishing them to pray for the good fortune and prosperous success of the Searchthrift, and for very joy that he had to see towardness of our intended discovery, he entered into the dance among the rest of the young and lusty company, which being ended he and his friends departed most gently, commending us to the governance of Almighty God." Burrows skirted the northward coast of Lapland to the eastward, discovering the strait leading to the Kara Sea, between Nova Zembla and Vaigat. As a result of the great and terrible abundance of ice that we saw with our eyes, Burrows explored no farther, and sailing into the White Sea wintered at Colomogro, returning home the following spring. As early as 1500 a Portuguese, Caspar Cortereal by name, endeavoured to reach Cathay by the North West Passage, and reached between 50 and 60 degrees north latitude. After making captive some 57 natives, for the purpose of making them slaves, he returned to Lisbon October 18th, 1501. The following year he set sail again with 2 ships, and is supposed to have reached Hudson Strait, where the vessels became separated. Caspar Cortereal and his crew were never heard of again. The other ship returned to Lisbon with the unfortunate tidings, and a brother, Miguel, set sail from Lisbon in the spring of 1502 on a searching expedition. Upon reaching Hudson Strait the ships separated to explore the various inlets and islands of the locality. 2 of the ships reached the point of rendezvous, but the third, with Miguel Cortereal on board, never appeared. Thus the 2 brothers shared a like fate. A third brother, Vasco, petitioned the King to equip another expedition to send in search of the missing man, but this the King refused to do, on the ground that the loss of 2 was greater than he could afford to sustain. No tidings were ever received that could throw any light upon the sad fate of the bold mariners. One of the most curious productions by geographers was a map published in 1558 by one Nicolo Zeno, a Venetian noble, whose ancestor of the same name had left with notes and journals a record of certain northern journeys made by him towards the end of the 14th century. He had entered as pilot the service of a mariner named Zicnmi, remained many years in his service, and joined later by a brother called Antonio, spent some time in a country he named Frislanda. Later both brothers found their way back to Venice. The young Nicolo, discovering the mutilated letters and maps of these brothers, proceeded to prepare a narrative and elaborate map, which was considered a most valuable addition to knowledge, and continued to be an authority for more than a century. The names are very curious and confusing, but are supposed to be identified as follows: Endgroneland, Greenland; Islanda, Iceland; Estland, Shetland Islands; Friesland, Faroe Isles; Makland, Nova Scotia; Estotiland, Newfoundland; Drogeo, coast of North America; Icaria, coast of Kerry or Ireland. The 3 voyages of Frobisher, undertaken between the years 1576 to 1578, were in a great measure financed by a rich and influential merchant named Michael Locke, whose passion for geographical research led him to encourage the young explorer, who set out in the spring of 1576 in 2 small vessels, the Gabriel and Michael. The latter parted company in the Atlantic, and the Gabriel continued her voyage alone. Frobisher sighted land about July 20th, and called it Queen Elizabeth's Foreland. Continuing on his course, he entered the following day the strait that bears his name, calling the land Meta Incognita. He made a landing and explored the land to some extent, returning to England with some bright yellow ore, which aroused the enthusiasm of gold seekers, and greatly assisted him in expediting his other voyages. His primary aim of seeking for the North West Passage was all but forgotten in the excitement caused by the possible discovery of untold wealth. Queen Elizabeth issued instructions for his guidance upon future voyages. "If it be possible," so states the official document, "you shall have some persons to winter in the strait, giving them instructions how they may observe the nature of the air and state of the country, and what time of the year the strait is most free from ice, with who you shall leave a sufficient preparation of victuals and weapons, and also a pinnace with a carpenter and things necessary, so well as may be." The second journey, much better equipped than the first, brought home, besides specimens of plants and stones, large quantities of the supposed gold ore. But though the dream of an El Dorado was never realized, and the ore was eventually proved worthless, Frobisher's greatest victory to science was establishing the fact that there were 2 or more wide openings leading to the westward between latitude 60 and 63 degrees on the American coast. Of his personal character we note with interest that he was a brave, skilful leader of men, rough in bearing, but a strict disciplinarian, and carried through his designs with the enthusiasm of a true explorer. Arthur Pett and Charles Jackman, commanding 2 vessels, set out in 1580 with instructions to sail through the strait leading between Nova Zembla and Waigat, and from thence eastward beyond the Obi River. They reached Varthuis on the 23rd of June. About 2 weeks later they approached Nova Zembla, but ice retarded their advance. They sighted Waigat on the 19th of July. While trying to push their way along its southern coast, they were embarrassed by shallows and obliged to go round by the north. They forced their way between the shore and a low island, only to be closed in by the ice, which stopped further progress. The ships were widely separated, and could only communicate with each other by the beating of drums or firing of muskets. Warping their ships as opportunity offered, they finally got in closer communication. Of the weather they write at this time: "Winds we have had at will, but ice and fogs too much against our will, if it had pleased the Lord otherwise." Surrounded by fields of ice, enveloped in fog, they were obliged to make fast to icebergs where, abiding the Lord's pleasure, they continued with patience. By the 13th of August the season was considered too far advanced to penetrate farther. Pett had discovered a strait between the mainland and Waigat leading into the Kara Sea, and with this news he returned to England. Jackman wintered in a Norwegian port, sailing home in the spring. His ship with all on board was lost at sea. The distinguished British naval commander, Sir Humphrey Gilbert, near relative of Sir Walter Raleigh and favourite of Queen Elizabeth, being ambitious to colonise Newfoundland, obtained in 1578 full power from the Queen to undertake a voyage of discovery and settle such parts of North America as no Christian prince or his subjects could claim from previous possession. His second voyage was undertaken in 1583, and with 5 ships under his command he sailed out of Plymouth Sound June 11th. A contagious disease breaking out on one of the vessels, the property of Sir Walter Raleigh and commanded by Captain Butler, it returned to England. The 4 remaining, the Delight, the Golden Hind, the Swallow, and the Squirrel, sighted Newfoundland about June 30th. Here they landed August 3rd, taking possession of the harbour of St. John's in the name of Queen Elizabeth. A miner, brought for the purpose of finding precious metals, should such exist in the newly discovered territory, claimed to locate a silver mine, which news was greeted with much enthusiasm by the entire fleet. So many of the crew having become ill, Sir Humphrey found it advisable to send home the Swallow with the sick on board. He then embarked on the Squirrel, of only 10 tons, the smallest ship of the fleet. Sailing out of the harbour of St. John's on August 20th, he reached by the 27th latitude 44 degrees, with fair weather. 2 days later a gale arose, preceded by a dense fog. The Golden Hind and the Light were beaten in among the rocks and shoals. The Golden Hind signalled to stand out to sea, but the Delight did not heed this, and was shortly afterward wrecked upon a shoal, where her stern was quickly beaten to pieces. A few of the crew escaped in a boat, but the captain and 100 men went down with the ship. The heroic Captain Brown, only recently transferred from the Swallow to the Golden Hind, when urged to save himself, spurned the idea and stood bravely at his post rather than bear the reproach of having deserted his ship, though that ship, himself, and all hands left aboard were doomed to destruction. The small boat into which a few had crowded drifted about in the midst of the gale, which threatened every instant to swamp them. They were without food and suffered greatly from thirst. Fearing the overcrowded boat would founder unless materially lightened, a man named Headley suggested that lots be drawn. Those drawing the 4 shortest should be thrown overboard. But one of their number, Richard Clarke, who had been master of the Delight, rose in the bow and answered sternly, "No, we will all live or die in company." 2 more days passed with increased sufferings. They tried to appease the pangs of hunger with seaweed that floated on the surface of the waves, and they drank sea water. On the 5th day the man Hadley died and one other. All but Clarke were praying to God for death rather than such continued agony. Clarke tried to encourage them by telling them they would surely reach land by the morrow, and if they did not make it by the 7th day they might throw him overboard. The 7th day came at last, and by noon they sighted land, as Clarke had prophesied. In the afternoon they landed. They gave thanks to God, and after slaking their unbearable thirst with fresh water, the strong ones found some berries growing wild with which to feed the party. In several days they slowly regained their strength. Later they rowed along the coast, hoping to reach the Bay of Newfoundland, and met some Spanish whalers who frequented these waters. They satisfied their hunger by eating berries and peas, landing at intervals for the purpose. Before long they fell in with a Spanish ship. The captain took them to Saint Jean de Luz in the Bay of Biscay. Landing near the French frontier, they travelled through France and reached England about the end of the year 1583. The loss of the Delight was a serious blow to Sir Humphrey Gilbert. Of the 5 ships with which he had started, only the Golden Hind and the Squirrel survived. The impenetrable fogs which at this juncture enveloped these ships were most disheartening to the crew, and already the provisions on board the Squirrel were running low. Officers and men besought Sir Humphrey to return, but reluctantly, with no abatement in his enthusiasm for adventure, he only consented to alter his course upon their promise to embark with him again the following spring. On August 31st they turned their bows toward home. On the 2nd of September, having hurt his foot and wishing it dressed by the surgeon, Sir Humphrey Gilbert boarded the Golden Hind, and later repeated the visit to take part in an entertainment with the captain and crew. He mentioned the sorrow at the loss of the Delight, and of certain papers and ore that the Saxon miner had procured in Newfoundland. He was advised to remain aboard the Golden Hind, the Squirrel being so encumbered with heavy artillery and other freight that she was not considered safe to face the storms so likely to occur in mid-ocean at this season of the year. After consideration, Sir Humphrey replied: "I will not now desert my little vessel and crew, after we have encountered so many perils and storms together." Being supplied from the Hind with some necessary provisions, Sir Humphrey returned to the Squirrel. On the 9th of September, in the latitude of England, the overburdened little craft of 10 tons showed signs of foundering. Sir Humphrey was seen by the Hind sitting in the stern of his vessel with a book in his hand, and was heard to call out: "Courage, my lads, we are as near heaven on sea as on land." At midnight she sank with all on board. Thus terminated the first attempt to colonize the inhospitable shores of Newfoundland. Following closely upon the disastrous voyage of Sir Humphrey Gilbert came 3 voyages of Davis between the years 1585 and 1588. He discovered the strait that bears his name, opened a way to Baffin Bay and the Polar Sea, and surveyed a considerable extent of the coast of Greenland. Between the years 1594 and 1596 William Barentz made 3 journeys to the Arctic, losing his life in the disasters and privations of the last voyage. In this 3rd voyage he made his way to the sea between Spitzbergen and Nova Zembla, where he writes: "We came to so great a heap of ice that we could not sail through it." In August 1596 they were surrounded by drifting ice, which crashed around them with such alarming force as to make "all the hair of our heads to rise upright with fear." They made every effort to extricate themselves from their perilous position, but on the 11th of September we saw that we could not get out of the ice, but rather became faster, and could not lose our ship, as at other times we had done, as also that it began to be winter, so took counsel together what we were best to do according to the time that we might winter, and attend such adventures as God would send us; and after we had debated upon the matter, to keep and defend ourselves both from the cold and wild beasts, we determined to build a house upon the land to keep us therein as well as we could, and we commit ourselves unto the tuition of God. While searching for material wherewith to build their winter quarters, they discovered a quantity of driftwood, for which they thanked God for a special act of Providence, and were very much comforted, being in good hope that God would show us some further favour, for that wood served us not only to build our house, but also to burn, and serve us all the winter long, otherwise, without all doubt, we had died there miserably with extreme cold. In spite of the intense cold which made the building of their hut most laborious, there was open water, an arrow shot beyond their ship. They dragged their stores on hand sleds, and by October their dwelling, closely thatched with sea wrack to keep out as much cold as possible, was completed, and we set up our dial and made the clock stride. On the 4th of November we saw the sun no more, for it was no longer above the horizon. Then our chirurgeon made a bath to bathe us in of a wine pipe, wherein we entered one after another, and it did us much good, and was a great means of our health. Regulations were established, food was apportioned, and extra clothing distributed. Traps were set for foxes and other game, but soon the weather became so rigorous that for days they were snowed in and could not open their door. They were in darkness except for their fire, the smoke of which became almost unendurable. Ice formed 2 inches thick in their berths, and their misery may be imagined better than described. On the 7th of December they managed to secure some coal from their ship, and with it made a good fire which warmed them somewhat, though it nearly asphyxiated them. The cold becoming ever more intense, and their supply of wood diminishing, their sufferings are noted repeatedly in their journal. It was foul weather again, with an easterly wind and extreme cold, almost not to be endured, whereupon we looked pitifully one upon the other, being in great fear that if the extremity of the cold grew to be more and more, we should all die there with cold, for that what fire soever we made it would not warm us, yea, and our sake, which is so hot, was frozen very hard, so that when we were every man to have his part, we were forced to melt it in the fire, which we shared every second day about half a pint for a man, wherewith we were forced to sustain ourselves, and at other times we drank water, which agreed not well with the cold, and we needed not to cool it with snow or ice, but we were forced to melt it out of the snow. They were often awed by the great volume of sound, like the bursting asunder of mountains and the dashing them to atoms. About the middle of January they were forced, under great difficulties, to secure more wood, and, making another trip to the vessel, they found much ice accumulated within, and returned to their hut with a fox caught in the ship's cabin, which provided them with fresh meat. On Twelfth Night they made a heroic effort to make merry. They drew lots for the honour of being King of Nova Zembla, and the gunner was royally installed. Imagining themselves back in Holland, they drank to the 3 kings of Cologne, soaking biscuit in the wine that, for days, they had set aside out of their scant store to celebrate this great feast. But the intense cold and storms that soon followed excluded every other idea, and for days they were shut in, trying to bring warmth to their frozen bodies with hot stones, but while sitting before the fire their backs would be white with frost, while their stockings would be burned before they could feel heat to their feet. Their stock of provisions was becoming exhausted, and although they had seen traces of bears and had the foxes running over their heads, they could not secure any. On January 24th, Gerard de Veer, Jacob Kemsdirk, and a 3rd companion, upon making their way to the seaside toward the north, saw the sun above the horizon for the first time. Not having expected this event for 14 days later, Barentz was doubtful of their accuracy. On the 26th, one of their number, who had long been ill, died, and they dug a grave 7 feet in the snow. After that we had read certain chapters and sung some psalms. We all went out and buried the man. As daylight increased, they left their hut for short periods of exercise. By May their impatience to leave this desolate spot prompted them to make preparations for departure, and without waiting to see if their ship would be navigable when once released from the ice, they repaired their 2 boats and awaited the first opportunity to get out of that wild, desert, irksome, fearful, and cold Courtney. On the 13th of June the 12 survivors left the miserable shelter that had been their home for 10 months and took to the open boats. Their sufferings and privations cannot be described. 3 of their number succumbed, and Barents himself became too ill for service. As they passed Icy Cape, a headland of Alaska, latitude 70 degrees 20 minutes north, longitude 161 degrees 46 minutes west, Barents asked to be lifted up to see it once more, and the dying man's eyes rested with pleasure upon its cheerless coast. On the 20th day of June, Barents was told that a man in the other boat named Klaes Andritz was near death. He remarked he would not long survive his comrade. He was examining at the moment a chart of the countries and objects they had seen on their voyage. He turned to Gerard de Veer, who had made this chart, and asked him for something to drink. Hardly had he swallowed the liquid when he suddenly expired. Saddened and disheartened, the remnant of this unfortunate expedition struggled on until September, when they reached the coast of Lapland. After a voyage of 1143 miles, these heroes of the North left their boat in the merchant's house at Kula as a sign and token of their deliverance. A Dutch ship carried them to Holland, where they appeared before the curious crowd of Amsterdam in the costume they had worn in Nova Zembla. They were honoured by their countrymen and made to repeat their wonderful adventures before the ministers of the Hague. To the early maps of the period, at the close of the 16th century, Newfoundland and adjacent coastline had been added by the Cabots, who had reached as far as 67 degrees north latitude, Frobisher Strait, an outline of the lands that he had visited, Davis Strait, and a portion of Greenland's east coast. But more important than the discovery of new territory was the stimulus to Arctic enterprise, which, through Richard Chancellor, had established valuable trading activities between England and far distant Russia. The journeys of the Corte-Reals had opened a way to Spanish and Portuguese fisheries off the banks of Newfoundland, and Frobisher's supposed discovery of gold in distant lands had given zest to discovery in the New World by the English, exemplified by Sir Humphrey Gilbert's daring but unsuccessful attempt to colonise Newfoundland. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of The Great White North. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 2. 17th and 18th centuries. Hudson, Baffin, Deschneff, Bering, Skolaroff, Chitskagov, Anjou, and von Wrangel. Phipps. No century has produced a more daring or renowned mariner than Henry Hudson, or one whose melancholy fate has provoked more pity. Down through the decades, the story of his adventures has been told and retold at the fireside of the old to the eager ears and quickening imagination of the young. Talented, indefatigable, fearless, his achievements in the infancy of Arctic exploration, handicapped by the lack of all that invention and science has secured to modern explorers, place him in the first rank with the greatest navigators the world has known. As early as 1607, he had distinguished himself by pushing as far north as latitude 81½ degrees in his effort to follow the instructions of the Muscovy Company to penetrate the pole. Attempting the Northeast Passage in 1608, he saw North Cape on the 3rd of June. Pushing to the eastward on parallels 74 and 75, he skirted Nova Zembla but found it impossible to penetrate higher than 72 degrees in 25 minutes. The next year, the Dutch sent him to try this passage again, though the previous voyage had convinced him that the Northeast Passage was impractical. He passed Warhuis, returning past North Cape, pushing his way to the American coast, where he searched for a passage and, sailing into New York Harbor, discovered the magnificent river which bears his name. This splendid achievement only stirred his ambitions further, and under the patronage of Sir John Wolstenholme, Sir Dudley Digges, and other distinguished men, a vessel of 55 tons was fitted out and provisioned for 6 months. Under the command of Hudson, the Discovery set sail April 17, 1610. Touching at Orkney and Faroe Islands, they sighted the southeastern part of Iceland May 11th. Later, they reached the Vestmanna Isles and saw Mount Hekla in eruption. On June 4th, Hudson writes, "This day we saw Greenland perfectly over the ice, and this night the sun went down due north and rose north-northeast, so applying the 5th day we were in 65 degrees. Taking their course northwest, they passed Cape Desolation. A school of whales was sighted at this juncture, and later icebergs were encountered. In June, they saw Resolution Island. Going to the south of this island, they were carried by the current northwest until they struck shore ice, from which it was most difficult to extricate themselves. At this time, a growing discontent among the men first appeared on board. Some were for returning before the perils of the journey should become greater, others were for continuing. Hudson showed them a chart showing that they had sailed 200 leagues farther than any Englishman had sailed before. The situation of the ship, at times embedded in ice, at others pushing her way through leads of open water, was critical and discouraging, but Henry Hudson continued his intricate navigation, finally being rewarded by finding himself in a clear open sea. Sighting 3 headlands, he called them Prince Henry Cape, King James, and Queen Anne, and continuing he saw a hill which he called Mount Charles, and later sighted Cape Salisbury. While exploring the south shore, he discovered an island, one point of which he named Deep Cape, the other Wolstenholme. He entered a bay, which, from the date, he called Michaelmas Bay. The season was advancing. Already the days were very short and the nights long and cold. Realizing it was time to find shelter for the winter, he cast about to discover a suitable location. By the 1st of November, he had the vessel hauled aground, and 10 days later it was frozen in. The stock of provisions was very low, but the men supplemented it by killing or trapping anything that was serviceable for food, and after game left them in the spring, they lived on such birds as they could secure. When these too migrated, they ate moss, frogs, and buds. With the breaking up of the ice in the spring, preparations were made for returning home. In Hudson's own bay, the cold embrace of the shores he had explored, Henry Hudson divided the last remnants of food equally among his men. They were a famished, despairing crew, maddened with suffering. The cry for bread was in their vitals, and there was no bread. Hunger and misery made their brains reel, robbed them of their godliness, and reduced them to wild animals at bay. It took but the encouragement of one of their number, Green by the name, to incite them to mutiny. On June 21st, the ship's company, both sick and well, were in berths, dispersed generally 2 and 2 about the ship. King, one of the crew who was supposed to be friendly to Hudson, was up, and in the morning they secured him in the hold by fastening down the hatches. Green then went and held the carpenter in conversation to amuse him, while 2 of the crew, keeping just before Hudson, and one named Wilson behind him, bound his hands. He asked what they were about, and they told him he should know when he was in the shallop. Another mutineer, Jewett, went down to King in the hold, who kept him at bay, being armed with his sword. He came upon deck to Hudson, whom he found with his hands tied. Hudson was heard to call to the carpenter and tell him he was bound. 2 of the devoted party who were sick told the mutineers their knavery would be punished. They paid no attention. The shallop was hauled up to the side of the vessel, and the sick and lame were made to get into it. The carpenter, whom they had agreed to retain in the vessel, asked them if they would not be hanged when they reached England, and boldly refused to remain with them, preferring to share the fate of Hudson and the sick men. The crew then set sail, and the boat in which were Hudson and his companions was never seen again. After many hardships and vicissitudes, and much loss of life through the onslaught of the natives where they landed to secure food, a remnant of the unfortunate crew found their way past the Cape of God's Mercies and thence to Cape Desolation in Greenland. Pursuing their homeward course, they were reduced to the last extremities by hunger, 1/2 of fowl fried in tallow per man being their only sustenance each 24 hours. Just before their last bird was devoured, they sighted the north of Ireland, where they landed, and later made their way to Plymouth. Following the example of Hudson, and with the purpose of further discovery, Baffin set sail in 1616 and explored the vast bay 800 miles long and 300 miles wide that bears his name. He saw Lancaster Sound and brought home observations and reports of latitude and longitude, the accuracy of which was doubted for many years, but has since been verified and accredited to him. Equally tragic with the fate of Henry Hudson was the last voyage of that great Russian commander, Bering, whose life was one long record of heroic achievement. He had seen many parts of the world while serving under Peter the Great, by whom he was given the commission of lieutenant in 1707 and captain lieutenant in 1710. In a previous voyage he had explored the straits which bear his name. These straits had been navigated nearly a century before by Deshnev, one of the early Russian explorers who made several voyages between 1646 and 1648. His great object was to round to the mouth of the Anadry River and there form a trader settlement. Deschneff and his companions were the first navigators to sail from the Arctic Sea to the Pacific, and proved, at a much earlier period than is generally supposed, that the continents of America and Asia are not united. Bering set sail June 4, 1741, with 2 vessels from Kamchatka in the harbor of St. Peter and St. Paul. Steering eastward toward the American continent, he sighted land the 18th of July, in latitude 58 degrees 28 minutes and 50 degrees longitude from Monadsta. Captain Shirokov, who commanded this second boat, had seen the land a few days previously, and having determined to send some men ashore for investigation, the shallop and longboat were manned with 17 of the crew for this purpose. They never returned to the ship. Such a great disaster determined Bering to send this vessel back to Kamchatka. He proceeded on his voyage alone, hoping to reach as high latitude as 60 degrees, but progress was slow, owing to the varied coastline and the labyrinth of islands which border this vicinity. They fell in with a few natives who had been on a fishing expedition, with whom they held some friendly intercourse. Progress continued to be retarded by calms and currents, and finally dirty weather set in early in September and raged in a violent storm for 17 days. The scurvy now attacked the crew, and numerous deaths occurred. Bering determined to return to Kamchatka. Through an unfortunate blunder, they erred in their course, and land remained invisible. The approach of winter became alarming, the cold increased, and the rain turned to ice and snow. The unfortunate crew were in a pitiable condition from the miserable disease that laid hold of them. The steersman had to be supported at the wheel by 2 other sick men that he might continue at his post of duty. Finally, he was disabled, and men hardly more fit took his place one by one. Almost daily, someone died, and the ship, no longer with enough hands to man her, was at the mercy of the elements. The nights became long and dark, the water supply was running low, and certain destruction and death awaited the remnant of human beings left on board, unless a harbor of refuge could be found. At last, one morning, land was sighted. The approach was difficult, the ship so crippled as to be almost unmanageable, and the rocks threatened instant destruction. Darkness came on before they could make a landing. In their attempt to anchor, 2 cables parted and the anchors were lost. They had no third anchor in readiness. At this juncture, it seemed as if the hand of Providence intervened, for a huge wave lifted them across a sandbar between a narrow opening of high rocks, and they found themselves in calm water, where the next day they made a successful landing. The land proved a barren and treeless island, fortunately well supplied with game, but there was no hut or shelter of any kind, showing it to be uninhabited. Such of the crew as were able made shelters under projecting sandbanks, using sailcloth to keep out the wind and cold, and there they brought their sick and dying comrades. But the shock to some of the sickest proved fatal, and before their dead bodies could be interred, foxes attacked and devoured portions of the hands and feet. A special shelter was made for the brave old captain, now reduced to the last extremities of disease, his body emaciated, his mind enfeebled. He was moved November 9th, and there he lay dying, passing the weary hours in the vagaries of delirium, by covering his shrunken form with sand, making his own grave, as it were, until, on December 8th, 1741, he passed away. There he rests, Bering Island his sepulchre, and his name is upon every map of the world, showing the straits dividing North America and Asia, through which he sailed in the glory of his prime. The command was now under Waxhaw, who rallied his men to superhuman effort, that they might pass the weary winter and attempt making their escape in the spring. A frightful blow to their hopes was the wrecking of their vessel and a loss of valuable food supplies, which took place the 29th of December. By March 1742, the 45 survivors, 30 of their number having perished, were confronted by the problem of how to make their escape when the ice should permit. Their boat was a total wreck, and their only hope lay in constructing from the debris a craft that would be sufficiently trustworthy to carry them to civilization. At Waxhaw's suggestion, they took the old vessel to pieces, and one Saraduzov, a native of Siberia, who had worked in the shipyard at Okhotsk, offered to construct the new craft. Early in May, the ship was started. It was 40 feet long and 13 broad, 1-masted, a small cabin in the poop and a galley in the fore part of the vessel. A second small boat was also made. On the 10th of August, it was launched and christened the St. Peter. During a few days' calm that followed, the rudder, sails, and ballast were adjusted. Provisions and such furs as they had collected were put aboard, and they set sail on the 16th. Although Sir Edward had never been a carpenter, his craft proved seaworthy and breasted a gale in fine shape. They sighted Kamechka August 25th, entered the Bay of Awatska the next day, and made port at Petropavlovsky August 27th. It is pleasant to note that the Russian government conferred the lowest rank of nobility upon Sir Edward, that of Simboysky. The Russians have been untiring in their endeavor to discover a passage eastward to the north of Cape Tamar and Cape Chalaskoy. In 1760, Skolaroff attempted to force the passage that had proved so disastrous to Bering. In spite of mutiny and hardships, he renewed his attempt 3 times, but was finally wrecked about 70 miles east of Cape Chalaskoy, where he and his crew perished miserably from starvation. Admiral Chizkograf endeavored to force a passage around Spitzbergen in the year 1764, but in spite of courage and perseverance, his expedition was unsuccessful. Later, Captain Billings in 1787 made 2 attempts, both of which were unsuccessful. Many years later, 1820 to 1823, Lieutenant Anjou and Admiral von Wrangel made a series of remarkable sledge journeys starting from the mouth of the Kolyma River. On the 4th journey, March 1823, von Wrangel reached latitude 70 degrees, 51 minutes, longitude 175 degrees, 27 minutes west, 105 versts in a direct line from the mainland over a frozen sea. Several times the party came near losing their lives by breaking through the ice. After reaching this high latitude and recognizing signs of open water to the north, von Wrangel writes, "Notwithstanding this sure token of the impossibility of proceeding much further, we continued to go due north for about 9 versts, when we arrived at the edge of an immense break in the ice, extending east and west further than the eye could reach, and which at the narrowest part was more than 100 fathoms across. We climbed one of the loftiest ice hills, where we obtained an extensive view towards the north, and whence we beheld the wide, immeasurable ocean spread before our gaze. It was a fearful and magnificent, but to us a melancholy spectacle. Fragments of ice of enormous size floated on the surface of the agitated ocean, and were thrown by the waves with awful violence against the edge of the ice field on the further side of the channel before us. The collisions were so tremendous that large masses were every instant broken away, and it was evident that the portion of ice which still divided the channel from open ocean would soon be completely destroyed. Had we attempted to have ferried ourselves across one of the floating pieces of ice, we should not have found firm footing upon our arrival. Even on our side, fresh lanes of water were continually forming, and extending in every direction in the field of ice behind us. With a painful feeling of impossibility of overcoming the obstacle which nature opposed to us, our last hope vanished of discovering the land which we yet believed to exist." Of the difficulties that confronted them upon their return, Admiral von Wrangel writes, "We had hardly proceeded 1 verst when we found ourselves in a fresh labyrinth of lane of waters, which hemmed us in on every side. As all the floating pieces around us were smaller than the one on which we stood, which was 75 fathoms across, and as we saw many certain indications of an approaching storm, I thought it better to remain on the larger mass, which offered us somewhat more security, and thus we waited quietly whatever Providence should decree. Dark clouds now rose from the west, and the whole atmosphere became filled with a damp vapor. A strong breeze suddenly sprang up from the west and increased in less than half an hour to storm. Every moment huge masses of ice around us were dashed against each other and broken into 1,000 fragments. Our little party remained fast on our ice island, which was tossed to and fro by the waves. We gazed in most painful inactivity on the wild conflict of the elements, expecting every moment to be swallowed up. We had been 3 long hours in the position, and still the mass of ice beneath us held together, when suddenly it was caught by the storm, and hurled against a large field of ice. The crash was terrific, and the mass beneath us shattered into fragments. At that dreadful moment, when escape seemed impossible, the impulse of self-preservation implemented in every living being saved us. Instinctively, we all sprang at once on the sledges and urged the dogs to their full speed. They flew across the yielding fragments to the field on which we had been stranded, and safely reached a part of it of firmer character on which were several hummocks, and where the dogs immediately ceased running, conscious, apparently, that the danger was past. We were saved. We joyfully embraced each other and united in thanks to God for our preservation from such imminent peril. The primary object of Phipps's expedition, sent out by the Royal Society of England under the solicitation of the government and all scientific men of the time, was to reach the magnetic pole and solve, if possible, the cause of the variation of the compass and other scientific problems. With 2 vessels, the Racehorse and the Carcass, Captain Phipps set out in 1773 and skirted the eastern shore of Spitzbergen to 80 degrees 48 minutes north latitude. Here he was beset with ice and could proceed no further. Accompanying this expedition was young Nelson, later the hero of Trafalgar. An anecdote of Nelson showing his courage and daring on this trip is told as follows. While out in small boats, one of the officers had wounded a walrus. The wounded animal dived immediately and brought up a number of its companions, and they joined in an attack on the boat. They wrested an oar from one of the men, and it was with utmost difficulty that the crew could prevent them from staving or upsetting her, till Nelson came up, and the walruses, finding their enemies thus reinforced, dispersed. Young Nelson exposed himself in the most daring manner. The unfortunate situation of his vessels forced Phipps to retrace his course and return to England. Under instructions to attempt the passage of Ice Sea from Bering Strait to Baffin Bay, the ill-fated Cook sailed in 1776, but failed to sail beyond the Icy Cape, where he found impenetrable ice. However, he reached as far as North Cape on the coast of Asia. Mackenzie, the last of the 18th century explorers, left Fort Chipewyan and descended the Mackenzie River, a much larger stream than the copper mine previously discovered by Hearne. He followed the course of the river until he reached an island where the tide rose and fell, but there is no certainty that he reached the ocean. The land expeditions were for geographical discovery, and not for the discovery of the Northwest Passage that had occupied mariners for so many years. End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Katerina. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 3. Early 19th Century. Ross and Perry, May 3, 1818. Object of voyage: search for Northwest Passage through Davis Strait and explore bays and channels described by Baffin. Met natives near Melville Bay. The discovery by Ross of the famous Crimson Cliffs. Enters Lancaster Sound. Advance barred by imaginary Crocker Mountains. Return of expedition to England. Buchanan Franklin North Polar Expedition via Greenland and Spitzbergen. Dorothea and Trent in Magdalena Bay, June 3, 1818. Reached high latitude of 80 degrees, 37 minutes north. Course directed to east coast of Greenland. Disastrous battle with the ice. Dorothea disabled. Hasty return to England. As a result of the many disastrous voyages to the Arctic, there was a long period of inactivity in polar research, which continued for the first 16 years of the 19th century. Interest was revived, however, by the astounding report that ice which had cut off the Danish colonies from communication with their native country for centuries had suddenly become free, and that certain Greenland whalers had sailed to the 70th and 80th parallel. Ross and Perry. The British Admiralty, in conjunction with the Council of the Royal Society, decided to fit out 2 expeditions, one under Captain John Ross and Lieutenant Edward Perry, whose object was to force a northwest passage through Davis Strait and to explore the bays and channels described by Baffin at the head of the immense bay that bears his name. The second expedition under Buchanan Franklin was to direct its course by way of Greenland and Spitzbergen in search of the pole, and make its way through Bering Strait out to the Pacific. The 4 ships were the best equipped for Arctic research that had ever been sent out from England, and the commanders were instructed to collect all possible information that would promote scientific knowledge in natural history, geology, meteorology, and astronomy as to the special phenomena existing in high northern latitudes. On the 3rd of May, 1818, the 2 expeditions parted company in Brassar Sound, Shetland, and sailed for their respective destinations. The Isabella and Alexander, under the command of Ross and Perry, reached Rigged Sound on the 17th of June, where they were detained by the ice in company with 45 whalers until the 20th. They made observations from the shore of Wiget Island, which they found to be misplaced on the maps by no less than 5 degrees. By warping and towing, they made slow progress, narrowly missing destruction by the pressure of huge ice floes, but finally making the open water. High mountains were descried on the north side of this bay, called by Ross Melville Bay, the precipices varying in height from 1,000 to 2,000 feet. In Eskimo, John Sachus, who acted as an interpreter to the expedition, went ashore and brought back with him a dozen or more natives, who were much entertained by the hospitality provided for them by the ship's company. After partaking of tea and biscuits, a dance was held on the deck, and of this Captain Ross gives an amusing description. Sachus's mirth and joy exceeded all bounds, and with a good-humored officiousness, justified by the important distinction which his superior knowledge now gave him, he performed the office of master of ceremonies. An Eskimo MC to a ball on the deck of one of H.M. ships in the icy seas of Greenland was an office somewhat new, but Nash himself could not have performed his functions in a manner more appropriate. It did not belong even to Nash to combine in his own person, like Jack, the discordant qualifications of seaman, interpreter, draftsman, and master of ceremonies to a ball, with those of an active fisher of seals and a hunter of white bears. A daughter of the Danish resident, by an Eskimo woman, about 18 years of age, and by far the best-looking of the half-caste group, was the object of Jack's particular attentions, which being observed by one of our officers, he gave him a lady's shawl, ornamented with spangles, as an offering for her acceptance. He presented it in a most respectful and not ungraceful manner to the damsel, who bashfully took a pewter ring from her finger and gave it to him in return, rewarding him at the same time with an eloquent smile, which could leave no doubt on our Eskimo's mind that he had made an impression on her heart. Near Cape Dudley Digges, a curious condition of the ice was noted by Captain Ross as follows. We have discovered that the snow on the face of the cliffs presents an appearance both novel and interesting, being apparently stained or covered by some substance which gave it a deep crimson color. This snow was penetrated in many places to a depth of 10 or 12 feet by the coloring matter. Passing Smith and Jones Sound, Ross reached the entrance of Lancaster Sound by the last of August. On the 31st, he writes, we discovered for the first time that the land extended from the south 2/3 across this apparent strait, obscured its real figure. During the day much interest was excited on board by the appearance of the strait. The general opinion, however, was that it was only an inlet. The land was partially seen extending across. The yellow sky was perceptible. At a little before 4:00 a.m., the land was seen at the bottom of the inlet by the officers of the watch, but before I got on deck a space of about 7 degrees of the compass was obscured by the fog. The land which I then saw was a high ridge of mountains extending directly across the bottom of the inlet. This chain appeared extremely high in the center. Although a passage in this direction appeared hopeless, I determined to explore it completely. I therefore continued all sail. Mr. Beverley, the surgeon, who was the most sanguine, went up to the crow's nest, and at 12 reported to me that before it became thick he had seen the land across the bay, except for a very short space. At 3 I went on deck. It completely cleared for 10 minutes, when I distinctly saw land around the bottom of the bay, forming a chain of mountains connected with those which extended along the north and south side. This land appeared to be at the distance of 8 leagues, and Mr. Lewis, the master, and James Haig, leading man, being sent for, they took its bearings, which were inserted in the log. At this moment I also saw a continuity of ice at the distance of 7 miles, extending from one side of the bay to the other, between the nearest cape to the north, which I named after Sir George Warrenton, and that to the south, which was named after Viscount Castlereagh. The mountains which occupied the center in a north and south direction were named Crocker's Mountains, after the Secretary of the Admiralty. The much disputed Crocker Mountains brought the navigator ridicule and discredit upon his return to England. The return was decided upon on October 1st, that date being the limit to which his instructions permitted Captain Ross to remain in northern latitudes. Although the extraordinary blunder cost Captain Ross' reputation and the confidence of his friends, he had nevertheless rendered valuable addition to Arctic knowledge, his scientific observations had been unremitting and accurate. He had mapped the west coast of Davis Strait, had advanced through Baffin Bay, thereby proving the claims of that famous old mariner, and had been the first to meet the Eskimos of the far north, who were to render such valuable assistance to future explorers. The progress of the Dorothea and the Trent, under the respective commands of Captain David Buchan and Lieutenant Commander John Franklin, later Sir John Franklin, was delayed by fog and storm until they sighted Cherry Island, latitude 74 degrees 33 minutes north, and longitude 17 degrees 40 minutes east, famous for its herds of walruses from which the Muscovy Company had derived much profit by sending ships to the island for oil, the crew capturing as many as 1,000 animals in the course of 6 or 7 hours. The ships now encountered small floes and huge masses of ice, which augmented the difficulties of progress, and this Lieutenant Beechey, the clever artist and interesting narrator of the voyage, describes as follows. There was, besides, on the occasion an additional motive for remaining up. Very few of us had ever seen the sun at midnight, and this night happening to be particularly distorted by refraction and sweeping majestically along the northern horizon, it was the object of imposing grandeur which riveted to the deck some of our crew, who would perhaps have beheld with indifference the less imposing effect of the icebergs. Or it might have been a combination of both these phenomena, for it cannot be denied that the novelty occasioned by the floating masses was materially heightened by the singular effect produced by the very low altitude at which the sun cast his fiery beams over the icy surface of the sea. The rays were too oblique to illuminate more than the inequalities of the floes, and falling thus partially on the grotesque shapes, either really assumed by the ice or distorted by the unequal refraction of the atmosphere, so betrayed the imagination that it required no great exertion of fancy to trace in various directions architectural edifices, grottos, and caves here and there glittering as if with precious metals. So generally, indeed, was the deception admitted, that, in directing the route of the vessel from aloft, we were for a while deviated from our nautical phraseology and shaped our course for a church, a tower, a bridge, or some similar structure, instead of for humps of ice which were usually designated by less elegant appellations. After sighting the southern promontory of Spitzbergen, the two ships were parted in a severe gale. The snow fell in heavy showers, and several tons weight of ice accumulated about the sides of the brig, the Trent, and formed a complete casing to the planks, which secured an additional layer at each plunge of the vessel. So great, indeed, was the accumulation about the bows, that we were obliged to cut it away repeatedly with axes, to relieve the bowsprit from the enormous weight that was attached to it, and the ropes were so thickly covered with ice that it was necessary to beat them with large sticks to keep them in a state of readiness for any evolution that might be rendered necessary, either by the appearance of ice to leeward or by a change of wind. By the 3rd of June the ships were reunited in Magdalena Bay. Surrounding this harbor of refuge are high mountains rising precipitously about 3,000 feet high, the deep valleys filled with immense beds of snow. The temperature is particularly mild on the western coast of Spitzbergen, and in consequence there is a luxury of alpine plants, grasses, and lichens, also of animal life, reindeer and flocks of birds, such as the auk, willock, gulls, cormorants, also walruses and seals. There are numerous glaciers from which huge pieces would occasionally break away. Mr. Beechey describes in a most interesting way the fall of one of those extraordinary masses of ice. The first was occasioned by the discharge of a musket at about half a mile's distance from the glacier. Immediately after the report of the gun, a noise resembling thunder was heard in the direction of the Iceberg, Glacier, and in a few seconds more an immense piece broke away and fell headlong into the sea. The crew of the launch, supposing themselves beyond the reach of its influence, quietly looked upon the scene, when presently a sea arose and rolled toward the shore with such rapidity that the crew had not time to take any precautions, and the boat was in consequence washed upon the beach, and completely filled by the succeeding wave. As soon as their astonishment had subsided, they examined the boat, and found her so badly stove that it became necessary to repair her in order to return her to the ship. They had also the curiosity to measure the distance the boat had been carried by the wave, and found it to be 96 feet. Describing a second avalanche, he writes, "This occurred on a remarkably fine day, when the quietness of the bay was first interrupted by the noise of the falling body. Lieutenant Franklin and myself had approached one of these stupendous walls of ice and were endeavoring to search into the innermost recess of a deep cavern that was near the foot of the glacier, when we heard a report as if of a cannon, and, turning to the quarter whence it proceeded, we perceived an immense piece of the front of the berg sliding down from the height of 200 feet at least into the sea, and dispersing the water in every direction, accompanied by a loud grinding noise, and followed by a quantity of water which, being previously lodged in the fissures, now made its escape in numberless small cataracts over the front of the glacier. So great was the disturbance of the waters by this great falling mass that the Dorothea was seen to be careening at a distance of 4 miles. After it became somewhat settled, they approached it and found it to be nearly a quarter of a mile in circumference. Knowing its specific gravity and making fair allowance for its inequalities, its weight was computed at 421,660 tons. The ships left Magdalena Bay June 7 and made their slow way through brash ice which became thicker and more impenetrable until a fortunate breeze dispersed it. Sailing in a westerly direction, they encountered several whale ships, which reported others beset by the ice in that direction. Captain Buchan changed his course and stood to the northward, passing Cloven Cliff, an isolated rock, marking the northwestern boundary of Spitzbergen. Near Red Bay they were stopped by the ice, and the channel by which the vessels had entered became entirely closed. The ships were here hemmed in almost the same position where Baffin, Hudson, Poole, Captain Phipps, and all the early voyagers to this quarter had been stopped. Of their perilous situation, Lieutenant Beechey writes, "The ice soon began to press heavily upon us, and, to add to our difficulties, we found the water so shallow that the rocks were plainly discovered under the bottoms of the ships. It was impossible, however, by any exertion on our part, to improve the situation of the vessels. They were as firmly fixed in the ice as if they had formed part of the pack, and we could only hope that the current would not drift them into still shallower water and damage them against the ground. It was now found necessary to attach the ships to floes by ice anchors, which was done with considerable exertion. Taking advantage of a break in the ice, they reached Vogelsang about June 28, where the crew were fortunate enough to secure 40 reindeer and plenty of eider ducks. On the 6th of July, Captain Buchan, finding the ice conditions favorable, determined to make as far in advance to the north as possible. By most arduous labors in warping and tracking, etc., he attained a latitude of 80 degrees 34 minutes north. But, though attached to floes, he found himself being carried to the southward by the current. On the 15th and 16th of July, both ships suffered considerable ice pressure. The 9 days following, the crew worked night and day to free the ships and get into open water. Having given the ice a fair trial and proved it unnavigable, Buchan turned his attention toward the eastern coast of Greenland, intending, if it proved impenetrable there, to go round the south cape of Spitzbergen and attempt to make an advance between that island and Nova Zembla. A terrific gale struck them the 30th of July, which brought down the ice upon them and threatened their immediate destruction. Of this encounter, Lieutenant Beechey gives a most vivid description. In order to avert the effects of this as much as possible, a cable was cut up into 30 feet length, and these, with plates of iron 4 feet square, which had been supplied to us as fenders, together with some walrus hides, were hung round the vessels, especially about the bows. The masts, at the same time, were secured with additional ropes, and the hatches were battened and nailed down. By the time these precautions had been taken, our approach to the breakers only left us the alternative of either permitting the ships to be drifted broadside against the ice, and so to take their chance, or of endeavoring to force fairly into it by putting before the wind. At length, the hopeless state of a vessel placed broadside against so formidable a body became apparent to all, and we resolved to attempt the latter expedient. Beechey, in describing the appalling scene, continues, "No language, I am convinced, can convey an adequate idea of the terrific grandeur of the effect now produced by the collision of the ice and the tempestuous ocean. The sea, violently agitated and rolling its mountainous waves against an opposing body, is at all times a sublime and awful sight, But when, in addition, it encounters immense masses which it has set in motion with a violence equal to its own, its effect is prodigiously increased. At one moment it bursts upon these icy fragments and buries them many feet beneath its wave, and the next, as the buoyancy of the depressed body struggles for reascendancy, the water rushes in foaming cataracts over the edges, while every individual mass, rocking and laboring in its bed, grinds against and contends with its opponent, until one is either split with the shock or upheaved upon the surface of the other. Nor is this collision confined to any particular spot. It is going on as far as the sight can reach, and when from this convulsive scene below the eye is turned to the extraordinary appearance of the blink in the sky above, where the unnatural clearness of a calm and silvery atmosphere presents itself, bounded by a dark, hard line of stormy clouds, such as this moment lowered over our masts, as if to mark the confines within which the efforts of man would be of no avail, the reader may imagine the sensation of awe which must accompany that of grandeur in the mind of the beholder. And he continues, if ever that fortitude of seamen was fairly tried, it was assuredly not less so on this occasion, and I will not conceal the pride I felt in witnessing the bold and decisive tone in which the orders were issued by the commander, the present Captain Sir John Franklin, of our little vessel, and the promptitude and steadiness with which they were executed by the crew. As the vessel rapidly approached the dangerous wall of ice, each person instinctively secured his own hold, and with his eyes fixed upon the masts, awaited in breathless anxiety the moment of concussion. It soon arrived. The brig, Trent, cutting her way through the light ice, came in violent contact with the main body. In an instant we all lost our footing, the masts bent with the impetus, and the cracking timbers from below bespoke a pressure which was calculated to awaken our serious apprehensions. The vessel staggered under the shock, and for a moment seemed to recoil, but the next wave, curling up under her counter, drove her about her own length with the margin of the ice, where she gave one roll and was immediately thrown broadside to the wind by the succeeding wave, which beat furiously against her stern and brought her lee side in contact with the main body, leaving her weather side exposed at the same time to a piece of ice about twice her own dimensions. This unfortunate occurrence prevented the vessel penetrating sufficiently far into the ice to escape the effect of the gale, and placed her in a situation where she was assailed on all sides by battering rams, if I may use the expression, every one of which contested the small space which she occupied, and dealt such unrelenting blows that there appeared to be scarcely any possibility of saving her from foundering. Literally tossed from piece to piece, we had nothing left but patiently abide the issue, for we could scarcely keep our feet, much less render any assistance to the vessel. The motion, indeed, was so great that the ship's bell, which, in the heaviest gale of wind, had never struck of itself, now tolled so continually that it was ordered to be muffled, for the purpose of escaping the unpleasant association it was calculated to produce. In anticipation of the worst, we determined to attempt placing the launch upon the ice under the lee, and hurried into her such provisions and stores as could at the moment be got at. Serious doubts were reasonably entertained of the boat being able to live among the confused mass by which we were encompassed. Yet, as this appeared to be our only refuge, we clung to it with all the eagerness of a last resource. It was only too evident that she could not long survive the critical position in which she was placed, and that the only salvation lay in penetrating still farther into the ice. To this end more sail was spread, and with the added power she righted herself, split a small field of ice, 14 feet in thickness, and effected a passage for herself between the pieces. On the gale abating, both ships reached the open sea, but were greatly disabled, the Dorothea in a foundering condition. In this useless state they made for Fair Haven in Spitzbergen, where they underwent necessary repairs. Lieutenant Franklin urgently requested to be allowed to return to the interesting quest which they had been obliged to abandon, but this being impossible, owing to the shattered condition of the ships, the expedition put to sea at the end of August and reached England about the middle of October 1818. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Katerina. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 4. 1819 through 1827. Peary's First Voyage. Object: to survey Lancaster Sound and prove the non-existence of Crocker Mountains. Discovery of new lands. Peary Islands. Attains longitude 110 degrees west, thereby winning the bounty of £5,000 offered by Parliament. Winters near Melville Island. Second voyage. Ships Hecla and Fury. Examines Duke of York Bay and frozen Strait of Middleton. Winters off Lion Inlet. Sledge journeys. Object: to make Northwest Passage via Prince Regent Inlet. Reached Port Bowen. 10 months imprisonment. Destruction of the Fury. Hasty return to England. Fourth voyage. Purpose: to reach the pole via Spitzbergen with sledge boats over ice. Hecla as transport. Peary's farthest, 82 degrees 45 minutes north, reached June 23, 1827. The principal object of Lieutenant W. E. Peary's first voyage under the direction of the British Admiralty was to pursue the survey of Lancaster Sound, so abruptly discontinued by Captain Ross the previous year, and decide the probability of a northwest passage in that direction, thus settling the much disputed question of the existence of the Crocker Mountains, which Peary, who had accompanied Ross, declared from the first to have been an ocular illusion. Should Lancaster Sound not prove navigable, Smith and Jones Sounds were to be explored. The Hecla, 375 tons, and the Griper, 180 tons, were strengthened and provisioned for 2 years. Sailing from the Thames May 11, 1819, they reached Davis Strait the last week in June, and here experienced a good deal of annoyance from ice, through which they made a slow and difficult passage by heaving and warping, reaching Possession Bay a month later. Upon landing, the men were not a little surprised to see their own footprints of the previous year. A fox, a raven, some ring flowers, and some snow buntings were seen, also a bee. Tufts and ground plants grew in considerable abundance wherever there was moisture. Proceeding on their voyage, they reached, by August 4, longitude 86 degrees 56 minutes west, 3 degrees to the westward of where land had been laid down by Captain Ross. Passing through Barrow Strait, they found ice to such an extent north of Leopold Island that Peary determined to shape his course to the southward and explore the beautiful sheet of water to which he gave the name of Regent Inlet. The compass now became useless, owing to the local attraction, and the binnacles were discarded. Having penetrated 120 miles, and having given the farthest point of land the name of Cape Cader, it was found necessary to return to the southward or be caught in the ice. Skirting the north shore of Barrow Strait, they later passed 2 large openings, to the first of which Peary gave the name of Wellington Channel, also naming various capes and inlets as he passed them: Batham, Barlow, Cornwallis, Bowen, Byam Martin, Griffith, Lowther, Bathurst, and others. Navigation now became extremely difficult, owing to thick fogs, but notwithstanding many obstacles, they reached the coast of an island larger than any yet discovered, which they called Melville Island, and by the 4th of September, Lieutenant Peary was able to make the joyful announcement to his crew that, having passed longitude 110 degrees west, they were entitled to the reward of £5,000, promised by Parliament to the first ship's company which should reach that meridian. To celebrate their success, they gave the name of Cape Bounty to the farthest neck of land sighted in the distance. Every effort was now made to push forward in the hope of reaching longitude 130 degrees west, thereby securing the second reward held out by the government. They had progressed but a short distance when, to their great disappointment, farther advance became impossible by reason of an impenetrable barrier of ice. The approach of winter decided Lieutenant Peary to seek the shelter near Melville Island and prepare for the long winter month. To the group of islands in the vicinity of which he had taken refuge, he gave the name of Georgian Islands in honor of His Majesty King George III, but later the name was changed to Peary Islands. Knowing well that good spirits meant good health in the tedious winter month, Lieutenant Peary established a school for his men, as well as the diversion of a newspaper, and the ship's crew acted several plays, which were most enthusiastically received. In spite of enforced exercise and other methods for keeping in good physical condition, scurvy showed itself among the crew, and such antiscorbutics as lemon juice, pickles, mustard, cress, and spruce beer were put into requisition. Later, snow blindness afflicted some of the men, but was relieved by washes and the wearing of black crape before the ice. As the spring approached, the ships were made ready for the first opportunity to escape from the ice, which, however, remained impenetrable. On the 1st of June, an excursion was made across Melville Island by Lieutenant Peary and others, carrying provisions for 3 weeks. They found such parts of the ground as were free from snow, covered with dwarf willow, sorrel, and poppy, also moss and saxifrage. A few dogs and ptarmigan were killed. Upon his return to the ship the middle of June, Captain Peary ordered his men to make daily excursions after sorrel, which they procured in large quantities and greatly enjoyed. On the western side of the island at Bushman's Cove, in Liddon's Gulf, they found one of the pleasantest and most habitable spots we had yet seen in the Arctic regions, the vegetation being more abundant and forward than in any other place, and the situation sheltered and favorable for game. Though channels and pools were everywhere forming, it was not until the 2nd of August that the great mass of ice broke up and floated out. The ship now made for the open water, but after a short advance, in spite of every effort, they found themselves once more prevented by the impenetrable barrier of ice from making their way westward. There seemed no alternative but a return homeward, and after taking certain additional observations of the 2 coasts extending along Barrow Strait, they set sail for England. A warm welcome awaited the daring navigators, who had reached a longitude greater by more than 30 degrees than any other explorer, who had discovered many new lands, islands, and bays, had established the fact of a polar sea north of America, and had wintered successfully in the Arctic, bringing back his crew in good condition. Peary's unprecedented success and the enthusiasm for Arctic exploration throughout England decided the British Admiralty to send out a second expedition to attempt a passage in a lower latitude than that of Melville Island. The Hecla and the Fury were manned and provisioned, and put under the command of Captain Peary and Lieutenant Lyon, whose travels in Tripoli, Murzouk, and other parts of northern Africa had already brought him consideration and some degree of renown. The transport Nautilus was to accompany the ships as far as the ice, and transship extra provisions and stock as soon as room could be found for them. The ships sailed from the Nore on the 8th of May, 1821, and by the 2nd of July were at the mouth of Hudson Strait, having parted with the Nautilus the previous day. Icebergs in formidable numbers had already been encountered, and the desolate condition of the shores, the naked rocks, the snow-covered valleys, and the thick fogs encountered were anything but encouraging. Progress was now made through very heavy floes, and between strong currents, eddies, and icebergs they were menaced by serious danger for more than 10 days. While embayed in the ice, they sighted near Resolution Island 3 strange ships also fast in the ice. These they later managed to join, and found them to be Hudson Bay Company's traders, the Prince of Wales, the Eddystone, and the Lord Wellington, chartered to convey 160 emigrants who intended settling on Lord Selkirk's estate at the Red River. Of these people, Lieutenant Lyon writes an interesting account. While nearing these vessels, we observed the settlers waltzing on deck for above 2 hours, the men in old-fashioned grey jackets, and the women wearing long-eared mob caps, like those used by Swiss peasants. As we were surrounded by ice, and the thermometer was at the freezing point, it may be supposed that this ball al vero fresco afforded us much amusement. Some days later they fell in with some Eskimos, who came out to the ships, the men in their kayaks, the women in their special umiaks. The natives boarded the ships, and, says Captain Lyon, "It is quite out of my power to describe the shouts, yells, and laughter of the savages, or the confusion which existed for 2 or 3 hours. The females were at first very shy and unwilling to come on the ice, but borrowed everything from their boats. This timidity, however, soon wore off, and they, in the end, became as noisy and boisterous as the men. The strangers were so well pleased in our society," continues Captain Lyon, "that they showed no wish to leave us, and when the market had quite ceased, they began dancing and playing with our people on the ice alongside." In order to amuse our new acquaintances as much as possible, the fiddler was sent on the ice, where he instantly found a most delightful set of dancers, of whom some of the women kept pretty good time. Their only figure consisted in stamping and jumping with all their might. Our musician, who was a lively fellow, soon caught the infection, and began cutting capers also. In a short time everyone on the floe, officers, men, and savages, were dancing together, and exhibited one of the most extraordinary sights I ever witnessed. One of our seamen, of a fresh, ruddy complexion, excited the admiration of all the young females, who patted his face and danced round him wherever he went. The exertion of dancing so exhilarated the Eskimos that they had the appearance of being boisterously drunk, and played many extraordinary pranks. Among others, it was a favorite joke to run slyly behind the seamen, and shouting loudly in one ear, to give them at the same time a very smart slap on the other. While looking on, I was sharply saluted in this manner, and, of course, was quite startled, to the great amusement of the bystanders. Our cook, who was a most active and unwearied jumper, became so great a favorite that every one boxed his ears so soundly as to oblige the poor man to retire from such boisterous marks of approbation. Among other sports, some of the Eskimos, rather roughly but with great good humor, challenged our people to wrestle. One man in particular, who had thrown several of his countrymen, attacked an officer of a very strong make, but the poor savage was instantly thrown, with no very easy fall. Yet, although every one was laughing at him, he bore it with exemplary good humor. The same officer afforded us much diversion by teaching a large party of women to bow, curtsy, shake hands, turn their toes out, and perform other polite accomplishments, the whole party, master and pupils, presenting the strictest gravity. Toward midnight all our men, except the watch on deck, turned into their beds, and the fatigued and hungry Eskimos returned to their boats to take their supper, which consisted of lumps of raw flesh and blubber of seals, birds, entrails, etc., licking their fingers with great zest, and with knives or fingers scraping the blood and grease which ran down their chins into their mouths. Parry made an examination of Duke of York Bay, and the 20th of August reached the frozen Strait of Middleton. 2 days later the Heckler and Fury got well into Repulse Bay, and a careful examination of the shores was made by parties of officers and men in boats. By the 31st of August they reached Gore Bay, which was packed with ice. Encountering thick fogs, northerly winds, and heavy ice floes, they found that in spite of every exertion they were being carried back to the spot in Fox Channel from which they had started some days before. However, they later made some advance and anchored near Lion Inlet. Early in October the sludge or young ice began to form, a warning of approaching winter, to be followed shortly by the pancake ice and bay ice, which necessitated finding at once winter quarters for the ships. The southeast extremity of an island off Lion Inlet was selected and called Winter Island, and the monotonous winter closed in upon them shortly after. The usual theatrical diversions were provided for the entertainment of the crew, and the Rivals was presented as well as another successful play. The crew took kindly to a school established by the officers and to other forms of mental and physical activity designed to keep the expedition in good health and spirits. Christmas was celebrated with especial good cheer, and English roast beef, which had been kept by being frozen, was served, as well as cranberry pies and plum puddings. The effect of the intense cold upon certain of their stores is interesting. Wine froze in the bottles. Port was congealed into thin pink lemonade, which lay loosely and occupied the whole length of the bottle. White wine, on the contrary, froze into a solid and perfectly transparent mass, resembling amber. On the 15th of March, a party under Captain Lyon started out to explore the land near the ships. They were provisioned for 3 or 4 days, but their experience was most unfortunate. The cold was intense, their tents at night affording little protection against the frightfully low temperature. They spent some time digging out a snow hut, which they hoped would prove warmer, but this was hardly more satisfactory. The following morning they found themselves almost buried with snow, which had drifted at night during a fierce gale which now raged. All paraphernalia, sledges, etc. were completely buried. To remain where they were was as impracticable as to move on. Carrying with them a few pounds of bread, some rum, and a spade, the party set out in the hope of reaching the ships. Captain Lyon records their suffering as follows. Not knowing where to go, we wandered among heavy hummocks of ice, and suffering from cold, fatigue, and anxiety, were soon completely bewildered. Several of our party now began to exhibit symptoms of that horrid kind of insensibility which is the prelude of sleep. They all professed extreme willingness to do what they were told in order to keep in exercise, but none obeyed. On the contrary, they reeled about like drunken men. The faces of several were severely frostbitten, and some had for a considerable time lost sensation in their fingers and toes. Yet they made not the slightest exertion to rub the parts affected, and even discontinued their general custom of warning each other on observing a discoloration of the skin. Mr. Palmer employed the people in building a snow wall, ostensibly as a shelter from the wind, but in fact to give them exercise when standing still must have proved fatal to men in our circumstances. My attention was exclusively directed to Sergeant Speckman, who, having been repeatedly warned that his nose was frozen, had paid no attention to it, owing to the state of stupefaction into which he had fallen. The frostbite now extended over one side of his face, which was frozen as hard as a mask. The eyelids were stiff, and one corner of the upper lip so drawn up as to expose the teeth and gums. My hands being still warm, I had happiness in restoring circulation, after which I used all my endeavors to keep the poor fellow in motion. But he complained sadly of giddiness and dimness of sight, and was so weak as to be unable to walk without assistance. His case was so alarming that I expected every moment he would lie down never to rise again. Our prospect now became every moment more gloomy, and it was but too probable that 4 of our party would be unable to survive another hour. Mr. Palmer, however, endeavored, as well as myself, to cheer the people up, but it was a faint attempt, as we had not a single hope to give them. Every piece of ice, or even of small rock or stone, was now supposed to be the ships, and we had great difficulty in preventing the men from running to the different objects which attracted them, and consequently losing themselves in the drift. In this state, while Mr. Palmer was running round us to warm himself, he suddenly pitched on a new beaten track, and as exercise was indispensable, we determined on following it, wherever it might lead us. Having taken the sergeant under my coat, he recovered a little, and we moved onward, when to our infinite joy we found that the path led to the ships. It was not until the 2nd of July that the ships, free from ice for the first time in 267 days, put to sea, but not without danger of squeezes from the moving ice floes, which frequently threatened the destruction of the ship. Pushing to the northward, they entertained high hopes of making the looked-for passage to the polar sea, but unfortunately a formidable line of impenetrable ice barred the way, and determined Parry to make an expedition along the frozen surface of the strait in which they found themselves. For 4 days Parry, accompanied by a party of 6, made a laborious and fatiguing advance over the uneven hummocks of ice that confronted them. At times open water made the journey still more perilous. Their exertions were at last repaid when they came in view of a bold cape, where they found the strait at its narrowest part about 2 miles across. To the westward the land receded until it became invisible, and Captain Parry beheld the great polar sea, into which he had long hoped to force his way. Naming this the Fury and Heckler Strait, he made ready for the return to the ships. Taking advantage of every favorable condition, Captain Parry now made as rapid progress toward his goal as the ice would permit. Under full sail they pushed into the rotten ice that formed the barrier to the open water, but suddenly they became fixed. Not another yard could be gained. It was now found necessary to extricate the vessels and seek shelter for another long winter. On the 30th of October, by the usual operation of sawing, the ships were drawn into the harbor of Igloolik and made ready for the winter, which was now rapidly closing. Excursions were occasionally made with dogs, and sledges bought of the Eskimos, but the season settled down with unusual severity, and the second long winter's night proved much more trying than the first. Death and scurvy made their lamentable appearance, and although Captain Parry desired to make another effort the following year by transferring to the Fury all provisions that could be spared, and sending the Hecla home with the sick, this project was abandoned, and on the 9th of August they turned their faces homeward. They touched at Winter Island and found radishes, mustard, cress, and onions that they had planted the previous year still alive. The ships were drifted about in a stormy sea at the mercy of ice floes and adverse currents. Not until September 23rd did they get free into the Atlantic, and the 10th of October 1823 reached Lerwick, Scotland. This expedition having proved the impracticability of a passage through the western extremity of Melville Island, or by way of Fury and Heckler Strait, it was hoped that a passage might be accomplished through Prince Regent Inlet. For this purpose Captain Parry was again fitted out in the Hecla, and in the accidental absence of Captain Lyon, Lieutenant Hopner was put in command of the Fury. The expedition sailed from Northfleet on the 19th of May, 1824, and entered Davis Strait about the middle of June. Lancaster Sound was not reached until September 10, and Port Bowen was made their winter quarters. After 10-month imprisonment, the ships were once more free, but, later overtaken by gales, both ships sustained serious damage. Drift ice caught them and threatened immediate destruction. The Fury was thrown on shore and seriously damaged. Later it was found necessary to abandon her. The Hecla, now overcrowded by the provisions and crew of the Fury, could no longer pursue her course and was forced to return to England. Bitter as was his disappointment, Parry clung to the idea that a northwest passage would some day be accomplished, and to this end he wrote, "I feel confident that the undertaking, if it be deemed advisable at any future time to pursue it, will one day or other be accomplished, for setting aside the accidents to which, from their very nature, such attempts must be liable, as well as other unfavorable circumstances which human foresight can never guard against, or human power control, I cannot but believe it to be an enterprise of practicability. It may be tried often and fail, for several favorable and fortunate circumstances must be combined for its accomplishment, but I believe, nevertheless, that it will ultimately be accomplished. I am much mistaken indeed, he continues, if the Northwest Passage ever becomes the business of a single summer. Nay, I believe that nothing but a concurrence of very favorable circumstances is likely ever to make a single winter in the ice sufficient for its accomplishment. But there is no argument against the possibility of final success, for we know that a winter in the ice may be passed not only in safety, but in health and comfort. I, in April 1826, writes Captain Perry, proposed to the Right Honourable Viscount Melville, the first Lord Commissioner of the Admiralty, to attempt to reach the North Pole by means of travelling with sledge boats over the ice, or through any spaces of open water that might occur. My proposal was soon afterward referred to the President and Council of the Royal Society, who strongly recommended its adoption, and an expedition being accordingly directed to be equipped for this purpose, I had the honour of being appointed to the command of it, and my commission for His Majesty's ship the Hecla, which was to carry us to Spitzbergen, was dated the 11th of November, 1826. 2 boats were constructed at Woolwich, under my superintendence, after an excellent model suggested by Mr. Peake, and nearly resembling what are called troop boats, having great flatness of floor, with the extreme breadth carried well forward and aft, and possessing the utmost buoyancy, as well as capacity for storage. Their length was 20 feet, and their extreme breadth 7 feet. The timbers were made of tough ash and hickory, 1 inch by half an inch square, and a foot apart, with a half timber of smaller size between each 2. On the outside of the frame thus formed was laid a covering of Mackintosh's waterproof canvas, the outer part being covered with tar. Over this was placed a plank for fur, only 3/16 of an inch thick, then a sheet of stout felt, and over all an oak plank of the same thickness as the fur, the whole of these being firmly and closely secured to the timbers by iron screws applied from without. On each side of the keel, continues Captain Perry, and projecting considerably below it, was attached a strong runner shot with smooth steel, in the manner of a sledge, upon which the boat entirely rested while upon the ice. 2 wheels were also attached, but soon discarded as useless, owing to the unevenness of the ice. 2 officers and 12 men were selected for each boat's crew. The Hecla, acting as transport for the Adventure, sailed March 27, 1827, and made Hakluyt's Headland by the 13th of May, where she was shortly beset by an ice floe which carried her off to the eastward, causing both delay and vexation. For the safety of the Hecla, it was found necessary to return to Spitzbergen and secure anchorage in a safe harbor. This Perry accomplished, and, finding a convenient recess, which he named Hecla's Cove, made ready for the main object of the expedition. Having with him 71 days' provisions, consisting of pemmican, biscuit, cocoa, and rum, with spirit of wine to be used as fuel, changes of warm clothing, thick fur dresses for sleeping in, and stout Eskimo boots, he got away June 22nd and proceeded in open water some 80 miles, when the boats came to a trying condition of mixed surface ice and water, through which it was found necessary alternately to haul and float them. Owing to the better condition of the ice, it was deemed best to reverse the usual course of life. Traveling by night and sleeping by day, writes Captain Perry, so completely inverted the natural order of things that it was difficult to persuade ourselves of the reality. Even the officers and myself, who were all furnished with pocket chronometers, could not always bear in mind at which part of the 24 hours we had arrived, and there were several of the men who declared, and I believe truly, that they never knew night from day during the whole excursion. When we rose in the evening, we commenced our day by prayers, after which we took off our fur sleeping dresses and put on clothes for traveling, the former being made of camlet lined with raccoon skin and the latter of strong blue cloth. We made a point always of putting on the same stocking and boots for traveling in, whether they had been dried during the day or not, and I believe it was only in 5 or 6 instances at the most that they were not either still wet or hard frozen. This indeed was of no consequence beyond the discomfort of first putting them on in this state, as they were sure to be thoroughly wet in a quarter of an hour after commencing our journey, while, on the other hand, it was of vital importance to keep dry things for sleeping in. Being rigged for traveling, we breakfasted upon warm cocoa and biscuit, and after stowing the things in boats and on the sledges so as to secure them as much as possible from the wet, we set off on our day's journey and usually traveled 4, 5, or 7 hours, according to circumstances. They made very slow progress in spite of their strenuous exertions, owing to the floes being small, exceedingly rough, and intersected by lanes of water which could not be crossed without unloading the boats. Rain added to their discomfort, causing the ice to form into numberless irregular needle-like crystals, which proved very trying to the feet. Elevated hummocks presented themselves, over which it was almost impossible to draw the boats. Even by the utmost efforts they could not make an advance of more than 1.5 miles, or 2 miles in 5 or 6 hours. Realizing the unfavorable conditions for reaching the pole, owing to the advanced season of the year, Parry soon relinquished that hope and bent his energies to reaching at best the 83rd degree parallel, if possible. But now, to his utter discouragement, it was found that the drifting of the snowfields was gradually carrying them backward, and that, in spite of every attempt to advance, they were daily losing ground. On July 23rd, they reached their farthest north, 82 degrees 45 minutes. At the extreme point of our journey, says Parry, our distance from the Hecla was only 172 miles in a southwest direction. To accomplish this distance, we had traversed, by our reckoning, 292 miles, of which about 100 were performed by water previously to our entering the ice. As we traveled by far the greater part of our distance on the ice 3, and not unfrequently 5 times over, we may safely multiply the length of the road by 2.5, so that our whole distance, on a very moderate calculation, amounted to 580 geographical, or 668 statute miles, being nearly sufficient to have reached the pole in a direct line. Up to this period, we had been particularly fortunate in the preservation of our health. Owing to the increased softness of the ice, the return trip was even more difficult than the advance, the men sinking to their thighs in the ice slush. By the 11th of August, the joyful sound of the surf breaking against the margin of the ice was heard, and later the boats were launched into open water, and in another 10 days they rejoined the Hecla, and soon afterward sailed for England. Parry's remarkable voyages, besides reaping a rich harvest of scientific data, had proved the navigability of Lancaster Sound, the non-existence of the Crocker Mountains, and that Prince Regent Inlet opened into Barrow Strait, which in turn widened into Melville Sound, and thence opened into the Polar Ocean. He had added to the map the important archipelago or Parry Islands, many of which he named and explored, had outlined the sounds, bays, and inlets through which he had sailed, discovered Hecla and Fury Strait, and demonstrated the impracticability of making the Northwest Passage by way of Frozen Strait. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Katerina. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 5. 19th century continued. Scoresby and Clavering. Former visited Jan Mayen Island in 1817 later visited east coast of Greenland, discovered Scoresby Sound. In 1824, Captain Leon surveyed Melville Peninsula, adjoining straits and shores of Arctic America. In 1825, Captain Beechey in the Blossom sailed through Bering Strait and passed beyond Icy Cape. Surveyed the coast as far as Point Barrow, adding 126 miles of new shore. Second voyage of Captain John Ross, undertaken in 1829. Discovers Boothia. Wintered in Felix Harbor. Discovery of North Magnetic Pole by nephew of Captain John Ross, Commander James Clark Ross. Valuable observations. Sledge journeys to mainland. 4 years spent in the Arctic. Perilous retreat. Safe return. Land journey by Captain Back. The Great Fishback River. Point Ogle. Point Richardson. Back's farthest point was 68 degrees 13 minutes 57 seconds north latitude, 94 degrees 58 minutes 1 second west longitude. Land journeys of Simpson and Dease, 1836. Descend the Mackenzie River to the sea. Surveyed west shore between Return Reef and Cape Barrow. In 1839 they explored shores of Victoria Land as far as Cape Parry. Crossed Coronation Gulf. Descended the Coppermine, reached the Polar Sea. Overland journey in 1846 by Dr. John Ragg confirmed Captain John Ross's statement that Boothia was a peninsula. The names of Scoresby and Clavering hold their own special interest in the long list of heroes of the North. A practical whaleman of an intelligent and scientific frame of mind, Scoresby, as early as 1806, had penetrated to within 500 geographical miles of the pole. In 1817 he had made an excursion to Jan Mayen Island and later ascended Mitre Cape, whose summit is estimated at 3,000 feet above the level of the sea. But not until 1822 did his discoveries reach the greatest importance. In this year, while searching for better fishing grounds, he fell in with the eastern coast of Greenland, a shore almost entirely unknown, except where the Dutch colonies of Old Greenland were supposed to have been situated. Skirting this bleak and barren coast, Scoresby named inlets, bays, and capes as he discovered them, passing Jameson Land and finally reaching Scoresby Sound. The coast of Jameson Land seemed especially fertile, and evidence of rude habitations were seen, but no human beings discovered. Proceeding northward, still following the coastline, he was soon beset with ice, and though he named other points of land and inlets, he was obliged to return, not having run across the whales which it was his business to secure. Good fortune, however, favored him, for on the 15th of August numerous whales appeared around the ship. 3 were secured, and the ship, now full fished, could make a happy return to England after a most successful year. The following season, Captain Clavering, commander of the HMS Griper, conveyed a Captain Sabine to Hammerfest in Norway, where Sabine desired to make certain scientific observations on the comparative length of the pendulum as affected by the principle of attraction. Other northern points were to be touched for similar purposes, and Spitzbergen and the east coast of Greenland were designated, the latter point being reached early in August. He landed his passenger and the scientific apparatus on 2 islands detached from the eastern shore of the continent, which he called the Pendulum Islands, and of which the outermost point is marked by a bold headland rising to the height of 3,000 feet. Arctic Adventures, Sergeant. While waiting for Captain Sabine, Clavering reconnoitered the coast, and was more fortunate than Scoresby in running across some of the natives, who closely resembled those described by Parry. By the beginning of September, Sabine having completed his observations, the Griper made her way, not without difficulty and delays, by way of Drontheim back to England. In 1824, Captain Leon, commanding the Griper, was given the task of the survey of Melville Peninsula, adjoining straits and the shore of Arctic America. Overladen and unseaworthy, the Griper was totally unfit for such an expedition, and upon reaching Roe Welcome, she was struck by a gale which threatened the destruction of both the ship and crew. After being battered around at the mercy of the storm for 3 days and nights, in which commander and crew had taken no rest or sleep, she was finally brought to anchor in a shallow bay, later designated as God's Mercy. Here she was still in imminent danger of being grounded, and there seemed little hope of her surviving the high seas then running. The crew were ordered to prepare for the worst, and to this end each man was commanded to put on his warmer clothing. Of this scene Captain Leon writes: "Each therefore brought his bag on deck and dressed himself, and in the fine athletic forms which stood exposed before me, I did not see one muscle quiver, nor the slightest sign of alarm. Prayers were read, and then they all sat down in groups, sheltered from the wash of the sea by whatever they could find, and some endeavored to obtain a little sleep. Never, perhaps, was witnessed a finer scene than on the deck of my little ship, when all hope of life had left us. Noble as the character of the British sailor is always allowed to be in cases of danger, yet I did not believe it to be possible that among 41 persons not one repining word should have been uttered. Each was at peace with his neighbor in all the world, and I am firmly persuaded that the resignation which was then shown to the will of the Almighty was the means of obtaining his mercy. God was merciful to us, and the tide, almost miraculously, fell no lower. As soon as the weather conditions permitted, they attempted to proceed up Melville Channel, but another storm overtook them, and, after consulting with his officers, it was decided to turn the crippled ship for home. Another expedition that set out about this time, 1825, was commanded by Captain Beechey. The Blossom was directed to round Cape Horn and enter the Arctic by way of Bering Strait. In describing this great gateway to the north, Captain Beechey writes: "We approached the strait which separates the two great continents of Asia and America on one of those beautiful still nights well known to all who have visited the Arctic regions, when the sky is without a cloud, and when the midnight sun, scarcely his own diameter below the horizon, tinges with a bright hue all the northern circle. Our ship, propelled by an increasing breeze, glided rapidly along a smooth sea, starting from her path flocks of aquatic birds, whose flight in the deep silence of the scene could be traced by the ear to a great distance. To the north of Cape Prince of Wales they were visited by Eskimos with whom they bartered and had friendly intercourse. By the 22nd of July the ship reached Kotzebue Sound, and after exploring a deep inlet on its northern shore, which they named Hotham Inlet, they continued their course to Chamisso Island, where they hoped to fall in with Sir John Franklin's expedition, then in the field. Skirting the coast by Cape Thompson, Point Hope, Cape Lisburn, Cape Beaufort, and Icy Cape, they began to see evidences of the approach of winter, and rather than risk being frozen in, they returned to Kotzebue Sound. From here Captain Beechey dispatched the barge in charge of his lieutenants to survey the coast. This they successfully accomplished as far as Point Barrow, a distance of 126 miles of new shore. The last of August 1827 found the Blossom again at Chamisso Island, where intercourse was renewed with the Eskimos. By October, no news having been received of Franklin, Captain Beechey reluctantly shaped his homeward course. Not until the following year, October 12, 1828, did he arrive in England, after an absence of 3 years and a half. We now return to Captain John Ross, whose professional reputation had suffered for 10 years under the cloud of his early failure. Ever anxious to retrieve his unfortunate mistakes, he had in vain implored the British Admiralty to send him once more to the Arctic. Undaunted by their refusal and indifference, he persevered in his determination, and at last found a liberal supporter in Felix Booth, a rich distiller, who contributed £17,000 toward the proposed expedition, Captain Ross adding his own entire fortune, which was about £3,000 more. A small Liverpool steamer called the Victory, 150 tons, was purchased and provisioned for 3 years. Accompanying Captain Ross as second in command was his nephew, James Ross, who had sailed with him on his first voyage to the Arctic and had also accompanied Parry on all his voyages. Setting sail in May 1829 with the avowed object of making, if possible, the northwest passage by some opening leading out of Regent Inlet, they neared the Danish settlement of Holsteinborg in Greenland toward the last of July, where they received a most hospitable welcome from the governor. Their stores were replenished and certain other additions made, including 6 Eskimo dogs, a present from the governor. Sailing northward, they sighted the imposing mountains of Disco Island, partially covered with snow, and later Hare Island, which they found clear, approaching latitude 74 degrees, where the Hecla and Fury had been icebound in 1824. No ice whatever was encountered. Not without emotion, Captain Ross entered Lancaster Sound, the scene of his early blunder. Now he found scarcely any trace of ice, and he sailed through the middle of it, passing on the 10th of August Cape York, after which the land turned southward, and, with the opposite coast of North Somerset, Boothia, forms the broad opening of Prince Regent Inlet. Some days later they passed the scene of the Fury's wreck. They examined the spot and found that though the hull had entirely disappeared, the tents and poles were still standing. The canisters of preserved provisions were in perfect condition, also the wine, sugar, bread, flour, and cocoa, and after replenishing their own stores they left a large quantity behind. By the middle of August they had crossed the mouth of Creswell Bay and reached Cape Parry, the farthest point seen by Parry on his previous voyage, but here they found difficulty in navigating, owing to the compass being useless by proximity to the magnetic pole. Ice conditions also became alarming and obliged them to make fast to the drifting floes, which sometimes carried them forward, but more often backward, so that considerable time and distance was lost in this manner. In the few weeks remaining before the winter cold held them icebound, Captain Ross explored some 300 miles of coastland, going as far as Brentwell Bay, 30 miles beyond Cape Parry. Here Captain Ross went ashore and formally took possession in the king's name, calling this land Boothia. Wintering in Felix Harbor, the party had several occasions for intercourse with the Eskimos, from whom they gathered remarkable information regarding the geography of the country. This led Captain Ross to send out several expeditions, hoping to establish the possibility of a passage through to the west, when the summer should again free their ships, but after careful inspection it was concluded that their only hope was to the north. Though the observations were made from several distant points and much valuable information collected, the months rolled by in hopeless succession, with no apparent prospect of leaving this desolate spot. Not until the 17th of September were the ships free, and even then they advanced only 3 miles to find themselves blocked once more, and a few days later hopelessly frozen in for another dreary winter. Not until April 1830 were any excursions attempted, and in one of these Commander James Clark Ross had the good fortune to discover the North Magnetic Pole in latitude 70 degrees 5 minutes 17 seconds, longitude 96 degrees 46 minutes 45 seconds west. The place of the observatory, he writes, was as near to the magnetic pole as the limited means which I possessed enabled me to determine. The amount of the dip, as indicated by my dipping needle, was 89 degrees 59 minutes, being thus within 1 minute of the vertical, while the proximity at least of this pole, if not its actual existence where we stood, was further confirmed by the action, or rather by the total inaction, of the several horizontal needles then in my possession. As soon, continues Commander Ross, as I had satisfied my own mind on the subject, I made known to the party this gratifying result of all our joint labors, and it was then that, amidst mutual congratulations, we fixed the British flag on the spot and took possession of the North Magnetic Pole and its adjoining territory in the name of Great Britain and King William IV. We had abundance of materials for building in the fragments of limestone that covered the beach, and we therefore erected a cairn of some magnitude, under which we buried a canister containing a record of the interesting fact, only regretting that we had not the means of constructing a pyramid of more importance, and of strength sufficient to withstand the assaults of time and the Eskimos. Had it been a pyramid as large as that of Cheops, I am not quite sure that it would have done more than satisfy our ambition under the feelings of that exciting day. The succeeding summer was hardly more encouraging than the previous one. Not until the last week in August were they successful in reaching open water by the laborious effort of warping and towing, and, after encountering gales and ice floes, they were again fast in the ice by the 27th of September, after a discouraging navigation of only 4 miles. The thought of a third winter in the dreary Arctic had a most disheartening effect upon the crew. Their only hope of ultimately extricating themselves from their forlorn situation was in abandoning the Victory, taking to their boats, and making their laborious way to the wreck of the Fury, where, supplying themselves with a fresh stock of provisions, they could push on to Davis Strait, in the hope of being picked up by a passing whale ship. The general health of the men was showing a decline. Scurvy showed itself as early as November of this trying year. By April 23, 1832, the first part of the expedition started on the wearisome journey of some 300 miles to Fury Beach. Owing to the weight of the loads, combined with snowdrifts and ice barriers, it was necessary to go back and forward and cover the same ground several times. Thus, after a month, they had traveled 329 miles in this trying and circuitous manner to gain 30 in a direct line. On the 29th of May, final leave was taken of the Victory, her colors nailed to the mast, a parting glass drunk in her honor, and the brave old ship left to her Arctic loneliness. Not until the 1st of July did the whole crew reach Fury Beach, after incredible obstacles had been encountered and overcome, the slow and laborious advance made more arduous by the heavy loads they carried. Immediately, however, they set to work and reared a canvas shelter, which they called Somerset House. The following month was spent in fitting out their boats. An open sea now gave them hope of reaching, through Barrow Strait, to Baffin Bay. Icebergs and gales proved most disastrous to their hopes, and, after making a heroic attempt, they found it necessary to return to Fury Beach and spent their 4th winter in the Arctic. The winter proved exceedingly severe, and their canvas shelter quite inadequate to keeping out the cold. However, matters were improved by a thick snow wall. Sickness, in the dreaded form of scurvy, caused much uneasiness, and in February 1833 one of their number succumbed to the disease. Their situation had now become alarming, for if they were not liberated the following summer, there was little chance of any of their number surviving another year. As early in the season as it was possible to travel, they set forth on their life and death struggle for safety. Reduced in strength, many of the men being sick, the laborious process of advancing their loads was even slower than the preceding year. However, by the 12th of July, they all reached their boat station in Betty Bay. Not until August 14 was a lane of water leading northward discovered, and, embarking at an early hour the following morning, they pursued their course with rising spirits. On the evening of the 16th, they were at the northeastern point of America with the open sea ahead of them. Icebergs were numerous, but their courage was gaining every moment, and they took small note of such obstacles. Passing through Barrow Strait, they made that day 72 miles. Delayed by contrary winds, they did not reach Navy Board Inlet until the 25th, where they harbored for the night. Early the following morning, they were aroused from sleep by the lookout man calling, "A sail!" But though they made every effort to reach the ship, it passed them by unobserved. At 10 o'clock they sighted another vessel, which was becalmed. By hard rowing they reached her and found her to be the Isabella of Hull, a ship in which Ross had made his first voyage to those seas. The captain and mate could hardly believe their eyes when Ross announced that he and his party were the survivors of the Victory, which had been given up for lost more than 2 years previously. Ross describes the scene on board that followed. The ludicrous soon took the place of all other feelings. In such a crowd and such confusion, all serious thought was impossible. The new buoyancy of our spirits made us abundantly willing to be amused by the scene which now opened. Every man was hungry and was to be fed. All were ragged and were to be clothed. There was not one to whom washing was not indispensable, nor one whom his beard did not deprive of all human semblance. All, everything too, was to be done at once. It was washing, shaving, dressing, eating, all intermingled. It was all the materials of each jumbled together, while in the midst of all there were interminable questions to be asked and answered on both sides: the adventures of the Victory, our own escapes, the politics of England, and the news which was now 4 years old. Night at length brought quiet and serious thoughts, and I trust there was not a man among us who did not then express, where it was due, his gratitude for that interposition which has raised us all from a despair which none could now forget, and had brought us from the very borders of a most distant grave to life and friends and civilization. Long accustomed, however, to a cold bed on the hard snow or the bare rocks, few could sleep amid the comfort of our new accommodations. I was myself compelled to leave the bed which had been kindly assigned me, and take my abode in a chair for the night, nor did it fare much better with the rest. It was for time to reconcile us to this sudden and violent change, to break through what had become habit, and inure us once more to the usages of our former days. After 5 years in the Arctic, Captain Ross and his crew were homeward bound, carrying with them a record unprecedented in Arctic history. Boothia Felix had been discovered, the connecting isthmus had been crossed to the mainland of America, and explorations made in the direction of Franklin Passage, Victoria Strait, and King William Sound. The magnetic pole had been located, and a series of most valuable observations kept during the entire period. Previous to his arrival in England, the the prolonged absence of Captain Ross had caused great anxiety to his countrymen, and, although his expedition had been a private affair in no way connected with the Admiralty, the government nevertheless felt it to be a national concern that his fate and that of the crew should be ascertained if possible. Subscriptions were raised to promote a relief expedition, liberally added to from the public treasury, and an expedition fitted out in charge of Captain Back, who had volunteered his services, accompanied by the surgeon and naturalist Dr. Richard King. With 3 men they left Liverpool, February 17, 1833, on a packet ship bound for New York, where they landed after a rough voyage of 35 days. From New York they went to Montreal, where they secured 4 more volunteers from the Royal Artillery Corps and some other assistants, and embarked on the St. Lawrence in 2 canoes. Making a brief stop at Sault Ste. Marie for the purpose of purchasing a 3rd canoe, they directed their course to the northern shores of Lake Superior. On May 20th they arrived at Fort William. By the first week in June the canoes reached Fort Alexander at the southern extremity of Lake Winnipeg. Coasting this lake, Captain Back made for Norway House, where he secured his full complement of men, 18 in all, and they started in high spirits for Fort Resolution, the eastern shore of the Great Slave Lake. The chief annoyance experienced on this long canoe trip was the torment from myriads of sandflies and mosquitoes, of which Captain Back writes, "How can I possibly give an idea of the torment we endured from the sandflies? As we dived into the confined and suffocating chasms, they rose in clouds, actually darkening the air. To see or to speak was equally difficult, for they rushed at every undefended part and fixed their poisonous fangs in an instant. Our faces streamed with blood, as if leeches had been applied, and there was a burning and irritating pain, followed by immediate inflammation and producing giddiness, which almost drove us mad and caused us to moan with pain and agony." After securing all possible information from the Indians and others, relative to the course of the northern rivers of which he was in search, Captain Back divided his party. Leaving several under the escort of Mr. McLeod, an employee of the Hudson Bay Company, he proceeded with 4 men in search of the Great Fish River, later named after Back himself. On August 19th, Captain Back began the ascent of the Hoarfrost River and made his laborious way through woods, swamps, cascades, and rapids. From the summit of a high hill, Back discovered a beautiful lake, studded with islands, to which he gave the name of Aylmer Lake, after the Governor-General of Canada at that time. Some of his men were dispatched to investigate this lake, and in their absence Back accidentally discovered the source of the river which they had ascended in Sand Hill Lake. "For this occasion," he writes, "I had reserved a little grog, and need hardly say with what cheerfulness it was shared among the crew, whose welcome tidings had verified the notion of Dr. Richardson and myself, and thus placed beyond doubt the existence of the Thlue Y Cho, or Great Fish River." Moving on, they found it was impossible to navigate Musk Ox Lake in their frail canoes, owing to the force of the rapids. Reaching Clinton Golden Lake, they met with some friendly Indians. At Cat or Artillery Lake, the canoes were abandoned, and the rest of their return journey was made on foot over gorges, ravines, and precipitous rocks, where a false step would have proved fatal. Upon reaching Fort Reliance, they found Mr. McLeod had erected the framework of their winter quarters. All hands immediately turned to, and by the 5th of November they exchanged their cold tents for the more hospitable abode. The winter now set in with unusual severity. The unfortunate Indians of this locality came daily to the camp and implored food for themselves and their starving families. "Famine with her gaunt and bony arm," writes Back, "pursued them at every turn, withered their energies, and strewed them lifeless on the cold bosom of the snow. It was impossible to afford relief to all, and the poor creatures would stand round while the men were taking their meals, watching every mouthful with a most pitiful, imploring look, but never uttering a word of complaint. Seated round the fire, they would take bits of their reindeer garments, roasting these and eagerly devouring them. A few handfuls of moldy pemmican intended for the dogs was received with gratitude. Often," adds Back, "did I share my own plate with the children, whose helpless state and piteous cries were peculiarly distressing. Compassion for the full-grown may or may not be felt, but that heart must be cased in steel which is insensible to the cry of a child for food." On January 17 the thermometer stood at 70 degrees below zero. Of this extreme cold Captain Back writes, "Such indeed was the abstraction of heat, that with 8 large logs of dry wood on the fire, I could not get the thermometer higher than 12 degrees below zero. Ink and paint froze, the sextant cases and boxes of seasoned wood, principally fir, all split. The skin of the hands became dry, cracked, and opened into unsightly smarting gashes, which we were obliged to anoint with grease. On one occasion, after washing my face within 3 feet of the fire, my hair was actually clotted with ice before I had time to dry it. Had it not been for the timely assistance of Akaicho, a friendly Indian chief, who had arrived with a supply of men who brought them game, their sufferings might have had a disastrous ending, but this old brave expressed his sentiments in the noble words, "The great chief trusts us, and it is better that 10 Indians perish than 1 white man should perish through our negligence and breach of faith." With the approach of spring, Captain Back began preparations for his intended journey to the sea-coast, but on April 25th a messenger arrived with the welcome news that Captain Ross and the survivors of the Victory were alive and had arrived safely in England. Extracts from the Times and Herald were shown Captain Back to confirm the news. In the fullness of our hearts we assembled and humbly offered up our thanks to that merciful providence which, in the beautiful language of the Scripture, hath said, "Mine own will I bring again, as I did some time from the deeps of the sea." The thoughts of so wonderful a preservation overpowered for a time the common occurrences of life. We had just sat down to breakfast, but our appetite was gone, and the day was passed in a feverish state of excitement. Seldom, indeed, did my friend Mr. King or I indulge in a libation, but on this joyful occasion economy was forgotten, a treat was given to the men, and for ourselves the social sympathies were quenched by a generous bowl of punch. The 4 months spent in the remarkable journey of Captain Back and his men to the Polar Sea are one continual recital of hairbreadth escapes in the falls, rapids, and cataracts of the Thlui Y Cho, and of the incredible suffering and hardship bravely endured by all hands. In describing one of their narrow escapes, where the boat was obliged to be lightened to shoot the rapids, Captain Back writes, "I stood on a high rock with an anxious heart to see her run it. Away they went with the speed of an arrow, and in a moment the foam and rocks hid them from view. I heard what sounded in my ear like a wild shriek. I followed with an agitation which may be conceived, and to my inexpressible joy found that the shriek was the triumphant whoop of the crew who had landed safely in a small bay below." On the 29th, while threading their course down the great river, they saw headlands to the north which gave them the assurance that the coast was not far distant. To this majestic promontory Back gave the name Victoria. This, then, he writes, may be considered as the mouth of the Thlui Y Cho, which after a violent and tortuous course of 530 geographical miles, running through an iron-ribbed country without a single tree on the whole line of its banks, expanding into 5 large lakes with clear horizon most embarrassing to the navigator and broken into falls, cascades, and rapids to the number of 83 in the whole, pours its water into the Polar Sea, in latitude 67 degrees 11 minutes north and longitude 94 degrees 30 minutes west, that is to say, about 37 miles more south than the mouth of the Coppermine River, and 19 miles more south than that of Back's River, at the lower extremity of Bathurst's Inlet. The following days were a succession of incredible hardships, the result of the damp weather, the barrenness of the coast, and the soft snow and slush into which the men plunged knee-deep at every step. No fire could be lighted, and in consequence they had no means of securing warmth or cooked food. The men became low-spirited and discouraged. The country was flat and desolate, an irregular plain of sand and stones, and had it not been for a rill of water, the meandering of which relieved the monotony of the sterile scene, one might have fancied oneself in one of the parched plains of the East, rather than on the shore of the Arctic Sea. Making a heroic advance, Back discovered and named Point Ogle and Point Richardson, caught a sight of Boothia Felix, and then having reached latitude 68 degrees 13 minutes 57 seconds north, longitude 94 degrees 58 minutes 1 seconds west, he unfurled the British flag and took formal possession in the name of His Majesty William IV, amid the enthusiastic cheers of his comrades. They left the cold Arctic shores the middle of August, and not until the 17th of September did they meet Mr. McLeod at Sandy Hill Bay, according to appointment, and with him reached Fort Reliance on the 27th. A second winter was passed in the wilderness of the unhospitable North, devoted by Back and Dr. King to writing their journals, mapping their discoveries, and arranging their scientific data, the crew occupying themselves in hunting and fishing expeditions. The last of March, Captain Back, having left instructions for Dr. King to proceed as soon as the weather would permit to the company's factory at Hudson Bay, there to embark for England in their spring ships, proceeded through Canada and by way of New York to England, where he arrived at Liverpool the 8th of September. Dr. King reached England a month later. For this remarkable discovery and voyage down the Great Fish River, Captain Back received from the Royal Geographical Society their Royal Premium, a gold medal. In 1835 he was knighted, having already had the congratulations and approbation of His Majesty the King. The following year Captain Back made another Arctic voyage, in command of the ship Terror, up Hudson Strait. Unfortunately, the ship got fast in the ice off Cape Comfort, and there remained at the mercy of the destructive ice pack through a dreary winter until the following July. She had become so disabled that she was barely equal to crossing the Atlantic, but the return voyage was fortunately accomplished in safety. In 1836, the Hudson Bay Company, desiring to complete the survey of their northern territories, especially the coastline of Arctic America, sent out two of their employees, Dease and Simpson, with a party of 12 men. Descending the Mackenzie River to the sea, they surveyed the westward shoreline between Return Reef and Cape Barrow. Two large rivers were discovered, the Garry and Colville. Though the season was midsummer, the ground was frozen and northeasterly winds made progress very trying. By the 1st of August, further navigation proved impracticable and, dividing the party, Simpson with some of the men continued the journey on foot, and Dease remained with the rest of the crew in charge of the boats. Simpson fell in with Eskimos, of whom he hired an umiak, a large canoe, to aid him as occasion demanded. A few days later he writes, "I saw with indescribable emotions Point Barrow stretching out to the northward and enclosing Elson Bay, near the bottom of which we were now. Lieutenant Elson having been in charge of the Blossoms barge, which reached this farthest in 1826. Upon the return of Simpson, the party took up winter quarters at Great Bear Lake. The following June they descended the copper mine, where, in shooting the rapids, they had to pull for their lives to keep out of the suction of the precipices, along whose base the breakers raged and foamed with overwhelming fury. Shortly before noon we came in sight of Escape Rapid, of Franklin, and a glance at the overhanging cliffs told us that there was no alternative but to run down with full cargo. In an instant, continues Simpson, we were in the vortex, and before we were aware, my boat was borne toward an isolated rock which the boiling surge almost concealed. To clear it on the outside was no longer possible. Our only chance of safety was to run between it and the lofty eastern cliff. The word was passed, and every breath was hushed. A stream which dashed down upon us over the brow of the precipice, more than 100 feet in height, mingled with the spray that whirled upwards from the rapid, forming a terrific shower bath. The pass was about 8 feet wide, and the error of a single foot on either side would have been instant destruction. As, guided by Sinclair's consummate skill, the boat shot safely through those jaws of death, an involuntary cheer arose. Our next impulse was to turn around to view the fate of our comrades behind. They had profited by the peril we incurred, and kept with the treacherous rock in time. Hardly had they reached the coast before they were stopped by the ice, and hopelessly delayed many days. The season was rapidly advancing, and yet no real work had been accomplished. On the 20th of August, Simpson and 7 men started on a 10-days' walk to the eastward of Boathaven. Progress was both difficult and discouraging. On the 23rd they reached an elevated cape, beyond which further progress was impossible. Of this scene Simpson writes, "I ascended the height, from whence a vast and splendid project burst suddenly upon me. The sea, as if transformed by enchantment, rolled its free waves at my feet and beyond the reach of vision to the eastward. Islands of various shapes and sizes overspread its surface, and the northern land terminated to the eye in a bold and lofty cape, bearing east-northeast, 30 or 40 miles distant, while the continental coast trended away southeast. I stood, in fact, on a remarkable headland at the eastern outlet of an ice-obstructed strait. On the extensive land to the northward I bestowed the name of our most gracious sovereign, Queen Victoria. Its eastern visible extremity I called Cape Pelly, in compliment of the governor of the Hudson Bay Company. In 1839, Simpson and Dease made a more successful journey. The ice conditions being better, they sailed through the strait that separates Victoria Land from the mainland. They pushed on to Simpson Strait, which divides Boothia from the mainland, and later doubled Point Ogle. Upon reaching Montreal Island in Beck's estuary, they found certain provisions left there by Captain Back 5 years before. On the 25th of August, 1839, they erected a cairn at their farthest point near Cape Herschel. Exploring 150 miles of the shores of Victoria Land as far as Cape Parry and the bays of Wellington, Cambridge, and Byron, they crossed Coronation Gulf and finally re-entered the Coppermine River after a voyage of more than 1,600 miles in the Polar Sea. For his remarkable achievements, Simpson was awarded the Founders Gold Medal of the Royal Geographical Society of London. In 1846, the Hudson Bay Company fitted out another expedition to be sent into the field for the purpose of surveying the northeast corner of the American mainland, the mouth of the Castor and Pollux to the Gulf of Achilles, so as to link the discoveries of Dease and Simpson and those of the second voyages of Ross and Peary. An employee of the company, Dr. John Rea, was chosen for this purpose and put in command of 12 men. Dr. Rea is described as a man of unusual attainments, a surgeon, astronomer, and able steersman, combining with his abilities for leadership the accomplishments of a first-rate snowshoe walker and dead shot. After a canoe trip of 2-month duration, the party arrived at York Factory early in October. Here they passed the winter and, as soon as the weather would permit, set sail in 2 boats and skirted the shores of Hudson Bay. At Fort Churchill they found natives engaged in capturing white whales, which make their way to these waters. They secured the services of 2 Eskimos, father and son, Ulik Buk by name, who accompanied the expedition as interpreters. In passing Chesterfield Inlet, they heard the grunting and bellowing of walruses, making a noise, says Rea, which I fancy would much resemble a concert of old boars and buffaloes. At Republic Bay they bought sealskin boots from the Eskimos, and of the incident Rea says, "One of our female visitors took them out of my hands and began chewing them with her strong teeth for the purpose of softening up the leather." Proceeding on their toilsome journey, they traced the coast from Lord Mayor Bay to within 10 miles of Fury and Hecla Straits, confirming Captain Ross in his statement that Boothia was a peninsula, and not returning to York Factory until September 1847. Their long winter was spent at Repulse Bay, where they built a stone house and procured provisions by hunting and fishing. Dr. Rea, being an excellent shot, secured in one day as many as 7 deer within 2 miles of their shelter. In the month of September, 63 deer, 5 hares, 1 seal, 172 partridge, and 116 salmon and trout were secured. By the middle of October the deer became scarce, but 200 partridges were secured, also a few salmon, so that by the time all game had migrated, they had a fairly well-stocked larder. However, the question of fuel was a vexing one, as there was no wood to speak of, but the capture of 2 seals supplied them with oil for their lamps. Toward February it was found necessary to limit the men to 1 meal a day. As the spring advanced, they made a series of journeys. Of these Dr. Rea describes making camp after a fatiguing day's travel. Our usual mode of preparing lodgings for the night was as follows. As soon as we had selected a spot for our snow house, our Eskimos, assisted by 1 or more of the men, commenced cutting out blocks of snow. When a sufficient number of these had been raised, the builder commenced his work, his assistants supplying him with material. A good roomy dwelling was thus raised in an hour, if the snow was in a good state for building. Whilst our principal mason was thus occupied, another of the party was busy erecting a kitchen, which, although our cooking was none of the most delicate or extensive, was still a necessary addition to our establishment, had it been only to thaw snow. As soon as the snow hut was completed, our sledges were unloaded, and every eatable, including parchment skin and moose skin shoes, which had become now favorite articles with the dogs, taken inside. Our bed was next made, and by the time the snow was thawed or the water boiled, as the case might be, we were all ready for supper. When we used alcohol for fuel, which we usually did in stormy weather, no kitchen was required. After days of exposure and hardship, Dr. Rea writes, "We were again on the march and arrived at our home at 8:30 p.m., all well, but so black and scarred on the face from the combined effects of oil, smoke, and frostbites that our friends would not believe but that some serious accident from the explosion of gunpowder had happened to us. Thus successfully terminated a journey little short of 600 English miles, the longest, I believe, ever made on foot along the Arctic coast." Of another trip made in May, Dr. Rea writes, Our journey hitherto had been the most fatiguing I had ever experienced. The severe exercise with a limited allowance of food had reduced the whole party very much. However, we marched merrily on, tightening our belts. Mine came in 6 inches, the men vowing that when they got a full allowance they would make up for lost time. By the last of August 1847, the party returned to civilization, where Dr. Rare was awarded £400 by the Hudson Bay Company for his important services. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Michael Knowles, Round Rock, Texas. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 6. Sir John Franklin. Early life. First land expedition of 1819 to 1821. Journey from York Factory to Cumberland House. Reach Fort Providence. Winter at Fort Enterprise. Explorations. 5,550 miles. Hardship. Starvation. Return. Second land journey. 1825. Winter quarters at Great Bear Lake. Descent of the Mackenzie River to the Polar Sea. 1,200 miles of coast added to map. The last journey of Sir John Franklin, 1845. The Erebus and Terror. Last seen in Melville Bay. No name holds more romantic association with Arctic history than that of Sir John Franklin. What a career! What love of adventure! What hardships endured with heroic fortitude! What leadership that could inspire others to passionate loyalty and superhuman endurance under unspeakable trials! And what a fate! Let us review briefly a life that stands in the foremost rank of naval history, not so much by great achievement as by that particular charm of character, indefinable and subtle, that is based on those great qualities of tolerance, justice, loyalty, simplicity, and warm affections. John Franklin, the youngest son of 12 children, was born in the small market town of Spilsby, Lincolnshire, April 16, 1786. He was early destined for the church and educated at St. Ives and later at Louth Grammar School. A holiday jaunt with a young companion 12 miles to the shores of the North Sea with its overwhelming grandeur changed his career and decided him for the life of a sailor. The shrewd old father, with that acute knowledge of the short-lived enthusiasms of youth, put him to the test. And at 14 years of age, young John served on a merchantman bound for Lisbon. Undaunted by the hard birth of a sailor lad, we find him in 1801 on the quarterdeck of the Polyphemus, under Captain Lanford, leading in the line at the Battle of Copenhagen, Lord Nelson's hardest-fought battle. His iron will, ever more firm in its determination for a life of adventure, secured him later a berth in the Discovery ship Investigator, exploring the coast of Australia, where Franklin acquired valuable astronomical and surveying skill under his able relative, Captain Flinders. Transferred to the Porpoise, which, in company with the Cato, was wrecked on a coral reef off the coast of Australia, August 18, 1803, the lad, with 150 others, spent 50 days on a strip of sand only 4 feet above water. Captain Flinders, after making his way 250 leagues to Port Jackson in an open boat, rescued his companions. Franklin finally reached Canton, where he secured passage to England in the Earl Camden, East Indiaman under Sir Nathaniel Dance, Commodore of the China Fleet. An engagement with the French squadron occurred in February 1804, at which young Franklin rendered valuable service as signal midshipman. On his return to England, he was assigned to the Bellerophon. At the Battle of Trafalgar, he gallantly stood on the poop, with the dead and dying falling beside him, attending to the signals with a coolness and accuracy that won him the unstinted admiration of his comrades. For the next 2 years, he served under Admirals Cornwallis, St. Vincent and Streatham, then for 6 years in the Bedford. In the disastrous attack upon New Orleans, Franklin commanded the boats in a fight with the enemy's gunboats. He captured one of them and suffered a slight wound in the shoulder in a hand-to-hand encounter. He was promoted to first lieutenant for gallant service and assigned to the 4th, which, after the abdication of Napoleon and the restoration of the Bourbons, conveyed the Duchess d'Angoulême back to France. It is not surprising that after such a varied and distinguished career, Franklin should be one of the first to enter with whole-souled enthusiasm into the renewed interest shown by England in Arctic discovery and exploration. Of the Buchan expedition, in which Franklin was second in command, we already know the history. The succeeding expeditions, though spoken of as failures in their main object, won for him a renown quite unique in Arctic honors, and the last, so tragically fatal in its results, did more, through numerous searching parties sent out to discover the news of the missing ships, to extend the world's scientific knowledge and geographical accuracy of Arctic America than could possibly have been accomplished had the expedition been a success. Before taking up in detail the journeys of Sir John Franklin, it might be well to make note of a sidelight in his remarkable character. To this man, a career meant the paramount ambition of life, a passion stronger than the love of woman, of family, of home or physical comforts. After the return of the Buchan and Franklin expedition, the gentle poetess Anne Porden, who had written Viel's or Triumph of Constancy, the Coeur de Lion, and a short poem on the Arctic expedition just returned, visited the Trent and met the gallant John Franklin in the full blush of his youthful manhood. He fell in love, and upon his return from his first land expedition in 1823, they were married, but with the distinct understanding that sweet Anne should never, under any circumstances, seek to turn her husband aside from the duty he owed to his country and his career. And she kept her word, but at what sacrifice? In June of the following year, a daughter was born to them, but the mother never regained her health. A few months later, putting in John Franklin's hand a silken flag to be carried north to victory, the work of her dying fingers, she courageously bade him Godspeed, and he started, amid the applause of an enthusiastic nation, upon that second journey, little guessing that she, too, was about to embark upon the great unknown. My instruction, in substance, writes John Franklin of the first land expedition of 1819 to 1821, informed me that the main object of the expedition was that of determining the latitude and longitude of the northern coast of North America, and the trending of that coast from the mouth of the Coppermine River to the eastern extremity of that continent. He was authorized to take counsel with the Hudson Bay officials, and plan his course accordingly. In fact, much was left to his own discretion, and before leaving England, he was fortunate enough to go over the details of the proposed journey with Sir Alexander Mackenzie, the only living English explorer who had visited that coast. Accompanied by Dr. Richardson, surgeon and naturalist, later Sir John Richardson, Admiralty Midshipman George Back, later Sir George Back, Robert Hood, and another Englishman, John Hepburn, Franklin sailed from Gravesend in Prince of Wales, May 23, 1819. On reaching York Factory, the principal depot of the Hudson Bay Company, he found an unfortunate state of affairs existing between them and the Northwest Company. A bitter rivalry had resulted in the detention at York Factory of certain partners of the other company, and the result of this unfortunate quarrel had serious results upon his own future. He was advised to make for Cumberland House, and, later, through a chain of posts, to the shores of Great Slave Lake. With only one steersman and a boat so small that many of the provisions were, in consequence, left behind, Franklin made his start up the Hayes River September 9. Sailing was frequently varied by the arduous labor of tracking, and not unfrequently, a portage was found necessary, which added to the fatigues and discouragements of the day. At one of the outposts of the Hudson Bay Company, they were again obliged to leave some of their stores under promise that these would be forwarded in the spring, and later, at Swampy Lake, the tenants of the depot gave them a supply of moldy pemmican, which of course had to be thrown away later. Thus, from the outset, the expedition labored under the fatal handicap of insufficient stores. At Oxford House, Holy Lake, they secured some good pemmican and also fish, and, as the season was advancing, they pushed onward. They finally reached the mouth of the Saskatchewan, and, following the river, they first arrived at Little River, then Pine Island Lake, and at last, on October 23rd, the Cumberland House. Already ice had impeded their journey, and here they determined to winter at the invitation of Governor Williams. Impatient to be on his way and desirous of securing guides, hunters, interpreters, and stores for his journey to the sea, Franklin, accompanied by Back and Hepburn, started January 19, 1820, for Fort Chipewyan, with provisions for 15 days. After a winter's journey of 857 miles, they reached their destination. The various posts at which they stopped supplied them with only a limited amount of provisions, and the prospect of securing more was most discouraging. Sickness of the Indians in the hunting season foretold a scarcity of the following spring. Moreover, the rivalry of fur companies and the lavish expenditure of their stores in opposition tactics had resulted in greatly depleted food supply, so the provisions expressly intended for Franklin were later consumed before reaching him. The travelers had suffered greatly from the unaccustomed use of snowshoes, the weight of several pounds of snow clinging to the shoes having galled and lamed their feet. Yet the journey had not been considered as wearing as that from York Factory to Cumberland House. The return of geese, ducks, and swans, together with the melting of snow and ice, gave indications of approaching spring. Mr. Hood writes of this time, "The noise made by the frogs, which this inundation produced, is almost incredible. There is strong reason to believe that they outlive the severity of winter. They have often been found frozen and revived by warmth, nor is it possible that the multitude which incessantly filled our ears with the discordant notes could have been matured in 2 or 3 days." Speaking of the resuscitation of fish, Franklin writes, "If in this completely frozen state they were thawed before the fire, they recovered their animation. This was particularly the case with the carp, and we had occasion to observe it repeatedly, as Dr. Richardson occupied himself in examining the structure of different species of fish, and was always in the winter under the necessity of thawing them before he could cut them. We have seen a carp recover so far as to leap about with much vigor after it had been frozen for 36 hours. Richardson and Hood now joined Franklin, and the party increased by 16 Canadian voyageurs, a Chipewyan woman, and 2 interpreters, made their way northward. It was now the middle of July, and their whole stock of provisions consisted of hardly more than 1 day's supply. Fortunately, they soon added a buffalo, and at Moose Deer Island they got some supplies from the Hudson Bay and Northwest Company officers. About the last of July they reached Fort Providence. From the Indian chief Akaicho they secured guides, the party having been increased to 29, exclusive of 3 children. A journey of 552 miles was accomplished, with no little hardship. Lack of food and other provisions caused the Canadian voyageurs to break out in open mutiny. At Fort Enterprise, winter quarters were established. Early in October, Back and a party returned to Fort Providence to arrange for the transportation of stores expected from Cumberland House. The stores were anxiously awaited, and it was hoped that they would arrive by New Year's Day, 1821. In the meantime, the party were subsiding for the most part on reindeer meat, fish twice a week, and a little flour. The middle of January, 7 of Beck's party returned, bringing with them as many stores as they could haul. A little later, Back returned, having performed on foot the remarkable journey of more than 1,100 miles on snowshoes, sleeping in the open, with only the protection of a blanket and a deerskin, the thermometer frequently at 40 degrees and once at 57 degrees below zero, and passing several days without food. The failure of the great fur companies to keep their contracts had resulted in almost no provisions being secured. At Fort Enterprise, it was now found necessary to curtail rations to the most meager amount, and many of the Indian families camped about the house were obliged to satisfy the cravings of hunger with bones, deer feet, and bits of other offal. When, says Franklin, we beheld them gnawing the pieces of hide and pounding the bones for the purpose of extracting some nourishment from them by boiling, we regretted our inability to relieve them, but little thought that we ourselves should be afterwards driven to the necessity of eagerly collecting these same bones a second time from the dunghill. In July 1821, the expedition, having dragged canoes and baggage with 15 days' provisions to the Bank of Copper mine, embarked upon the main object of the enterprise. By the 25th day, they had doubled Cape Barrow, and its eastern side they named Enham Harbor. The dangers and discouragements that beset Arctic travelers soon fell to their lot. Their stock of food, replenished with a few deer, soon became exhausted, and the ration issued to each man was a meager handful of pemmican and a small portion of soup. By the 5th of August, they had reached the Back River, and then explored Melville Sound and Bathurst Inlet. Having reached Point Turnagain, and meeting with no Eskimos who could replenish their provisions, Franklin was obliged to turn back, having sailed nearly 600 geographical miles in tracing the irregular shore of Coronation Gulf from the Coppermine River. Reduced to the last extremity for want of food, the last bit of pemmican and arrowroot having formed a scanty supper, and without means of making a fire, the forlorn party spent the 5th day of September in bed while a snowstorm raged above them and drifted into their tent, covering their thin blankets several inches. Of this day, writes Franklin, "Our suffering from cold in a comfortless canvas tent in such weather with the temperature at 20 degrees and without fire will easily be imagined. It was, however, less than that which we felt from hunger. For 2 days they lived upon a lichen known as tripe de roche, and on the 10th they got a good meal by killing a muskox. To skin and cut up the animal was the work of a few minutes. The contents of its stomach were devoured upon the spot. Raw intestines, which were next attacked, were pronounced by the most delicate among us to be excellent." The effects of the suffering and famine began to show themselves in the improvidence and indifference of the men. 3 fishing nets were left behind, and one of the canoes broken and abandoned. Mosses, an occasional partridge, tripe de roche, bits of singed hide, and such marrow as could be extracted from finds of bones of animals formed their only diet. Though weak and lame, Back pushed forward in search of relief. One by one, the starving men fell by the wayside. Hood, suffering from the effects of tripe de roche, which never agreed with him, became too exhausted to proceed, and Dr. Richardson volunteered to remain with him. As one by one the various members dropped down with fatigue, only 5 besides Franklin were left in the advance party. These continued their weary pilgrimage, cheered with the hope that at Fort Enterprise would be found shelter and the much-needed supplies which had been promised them. Alas, their grief and disappointment may be imagined upon entering this wretched depot to find it desolate and without a vestige of provisions. "It would be impossible," says Franklin, "to describe our sensations after entering this miserable abode and discovering how we had been neglected. The whole party shed tears, not so much for our own fate as for that of our friends in the rear, whose lives depended entirely on our sending immediate relief from this place." To their surprise, they found a note from Back stating that he had reached the shelter 2 days before by another route and had immediately pressed on in hope of finding the Indians, and, if not, he would direct his steps to Fort Providence, though he doubted if he and his party could reach there in their present unfortunate condition. Franklin and his men gathered together what could be used as food and found several deerskins that had been thrown away the previous year, and a few bones gathered from the refuse heap. These, with tripe de roche, they made into a soup and endeavored to support life on the putrid mass. Later on, one more member of the party came in, and a day or 2 after, a man named Bollinger of Back's party reached camp in all but a dying condition. He had fallen into a rapid, had come near drowning, and was then speechless from exhaustion and exposure. When warmed, dry clothing put on, and given a little soup, he was sufficiently restored to answer questions. Back had not found the Indians, and was making for Fort Providence. Thither Franklin determined to follow him with 2 of his men, the others volunteering to remain until succor should be sent to them. Owing to an unfortunate accident to his snowshoes, Franklin was obliged to return to camp the next day, sending on his companions alone. The poor wretches that had been left at Fort Enterprise were in such a weakened state that it was with difficulty that Franklin could rouse them to any exertion. "We saw," writes Franklin, "a herd of reindeer sporting on the river about half a mile from the house. They remained there a long time, but none of the party felt themselves strong enough to go after them, nor was there one of us who could have fired a gun without resting it. 18 long days passed slowly by, during which they endured frightful privations, when Dr. Richardson and Hepburn reached them, greatly enfeebled and emaciated. The doctor particularly remarked the sepulchral tones of our voices, which he requested of us to make more cheerful, if possible, unconscious that his own partook of the same key. Hepburn divided a partridge he had shot, and, says Franklin, I and my 3 companions ravenously devoured our shares, as it was the first morsel of flesh any of us had tasted for 31 days, unless, indeed, the small grisly particles which we found occasionally adhering to the pounded bones may be called flesh." Dr. Richardson then told of the tragic death of Hood, who had been murdered by the Iroquois Michael, whose threatening demeanor they had noted for some days, and whom they afterwards suspected of having put an end to 2 other members of the party. Under the circumstances, as a matter of self-preservation, it was deemed necessary to end the Indian's life, and this Dr. Richardson did with a pistol shot. The day after the arrival of Richardson and Hepburn, 2 of the party died. Finally, early in November, Indian messengers sent by Back brought the longed-for relief, the Indians evincing humanity that would have done honor to the most civilized people. When the party were sufficiently restored to health with food and kind nursing, they started for Fort Chippewan, where they remained until June of that following year. In July, they reached York Factory, whence 3 years before they had started out. In this remarkable journey of over 5,550 miles, human endurance and patience had been put to the uttermost test. The wonderful courage and fortitude with which these heroes braved a fate that threatened them at every step make this one of the most remarkable feats in Arctic history. A more cheerful picture presents itself in Franklin's second voyage, and, though fortunately not so tragic as the first, it nevertheless demonstrates his remarkable leadership. In conjunction with the Beechay expedition, the Blossom and Perry's expedition of Helka and Fury, a 3rd expedition was promoted and, upon request of Franklin, put under his charge. The outline of operations was for this party to descend the Mackenzie River to the sea, and there to divide the force, one section to explore the coast east to the copper mine, while the other should take a westerly course, round Ice Cape and, if possible, Bering Strait. Profiting by past experience, the party were amply provisioned from the outset. In fact, a delay of some months was required to secure the necessary amount of pemmican. Undaunted by the hardships endured on the previous voyage, Back and Richardson volunteered again to accompany Franklin. Mr. Kendall, a mate from the Navy, and Mr. T. Drummond, a naturalist, were also of the party. 4 carefully constructed boats were sent ahead in one of the Hudson Bay Company's ships, and in July 1825, the Franklin party reached Fort Chippewan. They reached Great Bear Lake without incident, and there erected winter quarters under the direction of Back and Dease, the later being detailed by the Hudson Bay Company to assist the expedition. Although the season was well advanced, Franklin set out with a small party to make a 6-day journey down the Mackenzie for the purpose of examining the state of the polar sea. They reached an island to which he gave the name of Gary Island and ascended the summit, from which the sea appeared in all its majesty, entirely free from ice and without any visible obstructions to its navigation, and never was a prospect more gratifying than that which lay open to us. Here the silken Union Jack, made by the hands of Anne Porden, was unfurled, the news of whose death had but lately reached her husband. "I will not," writes Franklin, "attempt to describe my emotions as it expanded to the breeze." By the 7th of September, the party had returned to Fort Franklin, and the long winter was passed in comparative comfort. Every effort was made to amuse and interest the men, the entire number consisting of nearly 50, including guides, interpreters, Canadian voyageurs, and Indians. The following June, 1826, preparations were made for the important work of the expedition. Descending the Mackenzie in 4 boats to the Polar Sea, the party here divided, Captain Franklin and Lieutenant Back with 14 men pushing to the westward, Dr. Richardson with Mr. Kendall, assisted by 10 men and 2 boats, going in an easterly direction towards the Coppermine River. Soon after parting, Franklin's party had an unfortunate encounter with Eskimos, who pillaged their stores and caused them considerable annoyance. Making his way westward, he encountered dirty weather and penetrating fogs, which kept the poor, shivering men perpetually enveloped in moisture. However, he reached latitude 70 degrees 24 minutes north, longitude 149 degrees 37 minutes west, which point of land he named after Lieutenant Back. He had surveyed 374 miles of coast. It was now deemed advisable to return, and by September 31, the party reached Fort Franklin, where Richardson and his party had returned some days earlier after a successful voyage of 500 miles, or 902 by the coastline. The party under Richardson had been favored with good weather, and, though detained by an occasional storm, were on the whole most fortunate. One of these shelters, Refuge Cove, Dr. Richardson describes. Myriads of mosquitoes, which reposed among the grass, rose in clouds when disturbed, and gave us much annoyance. Many snowbirds were hatching on the point, and we saw swans, Canadian geese, eider, king, arctic, and surf ducks. Several glaucous, silvery, black-headed, and ivory gulls, together with terns and northern divers. Some laughing geese passed to the northward in the evening, which may be considered as a sure indication of land in that direction. During the second winter passed at Fort Franklin, the thermometer fell as low as 58 degrees below zero. The Englishmen spent their time in making scientific observations and completing their data and records. Food and warmth, combined with good health, made it pass comparatively quickly, and in the spring the party made their way back to England. Honors of the most distinguished character awaited Franklin upon his return. To the map of North America he added no less than 1,200 miles, for which the nation rendered him enthusiastic applause. In 1829 he was knighted. Oxford conferred on him the degree of D.C.L., and the Geographical Society of Paris awarded him a gold medal. In his second marriage, Franklin was most fortunate in winning a cultured, traveled woman of wealth, Jane Griffin, whose sympathies were entirely in harmony with his own, and whose devotion to his memory kept alive for 12 years the interest of the world in ceaseless efforts to ascertain his fate. The succeeding years, until the last ill-fated voyage, were most happily divided between a cruise on the Mediterranean, in which Franklin commanded the Rainbow with such pleasure to the crew and officers that the ship won the cheerful sobriquet Celestial Rainbow and the Paradise of Franklin, and the governorship of the colony of Van Diemen's Land, or Tasmania, a post he held for 7 years with admirable success. Franklin had only been a few months in England when the Admiralty, through Sir John Barrow, for many years an enthusiastic promoter of Arctic enterprise, decided upon another expedition to effect the discovery of the Northwest Passage. It is recorded that the First Lord of the Admiralty, Lord Haddington, in conversing with Sir Edward Perry upon the advisability of offering Franklin the post of commanding officer, remarked, "I see Franklin is 60 years old. Ought we let him go?" To which Perry answered, "My lord, he is the best man for the post I know, and if you don't let him go, he will, I am certain, die of disappointment." In an interview with Franklin, Lord Haddington spoke again of his age being 60, and added, "You might be content with your laurels after having done so much for your country," to which Franklin replied with all the eagerness of youth, "No, no, my lord, only 59. Lord Brougham, when told that the command had been accepted by Franklin, remarked, "Arctic work gets into the blood of these men. They can't help going again if they get a chance." The Erebus and Terror were both ships that had seen many years' service in Arctic and Antarctic seas. They were provisioned for 3 years and supplied with every facility for scientific and geographical observations. The combined crews and officers numbered 138 souls. In company with the transport Barretto Jr., the expedition sailed from Greenock on the 19th of May, 1845. The 4th of July, they reached Whalefish Island near Disco in Greenland, and here Barretto Jr. transferred to the Erebus and Terror her extra supplies, returning to England with the last message from Franklin ever received by the Admiralty. The ships are now complete with supplies of every kind for 3 years. They are therefore very deep, but happily we have no reason to expect much sea as we proceed further. With confidence and enthusiasm, John Franklin turned to the north. Much better in health, Lieutenant Fairholme had written, than when we left home, and really looks 10 years younger. He takes an active part in everything that goes on, and his long experience in such service makes him a most valuable adviser. On the 26th of July, the Prince of Wales, a whaling vessel, saw the 2 ships in Melville Bay, waiting a favorable opportunity for pushing through the middle ice. Signals were exchanged and an invitation extended to Franklin to dine with the captain of the whaling ship. A breeze springing up, the Erebus and Terror parted company with the Prince of Wales. As if alluringly beckoned by that fatal enchantress, the Lady of the Mists, Sir John Franklin and his gallant crew silently glided into the unknown, and from that hour were lost to the world forever. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Michael Knowles, Round Rock, Texas. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 7. Search for Sir John Franklin. Captain Kellett. Captain Moore. Dr. Richardson. Dr. Ray. Sir J. C. Cross. Mr. Parker. Dr. Goodsir. Collinson and McClure. The Felix. Prince Albert. Commanded by Charles C. Forsyth. Captain Austin's Squadron. Captain Omni. Lieutenant Sherard Osborne. Commander Cador. Grinnell Expedition under De Haven. No tidings of the Erebus and Terror having reached England by the close of 1847, great anxiety was felt as to the whereabouts and fate of the missing ships. The government immediately took measures to outfit 3 searching parties. The first was to go westward to Bering Strait, and there meet the ships with assistance should they have been successful in making the object of their voyage, and for this purpose Captain Henry Kellett, commanding the Herald, and Captain Moore in the ship Plover, left England in January 1848. The second was to be an overland and boat expedition, with its object to explore the coast of the Arctic Sea between the Mackenzie and Coppermine rivers, under the leadership of that faithful companion and friend of Sir John Franklin, Dr. Sir John Richardson, accompanied by Ray, who had but lately returned from his memorable journey of 1846 to 1847. The third expedition was under Sir James Clark Ross in the ships Enterprise and Investigator, with instructions to make for Lancaster Sound and Barrow Strait, examine all tracks of the missing ships westward, and render relief if the ships should be discovered imprisoned in the ice. Owing to the poor sailing qualities of the Plover and Herald, the ships were unable to reach high latitudes in time to penetrate to the northward that season, and not until the following July, in company with the Nancy Dawson, a pleasure yacht belonging to Robert Sheldon-esque, did they pursue the main object of their expedition. July 18, 1849, they left Camisso, and on the 20th they were off Cape Lisburne. 5 days later, they passed Icy Point. Here, they dispatched the Herald's pinnace and 3 other boats, with a party of 25 men with 3 months' provisions, under command of Lieutenant Pullen, whose instructions were to connect with the Richardson party, 1 division in 2 whaleboats, to extend the search to the Mackenzie River, ascend that river, and return homeward by Fort Hope and York Factory. The remaining division to return to the rendezvous of the ships at Camisso Island. The Herald and Plover cruised northward as far as the ice would permit, then explored the coastline in detail. On the 7th of August, the Herald sighted new territory. Running close to the island, they found it barren and, for the most part, of inaccessible granite cliffs. The Nancy Dawson and the return boats under Lieutenant Pullen returned to the Herald by the 24th of August. They had parted company with the 2 whaleboats at Dease Inlet. They had found no traces of the Franklin expedition, but had left deposits of provisions at intervals along the route. The following months were spent in winter quarters, and, as soon as the weather permitted, in careful examination of the inlets and coast from Icy Cape to Point Barrow, in the hope of finding traces of the missing party. Disappointed at a fruitless voyage, the ships returned to England in October 1850. In his official report to the Secretary of the Admiralty, Sir John Richardson gives an excellent summary of the results of the second expedition. He says, in part, "In the voyage between the Mackenzie and Coppermine, I carefully executed their lordships' instructions with respect to the examination of the coastline, and became fully convinced that no ships had passed within view of the mainland. It is, indeed, nearly impossible that they could have done so unobserved by some of the numerous parties of Eskimos on lookout for whales. We were, moreover, informed by the Eskimos of Back's Inlet that the ice had been pressing on their shore nearly the whole summer, and its closely packed condition when we left on the 4th of September made it highly improbable that it would open up for ship navigation later in the season. I regretted extremely that the state of the ice prevented me from crossing to Wollaston Land, and thus completing in one season the whole scheme of their lordships' instructions. The opening between Wollaston and Victoria Lands has always appeared to me to possess great interest, for through it the flood tide evidently sets into Coronation Gulf, diverging to the westward by the Dolphin and Union Strait, and to the eastward round Cape Alexander. By the 5th clause of Sir John Franklin's instructions, he is directed to steer southwestward from Cape Walker, which would lead him nearly in the direction of the strait in question. If Sir John found Barrow Strait as open as when Sir Edward Perry passed it on 4 previous occasions, I am convinced that, complying as exactly as he could with his instructions and without looking into Wellington Sound or other openings to the south or north of Barrow Strait, he pushed directly west to Cape Walker, and from thence southwestwards. If so, the ships were probably shut up on some of the passage between Victoria, Banks, and Wollaston Lands. Being apprehensive that the boats I left on the coast would be broken up by the Eskimos, and being, moreover, of the opinion that the examination of the opening in question might be safely and efficiently performed in the only remaining boat I had fit for the transport from Bear Lake to the Coppermine, I determined to entrust this important service to Mr. Ray, who volunteered, and whose ability and zeal in the cause I cannot too highly commend. He selected an excellent crew, all of them experienced voyagers and capable of finding their way back to Bear Lake without guides, should any unforeseen accident deprive them of their leader. In the month of March 1849, a sufficient supply of pemmican and other necessary stores, with the equipments of the boat, were transported over snow on dog sleds to a navigable part of the Kendall River, and left there under the charge of 2 men. As soon as the Dease broke up in June, Mr. Ray would follow, with a boat, the rest of the crew and a party of Indian hunters, and would descend the Coppermine River about the middle of July, at which time the sea generally begins to break up. He would then, as soon as possible, cross from Cape Krusenstern to Wollaston Land and endeavor to penetrate to the northward, erecting signal columns and making deposits on conspicuous headlands, and especially on the north shore of Banks Land, should he be fortunate enough to attain that coast. He was further instructed not to hazard the safety of his party by remaining too long on the north side of Dolphin and Union Strait, and to be guided in his movements by the season, the state of the ice, and such intelligence as he might obtain from the Eskimos. He was also requested to engage one or more families of Indian hunters to pass the summer of 1805 on the banks of the Coppermine River, to be ready to assist any party that may direct their course that way. The 6th of July, 1848, found the Enterprise and investigator of the third expedition at the Danish settlement of Upernavik. From this port, Sir James Clark Ross wrote a letter to the British Admiralty, stating that after passing a second winter near Port Leopold, should no traces of Sir John Franklin's party be discovered, he would send the investigator under Captain Bird back to England and proceed with the search alone. This caused great uneasiness at the Admiralty, and the North Star was at once dispatched with a supply of extra stores and instruction to Ross to remain in company with the investigator and not follow out the design expressed in his letter. The North Star was further instructed that should she fail to reach the ships, stores were to be left at the farthest point she could reach in safety, and then she should return to England. Though explicitly warned against getting beset in the ice, the season of 1849 passed, and the North Star did not return, thus causing great anxiety in England as to her safety. To return to the Enterprise and investigator, these two ships, after leaving Upernavik, had found very unfavorable conditions in the ice, which necessitated towing the ships or proceeding slowly under light winds and calms. By the 23rd of August, the ships had reached Pond Bay, having sustained severe shocks through ice pressure and other discouraging conditions. They kept close to the shore, firing guns and sending up signals at frequent intervals, but no sign of Eskimos or other human beings were discovered. Upon reaching Possession Bay, a party was sent on shore to search for traces of the expedition, but nothing was found except a paper left there by Sir Edward Perry on the same day, August 30, in 1819. Again at Cape York, another party went ashore, and, though no traces were found, a conspicuous mark was erected for the benefit of any other party that might reach there. The ships then proceeded. "We stood over," writes Sir James Ross, "towards Northeast Cape until we came in with the edge of a pack, too dense for us to penetrate, lying between us and the Leopold Island, about 14 miles broad. We therefore coasted the north shore of Barrow Strait to seek a harbor further to the westward, and to examine the numerous inlets of that shore. Maxwell Bay and several smaller indentations were thoroughly explored, and, although we got near the entrance of the Wellington Channel, the firm barrier of ice which stretched across it, and which had not broken away this season, convinced us all that it was impracticable in that direction. We now stood to the southwest to seek for a harbor near Cape Rennell, but found a very heavy body of ice extending from the west of Cornwallis Island. Coasting along the pack during stormy and foggy weather, we had difficulty in keeping the ships free during the night, for I believe so great a quantity of ice was never before seen in Barrow Strait at this period of the season. By the 11th of September, the ships found winter quarters in the harbor of Port Leopold, and almost immediately the ice pack closed in and formed a complete barrier for the remainder of the winter. Various exploring and surveying journeys were undertaken during this winter, and the coast carefully examined in all directions, but no trace of Franklin or his ships was discovered. The crew caught in traps a number of white foxes, and, knowing how far these animals will roam in search of food, the men clasped around the animals' necks copper collars, on which were written the position of the ships and depots of provisions, and the creatures were set at liberty in hope they would be caught by some of the ill-fated party. During April and May, Captain Ross, accompanied by Lieutenant McClintock, and a party of 12 men carefully explored the coastline of the northern and western coast of Boothia Peninsula. The examination of the coast, writes Captain Ross, was pursued until the 5th of June, when, having consumed more than half our provisions, and the strength of the party being much reduced, I was reluctantly compelled to abandon further operations, as it was, moreover, necessary to give the men a day of rest. But, that the time might not be wholly lost, I proceeded with 2 hands to the extreme south point, in sight from our encampment, distant about 8 or 9 miles. During the absence of Captain Ross, other parties had explored the vicinity of Cape Hind, and another along the western shore. This last party, under Lieutenant Robinson, reached as far as Creswell Bay, a few miles to the southward of Fury Beach. He found the house in which Sir John Ross had wintered in 1832 to 1833, with a quantity of stores and provisions of the Fury that had been there since 1827, and were in excellent state of preservation. Preparations were now made for leaving Port Leopold, Captain Ross's object being to examine the Wellington Channel and, if feasible, to penetrate as far as Melville Island. To this end, it was necessary to set work with ice saws and cut a channel of over 2 miles that the ships might be freed. This tedious work was accomplished by the last of August, but before leaving, a shelter was built on land, 12 months' provisions, a steam launch, belonging to the Investigator, and such other stores being left behind as would be found to welcome Sir John Franklin's party, should they reach that spot. Hardly had the ships got under way when a strong wind brought the ice down on them, and they were soon beset. For some days it seemed as if the ships were hard fast for a dreary winter, but the wind shifted to the westward, the whole body of ice being driven to the eastward, and, in the center of a field of ice more than 50 miles in circumference, the ships were carried along the southern shore of Lancaster Sound. After passing its entrance, they drifted along the western shore of Baffin Bay until abreast of Pawn Bay, when, with a sound of suddenness that was all but miraculous, the field broke into innumerable fragments, and the ships were freed. At once all sail was set, warps were run out from all quarters to assist the ship from the heavy floes, and at last the Investigator and Enterprise found themselves in open water. It is impossible, writes Ross, to convey any idea of the sensation we experienced when we found ourselves once more at liberty. Many a heart poured forth its praise and thanksgivings to Almighty God for this unlooked-for deliverance. The advance of winter had now closed all harbors against us, and, as it was impossible to penetrate to the westward through the pack from which we had just been liberated, I made the signal to the Investigator of my intention to return to England. Thus, the 3 expeditions so far sent out had not met with success, and the anxiety in England over the fate of the Erebus and Terror was increasing. In March 1848, the Admiral offered the sum of 100 guineas or more to the crews of any whaling ship that should bring accurate tidings of the missing ships and of Franklin. In March 1849, the British government offered another reward of £20,000 to such private ships, or by distribution among such private ships, or to any exploring party or parties of any country as might, in the judgment of the Board of Admiralty, have rendered efficient assistance to Sir John Franklin, his ships, or their crews, and might have contributed directly to extricate them from the ice. Lady Franklin, whose devotion and courage had won the admiration of the world, offered £2,000 and £3,000 to officers and crew of any ships that should render assistance to her husband and, if necessary, bring Sir John Franklin and the party back to England. In the spring of 1849, she sent out provisions and coal for the use of the missing ships, and these were carried in the whaling ship True Love, in charge of Mr. Parker, and were landed at Cape Hay on the south side of Lancaster Sound. In 1849, Dr. Goodsir, whose brother had sailed in the Erebus and Terror as an assistant surgeon, went north on the whaling ship Advice under Captain Penny and penetrated to Lancaster Sound, but was debarred from entering Prince Regent Inlet by the ice. The Advice closely skirted the shores and deposited provisions, but found no trace of the missing ships, and returned to England. In the meantime, the Enterprise and Investigator, the gallant ships of the Third Government Expedition previously described, were being refitted and provisioned for the purpose of going by way of South America to Bering Strait. Sailing from Plymouth Sound, January 20, 1850, the Enterprise, under the command of Captain Richard Collinson, and the Investigator, under Commander McClure, made a comparatively fast run to the Pacific. By the middle of August, the Enterprise fell in with the ice. At Grantley Harbor, communication with the Plover and Herald determined Captain Collinson to proceed to Hong Kong, there to replenish his stores and not to attempt to penetrate the ice until the following April. In the meantime, the North Star, with her provisions and despatches, had spent the winter in North Star Bay. In Wolstenholme Sound, 76 degrees 33 minutes north latitude and 68 degrees 56 minutes west longitude. Not until August 1850 did she get free of her retreat, and some days later, in the Lancaster Sound, she spoke the Lady Franklin and Sophia under the command of Mr. Penny. These ships had been equipped mainly at the expense of Lady Franklin, had sailed early in the spring, and, though independent of the government expeditions, were to cooperate with them as circumstances demanded. Later, the North Star fell in with the Felix, a schooner-rigged vessel of 120 tons, provisioned for 18 months, and, under that veteran sea captain and explorer, Sir John Ross, the Felix had been equipped by public subscription and sent out for the purpose of searching the west side of the entrance of Wellington Channel from Cape Houghton to Banks Island. The North Star deposited a quantity of provisions at a point the commander named Navy Board Inlet, on the mainland behind Wollaston Island, and erected a cairn and flagstaff, having first made the unsuccessful attempt to reach Port Bowen and Port Neal. In Possession Bay she spoke the Prince Albert, that gallant little craft equipped in greater part by the devoted Lady Franklin, who had raised the necessary funds by selling out all personal securities which she could legally touch. Commander Charles C. Forsyth and Mr. W. P. Snow had volunteered their services without compensation, and the object of this expedition was to examine the shores of Prince Regent Island and the Gulf of Boothia, and send out traveling parties to examine the west side of Boothia, down the Dees, and Simpson Straits. Shortly after this, the North Star turned homeward, reaching Spithead, England, September 28, 1850. The British government had, by now, outfitted 2 strong teak-built ships, the Resolute and Assistance, and 2 steam vessels, the Pioneer and Intrepid. Captain H.T. Austin commanded the Resolute, Captain O'Many the Assistance, Lieutenant Sherard Osborne the Pioneer, and Lieutenant Commander Cator the Intrepid. Of what they accomplished we shall speak later. As early as April 4, 1849, Lady Franklin had made a heartening appeal to the President of the United States, in which she called on the American nation as a kindred people to join in heart and hand in the enterprise of snatching the lost navigators from a dreary grave. Such an eloquent appeal could not help but rouse the country to the strongest feelings of sympathy and interest. But the prolonged delays incident to our national legislation threatened to defeat her request until a generous philanthropist, Mr. Henry Grinnell, a New York merchant of great wealth, stepped forward with a munificent effort of 2 well-equipped vessels, the Advance of 140 tons and the Rescue of 90 tons, which he had placed at the disposition of the government. Congress accepted this generous gift, and the ships were placed under the direction of the Navy Board. The command was given to Lieutenant E. de Haven, a most zealous and able naval officer. Mr. Murdoch was sailing master, with Dr. E. K. Kane, that remarkable man, weak in body but great in mind, whose succeeding journeys contributed so much to solving the mystery surrounding the fate of the lost ships. The Grinnell expedition left New York on May 23, 1850, and was absent about 16 months. It will thus be seen that the Arctic seas had never been so replete with expeditions, whose heroic object was the search for missing comrades, and the year 1850 to 1851 was one of unparalleled adventure, exploration, and discovery. But, alas, only the most meager traces of the brave mariners were found, whose deplorable fate stirred the sympathy of the civilized world. The unfavorable conditions of the middle ice in Baffin Bay and the Melville Bay Barrier caused the searching expeditions great difficulties and discouraging delays. So strenuous were the conditions at times that the officers and crews of the smaller vessels made every preparation to leave ships at a moment's notice should the vessels be crushed in the ice. By boring, tracking, and cutting, and by one ship towing the other through the loose ice as the occasion demanded, slow but steady advance was made to the desired latitudes. Most interesting are the experiences of the little Prince Albert, Lady Franklin's ship. In describing a daring attack of this little craft upon ice floes, Mr. Snow writes most graphically, "It was determined by Captain Forsyth boldly to try and break through the impediment by forcing the ship under a press of canvas. Accordingly, all sail was set, and the ship was steering direct for the narrowest and most broken part of the neck. As this was the first and only time the Prince Albert was made to come direct upon the ice to break it with the force she would derive from a press of sail, we were all anxious to see how she would stand it, and right well did she bear the test. The two mates were aloft in the crow's nest to con the vessel. I was standing on the extreme point of her bow and holding on by the forestay to direct her movement when immediately upon the ice, and Captain Forsyth was by the side of the helmsman. Every man was at some particular station, and ready to perform anything that was instantly required of him. Cook and steward were also on deck, and throughout the ship an almost breathless anxiety prevailed, for, it must be remembered, it was not a large and powerful ship, but a small and comparatively fragile one, that was now about to try of her own accord and with her own strength to break a piece of ice some feet thick, though not very broad. On either side of her were heavy floes and sconce pieces, and it required the greatest nicety in guiding her, that she might, in her strongest part, the bow, hit the precise spot where the neck was weakest, and not come upon any other part where she could do nothing but severely injure herself. On she came, at a rate of full 5 miles per hour, gaining, as she proceeded, increasing impetus, until she rushed towards it with a speed of at least 8 miles in the hour. The distance from the neck was about a mile, and the breeze blew steadily upon it. The weakest and narrowest part was that close to the starboard floe, and to that our eyes were all directed. Port! Starboard! So! Oh! Steady! Was every now and then bawled out with stentorian lungs from aloft, and as energetically and promptly repeated by the captain below to the man at the wheel. Presently she came close to, she was almost upon it, a mistaken hail from aloft would have put her helm aport, and sent her crushing upon the heavy floe. I heard the order, "Aport," and, before it had been repeated, shouted loudly with the men around me, who also saw the mistake, "Starboard! Starboard! Hard a starboard!" And, in the next instant, with a tremendous blow, that for the moment made her rebound and tremble, she struck the ice in the exact point, and caused it to rend apart in several fragments. Ice poles and boat hooks were immediately in request, and myself and half a dozen men sprang instantly over the bows, working with hands and feet and with all our might in removing the broken pieces by pushing them ahead of the vessel, in which labor she herself materially aided us by her own power pressing upon them. In a moment or two it was effected, and, throwing ourselves aboard again like so many wild cats, we prepared for the next encounter. This, however, proved nothing like the other. The first blow sent the whole of it flying in all directions, and the little prince, as if in haughty disdain, passed through without once stopping, pushing aside the pieces as they came against her. In another moment or two we were in a larger sheet of water, though, to our disappointment, blocked up at the extreme ends by small bergs and huge hummocks, which latter had, apparently, been thus thrown up in consequence of some late severe squeeze there. We were, therefore, again obliged to make fast. Thursday, August 15, Mr. Snow makes the entry. We were now fairly in what is called by Arctic seamen the North Water, and all seemed clear before us. By the 21st, the little Prince Albert found herself off Port Leopold. Here a party made a difficult landing in a gutta-percha boat, and found the house constructed by Sir James C. Ross somewhat rent by the winter storms. But the provisions were in excellent condition, and the little steam launch ready to carry any shipwrecked crew to safety. The Prince Albert now made for Prince Regent Inlet, and soon stood off Fury Beach. From this point, the outlook was discouraging, as an expanse of hummocky ice without the slightest sign of an opening extended as far as the eye could reach. It was now found necessary to abandon the main object of the expedition, that is, the examination of the shores of Boothia, and the ship turned with the purpose of closely scanning the shores and headlands at the throat of Barrow Strait and a short distance up the Wellington Channel. In Barrow Strait, they spoke the American brig Advance. By the 24th, they neared Cape Hind. On this day, they saw the Lady Franklin and Sophia, and later observed 3 more ships in the Wellington Channel. The next day, while off Cape Spencer, the officers of the Prince Albert saw that to push further into the ice pack through the few lanes still open might mean, in case of a sudden nip, being shut up for the winter, so it was reluctantly decided to make for home, leaving behind them that noble fleet of searching vessels, including the Assistance, the Lady Franklin, the Sophia, the Rescue, and, though not visible, the Advance and Intrepid. The Prince Albert turned her bow homeward. At Cape Riley, the officers noticed a signal post and immediately sent a boat ashore to discover what it meant. As the boat touched the shelving rocks, writes Mr. Snow, I hastily sprang out into the water, leaving the men to secure her, and ran to the signal post about 50 yards off. I was there in a moment, with Great close at my heels. A few paces off, I observed another and a rougher post erected, but this one had a small flag flying, and was evidently the principal. I really cannot tell whether the cylinder handed to me in the course of a second or two had been buried or merely tied to the post, so intent was I upon conjecturing what news I should receive. My hands trembled with eagerness, and I could hardly read the paper. It was as follows: Her Majesty's Arctic Searching Expedition. This is to certify that Captain O'Mani, with the officers of Her Majesty's ships, Assistance and Intrepid, landed at Cape Riley on the 23rd of August, 1850, where he found traces of an encampment and collected the remains of materials which evidently prove that some party belonging to Her Majesty's ships have been detained on this spot. Beechy Island was also examined, where traces were found of the same party. This is also to give notice that a supply of provisions and fuel is at Port Leopold. Her Majesty's ships, Assistance and Intrepid, were detached from the squadron under Captain Austin off Wolstenholme on the 15th instance, since when they have examined the north shores of Lancaster Sound and Barrow Strait without meeting any other traces. Captain O'Mani proceeds to Cape Hotham and Cape Walker in search for further traces of Sir John Franklin's expedition. Dated on board Her Majesty's ship's Assistance off Cape Riley, August 23, 1850. Erasmus O'Mani. After the other signal post had been examined, continues Mr. Snow, I made a careful observation of everything around me, and commenced as close an investigation as the hurried nature of my visit, according to my orders, permitted me. The men had also, previously to my telling them, and with an alacrity that did them credit, commenced a most prying search. One, in a short time, brought me about 1.5 inch square piece of canvas, well bleached. The second mate, more fortunate, discovered a piece of rope, as I supposed a rattlin, and which was found to contain the Chapman Dockyard Navy mark. A third found a piece of bone, with 2 holes bored in it. Beef bones and unmistakable marks of the place having been used within some very few years by a party of Europeans, for some purpose or other, were discovered. The ground presented very much the appearance of having been turned into an encampment, for certain stones were so placed as to lead to the inference that tents had been erected with some of their enclosures, and in others a fire might have been made, but no marks of fire were visible. 4 of these circular parcels of stones I counted, and observed another which might or might not have been a 5th. Continuing her homeward voyage with her precious relics, the Prince Albert reached Aberdeen, October 1. The Admiralty identified the bit of rope as being Navy Yard manufacture of not later than 1841. The canvas was also believed to be of British manufacture. The meat bones seemed to bear exactly the marks of the ship's provisions used about 5 years back, and the relics were identified as belonging to the ill-fated Erebus and Terror. As soon as it was known among the other searching parties that Captain O'Mani had found traces of the missing expedition, Ross, Austin, Penny, and De Haven began a minute investigation of the surrounding locality and proved that the Cape Spencer and Beachley Island at the entrance of Wellington Channel had been without doubt the site of Franklin's first winter quarters. At Cape Spencer, some 10 miles above Cape Riley, a ground place for tents was found, the floor paved with small stones. About the tent, birds' bones and meat canisters were found. Numerous sledge tracks along the shore were also noticed. Of the examination of Beachley Island, Lieutenant Osborne writes, "A long point of land slopes gradually from the southern bluffs of this now deeply interesting island until it almost connects itself with the land of North Devon, forming, on either side of it, 2 good and commodious bays. On this slope, a multitude of well-preserved meat tins were strewn about, and near them, on the ridge of the slope, a carefully constructed cairn was discovered. It consisted of layers of fitted tins filled with gravel and placed to form a firm and solid foundation. Beyond this, and along the northern shores of Beachley Island, the following traces were then quickly discovered. The embankment of a house with carpenters' and armorers' working places, washing tubs, coal bags, pieces of old clothing, rope, and lastly, the graves of 3 of the crew of the Erebus and Terror, bearing the date of winter 1845 to 1846. We therefore now had ascertained the first winter quarters of Sir John Franklin. On the eastern slope of the ridge of Beachley Island, a remnant of a garden, for remnant it now only was, having been dug up in the search, told an interesting tale. Its neatly shaped oval outline, the border carefully formed of moss lichen, poppies, and anemones, transplanted from some more genial part of this dreary region, contrived still to show symptoms of vitality. But the seeds, which doubtless they had sowed in the garden, had decayed away. Nearer to the beach, a heap of cinders and scraps of iron showed the armorer's working place. And along an old watercourse, now chained up by frost, several tubs, constructed of the ends of salt meat casks, left no doubt as to the washing places of the men of Franklin's squadron. Happening to cross a level piece of ground, which as yet no one had lighted upon, I was pleased to see a pair of cashmere gloves laid out to dry, with 2 small stones on the palms to prevent their blowing away. They had been there since 1846. I took them up carefully, as melancholy mementos of my missing friends. In another spot, a flannel was discovered, and this, together with some things lying about, would, in my ignorance of wintering in the Arctic regions, have led me to suppose that there was considerable haste displayed in the departure of the Erebus and Terror from the spot. Had not Captain Austin assured me that there was nothing to ground such a belief upon, and that, from experience, he could vouch for these being nothing more than ordinary traces of a winter station. And this opinion was fully borne out by those officers who had, in the previous year, wintered in Port Leopold, one of them asserting that people left winter quarters too well pleased to escape care from a handful of shavings, an old coal bag, or a washing tub. On the headstones of the 3 graves resting in that bleak and desolate shore were the following inscriptions: Sacred to the memory of W. Brain, R.M., HMS Erebus, died April 3rd, 1846, aged 32 years. Choose ye this day whom ye will serve. Joshua, chapter 24, verse 15. Sacred to the memory of John Hartwell, A.B., of HMS Erebus, aged 23 years. Thus saith the Lord, consider your ways. Haggai 1, verse 7. Sacred to the memory of John Torrington, who departed this life January 1st, A.D. 1846, on board of H.M.'s ship, Terror, aged 20 years. No other written record was found. The lost expedition had seemingly folded its tents in the mystery of the gloom of the Arctic night and silently crept away. Now, just as the searchers had struck the trail and were hot upon the scent, the icy clutch of the long winter arrested their endeavors, imperiously demanding of them patience, courage, endurance, and enforced upon them the weariness of months of waiting. Thus, the squadron took up winter quarters at the southern extremity of Cornwallis Land. The Grinnell expedition, following its instruction, made an attempt to return home, but was soon shut up in Wellington Channel, where the Advance and Rescue drifted backward and forward at the mercy of the ice. Of their attempts to escape being icebound for the winter, Dr. Kane draws a lively picture. The navigation is certainly exciting. I have never seen a description in my Arctic readings of anything like this. We are literally running for our lives, surrounded by the imminent hazards of sudden consolidation in an open sea. All minor perils, nips, bumps, and sunken bergs are discarded. We are staggering along under all sail, forcing our way while we can. One thump received since I commenced writing jerked the timekeeper from our binnacle down the cabin hatch, and, but for our strong bows, 7.5 solid feet would have stove us in. Another time, we cleared a tongue of the main jack by riding it down at 8 knots. We were obliged, he continues, several times the next day to bore through the young ice, for the low temperature continued and our wind lulled under Captain Hotham. The night gave us now 3 hours of complete darkness. It was danger to run on, yet equally danger to pause. Grim water was following close upon our heels, and even the captain, sanguine and fearless in emergency as he always proved himself as he saw the tenacious fields of sludge and pancake thicken around us, began to feel anxious. Mine was a jumble of sensations. I had been desirous to the last degree that we might remain in the field of search, and could hardly be satisfied at what promised to realize my wish. Yet I had hoped that our wintering would be near our English friends, that in the case of trouble or disease we might mutually sustain each other. But the interval of 50 miles between us in these inhospitable deserts was as complete a separation as an entire continent. And I confess that I looked at the dark shadows closing around Barrow Inlet, the prison from which we cut ourselves on the 7th, just 6 days before, with feelings as somber as the landscape itself. The sound of our vessel crunching her way through the new ice is not easy to describe. It was not like the grinding of the old-formed ice, nor was it the slushy scraping of sludge. We may all of us remember in the skating frolics of early days the peculiar reverberating outcry of a pebble as we tossed it from along the edges of the old mill dam and heard it dying away in echoes almost musical. Imagine such a tone as this, combined with the whir of rapid motion and the rasping noise of close-grained sugar. I was listening to the sound in my little den after a sorrowful day, close upon zero, trying to warm up my stiffed limbs. Presently it grew less, then increased, then stopped, then went on again, but jerking and irregular, and then it waned, and waned, and waned away to silence. Down came the captain. "Doctor, the ice has caught us. We're frozen up." In describing the discovery of new territory, Dr. Kane says, "On the 22nd, September 1850, our latitude was 75 degrees, 24 minutes, 21 seconds. I now saw land to the north and the west, its horizon that of rolling ground without bluffs, terminating at its northern end. Still further on to the north came a strip without visible land, and then land again with mountaintops distant and rising above the clouds. This last was the land which received from Captain de Haven the name of Mount Grinnell. The following year, 1851, this same land was seen by Captain Penny and named by him Albert Land. The Americans naturally supposed that when it was made known that this land had been discovered by de Haven about 8 months before it was reached by Captain Penny, the name Albert would be dropped and that Grinnell substituted. This, however, was not done. A strange and certainly not very honorable feeling of jealousy seems to have induced the Admiralty and the Geographical Society to shut their eyes to the fact that the discovery of the land was due to the Americans. This famous controversy resulted in bitter condemnation of the English authorities for injustice and partiality. But to return to Dr. Kane's journal, on September 23 he pictures a fatal breakup of ice. "How shall I describe to you this pressure, its fearfulness and sublimity? Nothing I have seen or read of approaches it. The voices of the ice and the heavy swash of overturned hummock tables are at this moment dinning in my ears. All hands are on deck fighting our grim enemy. 14 inches of solid ice thickness with some half-dozen of snow are, with the slow, uniform advance of a mighty propelling power, driving in upon our vessel. As they strike her, the semi-plastic mass is impressed with a mold of her side, and then, urged by the force behind, slides upward and rises in great vertical tables. When these attain their utmost height, still pressed on by others, they topple over and form a great embankment of fallen tables. At the same time, the others take a downward direction, and, when pushed on, as in the other case, form a similar pile underneath. The side on which one or the other of these actions takes place for the time varies with the direction of the force, and the strength of the opposite or resisting side, the inclination of the vessel, and the weight of the superincumbent mounds. And these conditions follow each other in varying succession. The vessel becomes perfectly embedded after a little while in crumbling and fractured ice. We are lifted boldly 18 inches out of water, continues Dr. Kane. The hummocks are reared up around the ship, so as to rise, in some cases, a couple of feet above our bulwarks, 5 feet above our deck. They are very often 10 and 12 feet high. All hands are out, laboring with picks and crowbars to overturn the fragments that threaten to overwhelm us. Add to this darkness, snow, cold, and the absolute destitution of surrounding shores. October 6, Sunday, 12 midnight. They report us adrift. Wind, a gale from the northward and westward. An odd cruise, this. The American expedition, fast in a lump of ice about as big as Washington Square and driving like a shanty on a raft before a howling gale. November 25. Our daylight today was a mere name, 3.5 hours of meager twilight. I was struck for the first time with the bleached faces of my messmates. 77 days more without a sunrise. 26 before we reached the social point of greatest darkness. December 22, Sunday, the solstice, the midnight of the year. December 23, Monday, perfect darkness, drift unknown, winds nearly at rest with the exception of a little gasp from the westward. December 24, Tuesday, through utter darkness born. December 25, ye Christmas of ye Arctic cruisers. Our Christmas passed without a lack of the good things in this life. Goodies we had galore, but that best of earthly blessings, the communion of loved sympathies, these Arctic cruisers had not. It was curious to observe the depressing influences of each man's home thoughts, and absolutely saddening the effort of each man to impose upon his neighbor and be very boon and jolly. We joked incessantly, but badly too, ate of good things, and drank up a moiety of our Heidersack. And then we sang songs, wanting only time, measure, and harmony, but abounding in noise, and, after closing bumper to Mr. Grinnell, adjourned with credible joiety from table to the theatre. Never, writes Dr. Kane, had I enjoyed the tawdry quackery of the stage half so much. The Blue Devils, God bless us, but it was very, very funny. None knew their parts, and the prompter could not read Ghibli enough to do his office. Everything, whether jocose or indignant or commonplace or pathetic, was delivered in a high tragedy monotone of despair. 5 words at a time, or more or less, according to the facilities of the prompting. Megrim, with a pair of sealskin boots, bestowed his gold upon the gentle Annette, and Annette, nearly 6 feet high, received it with mastodonic grace. Annette was an Irishman named Daly, and I might defy human being to hear her, while balanced on the heel of her boot, exclaim in rich, masculine brogue, "Och, feather!" without roaring. After this followed the Star-Spangled Banner, then a complicated Marseillaise by our French cook, Henry. Then a sailor's hornpipe by the diversely talented Bruce. The orchestra, Stewart, playing out the intervals on a Jew's harp from the top of a lard cask. In fact, we were very happy fellows. We had had a foot race in the morning over the midnight ice for 3 purses of a flannel shirt each, and a splicing of the main brace. The day was night, the stars shining feebly through the mist. December 28, Saturday. From my very soul do I rejoice at the coming sun. Evidences, not to be mistaken, convince me that the health of our crew, never resting upon a very sound basis, must sink under the continued influences of darkness and cold. The temperature and foulness of air in the in-between decks, Tartarus, cannot be amended, otherwise it would be my duty to urge a change. Between the smoke of the lamps, the dry heat of stoves, and the fumes of the galley, all of them unintermitting, what wonder that we grow feeble? The short race of Christmas Day knocked up all of our officers except Griffin. It pained me to see my friend Lavelle, our strongest man, fainting with the exertion. The symptoms of scurvy among the crew are still increasing and are more general. Faces are growing pale, and an indolence akin to apathy seems to be creeping over us. I long for the light. Dear, dear sun, no wonder you are worshipped. It may be imagined with what rejoicings they welcomed the glowing disk when, on February 18, they first beheld it. 3 cheers went up, and Kane himself fired a salute. Though the dawn increased, the cold twilight still continued, and the perils of their situation were ever present. Many times the conditions of the ice threatened their destruction, but not until June 5 did its appalling disruption free them. In 20 minutes, the ice, as far as the eye could reach, was a vast field of moving floes. 5 days later, they emerged into the open water and made for Godhaven on the coast of Greenland. Here they underwent repairs and, undaunted by the recent perils, again turned their prows to the north. Skirting the coast of Greenland as far as the 73rd degree, they sailed to the westward and spoke an English whaling ship near the Dutch island about the 7th and 8th of July. By the 11th, they were pushing their way through the accumulations of ice in Baffin Bay, and here the gallant little Prince Albert, on her way back to join the searching squadron, continued in their company until the 3rd of August, when she hove off to the westward to try a more southern passage. Pushing bravely against the odds of impenetrable ice barriers, blocked at every maneuver to force a passage, 9 more months of winter threatening the enfeebled crew, the brave de Haven determined to give up the unequal battle, and Dr. Kane made this entry. August 19, Tuesday. Rescue is close astern of us. She got through about noon yesterday. Our Commodore has resolved on an immediate return to the United States. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Andrew Wade. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Search for John Franklin continued. Sledge journey of Captain Austin's squadron. Return of Prince Albert under command of Captain Kennedy. Balloch. The British searching squadron, including the Resolute, the Assistance, the Pioneer, and the Intrepid, were wintering in the vicinity of Cornwallis Island and Griffith Island, and had held frequent communication and planned for exploration journeys on sledges to be undertaken as early as possible the following spring. Before the winter became too severe, depots of provisions were established to be used by sledge dragging parties, and the men trained in sledge dragging and walking exercises, that they might be in good physical condition for when the time for a test of endurance should arrive. Under the direction of Captain Austin, detailed plans were formed for careful exploration of islands and lands along Perry Strait. To Captain Penny was entrusted the thorough search of Wellington Channel. As early as 12th of April, 1851, the parties intended for the westward exploration, numbering 104 men, proceeded under the command of Captain O'Many to the northwest end of Griffith Island, and there the entire encampment was closely inspected by Captain Austin. The extraordinary records of the 6 extended parties, those with instructions to go the furthest possible distance, were as follows. First, the Sledge Reliance. Under Captain O'Many traveled a south shore, was absent 60 days, and covered 480 miles, 205 of which were previously unknown coasts. The second, the Sledge True Blue, under Lieutenant Osborne, traveled the south shore, was absent 58 days, covered 506 miles, and discovered 70 miles of coast. The third sledge, Enterprise, under Lieutenant Brown, traveled on south shore, was absent 44 days, and covered 375 miles, including 150 of previously unknown coast. The True Blue, making the most western point, reached 103 degrees 25 minutes west longitude, a point about halfway between Leopold Island and Point Turnagain of the American continent. Of the 3 parties designed for search of the North Shore, the first sledge, Lady Franklin, under command of Lieutenant Aldrich, was absent 62 days, covered 550 miles, and discovered 70 miles of coast. The second sledge, Perseverance, under Lieutenant McClintock, was absent 80 days, covered 760 miles, 40 miles of which were previously undiscovered coast. The third sledge, Resolute, under Surgeon Bradford, was absent 80 days and covered 669 miles and discovered 135 miles of coast. To Lieutenant McClintock was due the honor of reaching the furthest west, 70 degrees, 38 minutes north latitude, and 114 degrees, 20 minutes west longitude. On this journey, McClintock reached Bushman Cove, Melville Island, where Perry had encamped June 11, 1820. Traces of his stay were found by McClintock, and later upon crossing to Winter Harbor, on a large stone boulder, he found the following inscription: His Britannic Majesty's ships Hecla and Gripper, commanded by W.C. Perry and Mr. Liddon, wintered in the adjacent harbor, 1819-20. A. Tisher, Sculp. It was evident that no man had visited the spot that early date, and a hare was found near the rock so tame that she would almost allow the men to touch her. McClintock added the figure 1851 to the inscription, and prepared to return to the ships, which he reached July 4th. The parties organized for the purpose of depositing provisions, setting up marks, and making observations were absent from the ships during the periods from 12 to 34 days. Strange as it may seem, they underwent greater hardship and suffered more than the extended parties, which returned in excellent condition, whereas no less than 28 men were frostbitten, and one died from exhaustion. Of those sharing the shorter excursions, the 6 parties, designated the exploration of Wellington Channel, were under the command of Captain Stewart, Messrs. Marshall, J. Stewart, and Reed, and Surgeons Sutherland and Goodsir. From the outset, April 17, they encountered disagreeable weather, which considerably delayed their progress. However, Captain Penny, who had general supervision, was fortunate enough to discover a wide westward strait of open water, lying along the further side of the lands which flank Barrow Strait and Perry's Strait. Entering the ice lanes with a boat, he penetrated up Queen's Channel as far as Barring Island and Cape Beecher. Being able to proceed no further, he returned to the ships. At this point, a fine open sea stretched invitingly away to the north, but his fragile boat was ill-equipped for a voyage of discovery. Fully persuaded that Franklin must have followed this route, he failed. However, in convincing Captain Austin of the truth of his theory, and as that officer's cooperation, nothing could be effected, he was compelled to follow the course pointed out by the Admiralty squadron, which, after 2 ineffectual attempts to enter Smith and Jones Sounds, returned to England. An unlikely tale told to Sir John Ross by the Eskimos near Cape York is to the effect in the winter of 1846, 2 ships were wrecked in the ice off Cape Dudley Diggs, and afterwards ransacked and burned by the natives, and the crew massacred. Determined Sir John to investigate the story as closely as possible, and then return to Felix in England. Even after his return home, he seems to have been firm in the belief that Sir John Franklin and the crew of the Erebus and Terror perished in Baffin Bay. Having made a close inspection of the bay before his return, he describes the results of his search as follows. Many important corrections and valuable additions were made to the charts of the much-frequented eastern side of Baffin Bay, which has been more closely observed and navigated by this than any other former expedition, and much to my satisfaction confirming the latitude and longitude of every headland that I had the opportunity of laying down in the year 1818. We now return to continue the story of another expedition, the Little Prince Albert, which spoke in advance and rescue of Baffin Bay, July 12, 1851, on her return to the trip to northern waters, had been most carefully overhauled and refitted for her arduous enterprise. Her commander was Captain Kennedy. A second in command was Lieutenant J. Bellot, a young French officer noted for his adventurous spirit and charming personality, who had volunteered his services. Among the crew, all of whom were picked men, was John Hepburn, who had accompanied Sir John Franklin on that first land expedition, which came near proving fatal to the entire party. Another of the men had accompanied Dr. Ray on his first journey to Repulse Bay, and a third had accompanied Sir John Richardson in his boat during the interior of America. Discouraging conditions of ice and weather met the gallant crew in Prince Regent Inlet. Plowing away through the tortuous course, the Prince Albert succeeding in reaching Eldwin Bay, only to find it icebound and impassable. Batty Bay and Fury Beach were also impossible of access, and now the condition of ice becoming so alarming, they gave up an attempt at the west side of the inlet and made a hasty retreat to Port Bowen, where traces of Sir Edward Perry's party, which wintered there in 1825, were still discernible. To avoid wintering at such a great distance from the scene of the explorations planned for the following spring, they recrossed the strait and approached the shore from the purpose of making a landing. Captain Kennedy, accompanied by 4 of the crew, cast off in a gutta-perch boat and made for the beach. Upon landing, Captain Kennedy ascended the cliffs of Cape Seppings and descried Port Leopold free from ice, hoping to put the Prince Albert in the safe harbor. He once made an attempt to rejoin his ship, but upon reaching the shore, found to his consternation, owing to the sudden moving of the ice pack, he could not rejoin her, and that she was being merrily carried downstream in spite of every effort of the men on board to stop her progress. The shadows of night came upon them rapidly, and the tempestuous roaring, grinding, and tossing of the ice was all that could be seen or heard. A most uncomfortable night followed their unlucky adventure. Their boat was the only available shelter, and this served for covering under which one man at a time took an hour's uncomfortable rest, while the others exercised to keep their bodies from freezing. The next morning at dawn, upon mounting the cliffs once more, their alarm was increased by the melancholy fact that the ship had completely disappeared from view. No more forlorn castaways can be imagined. The only mitigating circumstance in their sorry condition was the knowledge that on the other side of the harbor, at Whaler Point, Sir James Ross had left a deposit of provisions about 2 years before. To this point their steps were now directed, and upon reaching the depot their hopes revived somewhat when they found the condition of the provisions excellent. The house left by Sir James Ross was in fair condition. The flag and the record were easily found. And resigned to their fate, Kennedy and his companions determined to face the possibility of passing the long Arctic winter with the best possible grace. It was now, says Kennedy, the 10th of September. Winter was evidently fast setting in, and from the distance the ship had been carried that disastrous night, whether out to sea or down the inlet, we could not conjecture. There was no hope of our being able to rejoin her, at least during the present season. There remained, therefore, no alternative but to make up our minds to pass the winter, if necessary, where we were. The first object to be attended to was the erecting of some sort of shelter against the daily increasing inclemency of the weather, and for this purpose the launch left by Sir James Ross was selected. Her main mast was laid on supports at the bow and stern, about 9 feet in height, and by spreading 2 of her sails over this, a very tolerable roof was obtained. A stove was set up in the body of the boat, with pipes running through the roof, and there were soon sitting by a comfortable fire, which, after our long exposure to the wet and cold, we stood very much in need of. It was the intention of Captain Kennedy to make the sledge journeys to distant points in the hope of sighting the Prince Albert or discovering traces of the Erebus and Terror. But before the necessary preparations were completed, some 5 weeks after their separation from the ship, a shot echoed through the stillness, and Lieutenant Bellot and 7 of the crew of the Prince Albert came to their rescue. After 2 previous attempts to find their long-lost comrades, they succeeded in dragging the jolly boat all the way from Batty Bay, where the Prince Albert was securely moored. Of this happy reunion, Captain Kennedy writes, "It can hardly be a matter of surprise that the reaction in the state of our feelings consequent upon the unexpected meeting with our long-lost friends should have been striking and immediate, and in direct proportion to our former solicitude and dejection. It was but 5 weeks, by the chime, since our disastrous separation of the Prince Albert, but they were 5 years of dreary anxiety and despondency fast merging into something like despair. We had a jovial evening. Let the reader be well assured, in our little launch that 17th of October, and a jovial housewarming, out of Her Majesty's stores at Port Leopold, enjoyed none of the less by the absence of any grim vision of a long reckoning to discharge with mine host on the morrow. And we kept it up, too, let me tell you, with our long yarns of our adventures, and rough old sea songs, and in brimming cups of famous chocolate, cheering up but not inebriating, drank most loyally at Her Majesty's expense, a happy meeting with HMS Erebus and Terror and their gallant crews." It was some days after this before our preparations for returning to the ship were completed. At last, on Wednesday, the 22nd, exactly 6 weeks after our first detention at Whaler Point, we set out, after depositing a paper in the cylinder containing information of our proceedings upon this date, and placing all the loose stores in proper order and security for the use of any party that should come after us. Our provisions and traps of all kinds were stowed on a strong sleigh. A mast was then set, and a sail hoisted on the jolly boat, and away we went before a spaking fair wind of the smooth ice of Leopold Harbor, at a rate at which all King's horses could hardly hardly have been equal to. We have not gone across the bay, however, before our sleigh, wholly unused in this type of locomotion, broke down, and it cost us the best part of the day before we could repair our damage and start afresh. Our endeavor to reach Mr. Bellot's encampment of the 16th, continues Mr. Kennedy. We continued on foot longer than we should have done, and the consequence was that being overtaken by night before looking for camping ground, we found ourselves, before we were aware or had time to reflect on the predicament we had gotten into, groping about in the darkness, and with heavy shower of snow falling, for some bit of terra firma. For we had been all day upon the ice, where we could pitch the tent. We stumbled at last, after making our shins more freely acquainted than was altogether agreeable with sharp edges of broken ice, in a fine square of clear beach between some heavy masses of stranded ice. Choosing out the softest part of a shelving rock of limestone of which the beach was composed, we pitched the tent, spread the oilcloth, and with some coals which we had brought with us from Whaler Point, boiled a good kettle of tea for all our hands. All these preparations were, however, but introductory to another, which was we found most difficult problem indeed, namely, to contrive how we were to all pass the night in a single little tent that we had brought with us. We all got in, certainly, and got the kettle in the middle, but as for lying down to sleep, it was utterly out of the question. A London omnibus on a racing day after 5 o'clock was the only parallel I could think of to our attempt to stow 13 men, including our colossal carpenter, into a tent intended for 6. At last, after some deliberation, it was arranged that we should sit down 6 in a row on each side, which would leave us about 3 feet clear to stretch our legs. Mr. Bellot, who formed the 13th, being the most compact and stowable of the party, agreed to squeeze in underneath them, stipulating for only a clear-foot square for his head alongside the tea-kettle. Being unprovided with a candlestick, even if there had been room to place one anywhere, it was arranged for each of us to hold the candle in his hand for a quarter of an hour, and then pass it to his neighbor. And thus, by the aid of our flickering taper, through the thick steam of the boiling kettle, we had just enough light to prevent us from putting our tea into our neighbor's mouth instead of our own. "Well, boys," suggested our ever-jovial first mate, Henry Anderson, "now we are fairly seated. I'm thinking, as we can do nothing else, we had best make a night of it again. What do you say to a song, Dick?" Whereupon, nothing loath, Mr. Richard Webb strikes up, in the first style of forecastle execution, "Susanna, don't you cry for me," which, of course, received by the company with the utmost enthusiasm. Mr. Webb, your health and song, and general applause, and emptying of tea-cans, of which Mr. John Smith, pleading inability to sing, undertakes to replenish for the night. Irvine, my lad, pass the candle and give us the tailor. Mr. Irvine, you must understand, gentle reader, has distinguished himself by some extraordinary performances on the blanket bags during our late night detention at Whaler Point, in virtue of which he has been formally installed tailor of the expedition. The tailor is accordingly given con amore, and is a remarkable history of the Knight of the Thimble, who, burying his goose, like Prospero his books, beyond the reach of plummet, becomes a sailor bold, and in that capacity enslaves the heart of a lovely lady of incalculable wealth, who, etc., etc. We all know the rest. "Kenneth, you monster, take that clumsy foot of yours off of my stomach, will you?" cried out poor Mr. Bellot, smothered beneath the weight of 24 legs, upon which the carpenter, his eagerness to comply, probably drives his foot into Mr. Bellot's eye. And so, passing the song and the joke around, Mr. Bellot occasionally making a sudden desperate effort to get up, and sitting down again in despair, with a long blow like a grampus, we make what Anderson calls a night of it. No management, however, can make our solitary candle last beyond 12 o'clock, or thereabouts. Notwithstanding this extinguisher to the entertainments of the evening, Mr. Anderson, while some are dozing and hobnobbing in their dreams, may still be heard, keeping it up with an unabated spirit in the dark, wakening every sleeper now and then with some tremendous chorus he has contrived to get up among his friends, for the Bay of Biscay, or some favorite Greenland melody, with its inspiring burthen of "Cheery-lie, ah, cheery-lie." A warm welcome awaited the lost ones, when a few days later they reached the ship. "With our return to the vessel," writes Mr. Kennedy, "may it be said to have closed all our operations, as far as the ship was concerned, in the Arctic seas for the year 1851. There remained now only to make our arrangements for the vessel passing the next 6 or 8 months where we were, and for preparing our own winter journeys. Preparations were completed by January 5th, 1852. And in the morning of that day, the men on snowshoes with dogs dragging the sledges started off amid the cheers of their comrades and the yelping and barking of the dogs. The first object of the journey," continues Mr. Kennedy, was, of course, to ascertain whether Fury Beach had been a retreating point to any of Sir John Franklin's party since it was visited by Lieutenant Robinson of the Enterprise in 1849. The secondary object, should our expectations in this respect not be realized, was to form a first depot of provisions here, with the view of carrying out a more extended search as soon as the circumstances would permit. It was desirable at the time to ascertain the state of the roads, by which, of course, I mean the yet untrodden surface of the snow or ice, and the direction of which we meant to go, before commencing any transport on a large scale. Between the ship and Fury Beach it was thought advisable, therefore, to go comparatively light. A small supply of pemmican was all we took with us in addition to our traveling requirements, consisting of tent and poles, blanketing, and provisions for a week, some guns and ammunition, fuel, and a cooking apparatus, in all weighing 200 to 250 pounds. From the outset, the traveling was difficult and arduous. Not infrequently, after toiling to the top of an incline, a lurch of the sleigh would send us careening in a very lively and unexpected manner to the bottom. Here lies an incident in our first day's journey, which caused us some amusement at the time, and carried a lesson with it whenever we had to encounter any of these obstacles afterward. We had gotten about halfway up one of those villainous steeps, when our entire cortege gave unmistakable signs of a tendency to seek a sudden descent. There was just enough time for us to cast off the traces, all but poor Mr. Ballot, who was not sufficiently alert in disengaging his, when away went the sleigh and dogs, and Mr. Ballot after them, into an abyss at the bottom, where the only indication of catastrophe that could be seen was some 6 inches of Mr. Ballot's heels above the snow. We dug him out a wiser and better man for the rest of the journey, whenever any of these pestilent slopes had to be encountered thereafter. On the 8th, the distance to Fury Beach being very short, Mr. Kennedy decided to lead the sledge and 2 of the men, and press on with Mr. Ballot and 1 man unencumbered. It may be imagined with what feelings, says Kennedy, when we really had come upon it, we approached a spot round which so many hopes and anxieties had so long centered. Every object, distinguished by the moonlight in the distance, became animated to our imaginations, into the forms of our long-absent countrymen, for they had been imprisoned anywhere in the Arctic seas within a reasonable distance of Fury Beach. Here, we felt assured, some of them, at least, would have been now. But alas, for these fond hopes, how deeply, though perhaps unconsciously cherished, none of us probably suspected, until standing under the tattered covering of the Somerset House and gazing silently upon the solitude around us, we felt, as we had turned to look mournfully on each other's faces, that the last ray of hope as to these cherished imagination had fled from our hearts. It was perhaps necessary for the vigorous prosecution of any difficult object for that moment, some particular circumstance in the chain of operations by which it is to be effected should seem to us so vitally important that the eye is blinded to all beyond. The spot of which we now stood had so long been associated in our minds with some clue of discovery of the solution of the painful mystery which hung over the fate of Franklin, and so long unconsciously perhaps colored all of our thought, that it was not without a pang and a feeling as if the main purpose of our expedition had been defeated, that we now found all of our cherished anticipations shattered at a blow by the scene at which met our eyes. Thus my friend and I stood paralyzed at the death-like solitude around us. No vestige of the visit of a human being was here since Lieutenant Robinson had examined the depot in 1849. The stores, still in perfect preservation, were precisely in the well-arranged condition described in the clear report of that energetic officer. His own notice of the visit, continues Mr. Kennedy, was deeply buried in the snow, and the index staff he had placed over it was thrown down and gnawed by the foxes. Wearied with a long and fruitless examination, we took up our quarters for repose for a few hours in the Somerset House, the frame of which was still standing entire, but the covering blown to rags by the wind, and one end of the house nearly filled with snow. We lighted a fire on the stove, which had heated the end occupied by Sir John Ross's crew during the dreary winter of 1832-33. After refreshing ourselves with a warm supper, and nodding for a few hours over the fire, we set out about 11 p.m. on our return to our encampment, which was reached by 2 a.m. the following morning. Our return from this point to our ship, which we reached about 5 p.m. on Saturday the 10th, was not marked by any incident worthy of notice. We had deposited at our encampment a 90-pound case of pemmican, a bag of coals, 2 muskets, and some ammunition, which, while it served as a reserve for future explorations in this direction, materially lightened the labor of the dogs, and allowed us time for a more minute examination of the coast than when we had been able to make during the outward journey. The result, however, was not in any respect more successful. No traces of any kind were discovered by which we could throw light on the objects of our search. Thus ended our first journey to Fury Beach, and the results satisfied us that in the present state of the ice in Prince Regent's Inlet, the more extended explorations of coastline, which we had calculated on being able to commence on our return to the ship, we cannot now safely be undertaken, and must for the present be postponed. We were most reluctantly compelled, therefore, to pass the next month in the ship, occupied in the same general routine duties as those who had been during the earlier part of the winter. Captain Kennedy gives us a vivid description of Arctic gales and the dangers of travel during a tempest. About 8 a.m. in the morning of the 13th February, he writes, Mr. Bellot, the carpenter, Andrew Irvine, Henry Anderson, the first mate, and myself left the ship, taking with us 2 cases of pemmican and 3 tin jars, each containing 2 gallons of spirits of wine, on a sledge drawn by 5 Eskimo dogs, for the purpose of depositing them a short distance on the way to Fury Beach, and returning in the evening. After proceeding for a few hours, and making a very fair progress along a tolerably good path, a strong wind arose, one by which PM had increased to a perfect hurricane, so thickly charged with snow that in attempting to cross a bay on our return, we lost sight of the land by which our course homeward had been guided. In short, after wandering about for some time, scarcely able to distinguish each other at a few paces, we found that we had fairly lost our way. In this dilemma, we set 2 of the 5 dogs loose from the sledge, in hope that they would act as guides better than when drawing. But this proved to be a mistake, as they would not leave the others. At last, however, they all set off together, making the sledge with them and leaving us to our fate. As we afterwards found, they reached the ship without any difficulty, and as may readily be supposed, put everyone on board in perfect fever of terror and anxiety as to what had become of us. In the meantime, we had gone on floundering over broken ice until we had once more stumbled on the land. But where or what the land was we had fallen upon, nobody knew. It was something certainly to know that we were not marching over the inlet or out to sea, in which case we would have marched on, and in all probability never returned. But in other respects we had rather lost than gained by getting on terra firma. With an atmosphere as thick as pea soup and no sun, moon, or stars to be seen, there was no keeping the shore, and to go on one side or the other was to incur certainty in losing ourselves again, either on the inlet or the land, without hugging close up into a breakneck line of stranded fragments of ice, which indicated the direction of the beach. Along this formidable path we floundered on, now coming bump up against some huge fragment of ice, or pitching over the top of it into a hole, excavated in the snow at the bottom by the whirling eddies of the wind, now walking, now crawling, occasionally tumbling into the snow, until we were all brought up by a cry of pain from one of the men who had met a bouleversement over the edge of the bank of ice. It was a sad accident, but the worst of it was that after setting him on his legs, nothing could induce him to move a step farther. Here he was, and here he maintained that he must remain coûte que coûte. There was no reasoning with the poor fellow, who certainly had sustained a very severe injury, but not anything like so bad as he had imagined it, and would never do to leave him lying there. So feigning to take him at his word, we proposed to bundle him up in a buffalo robe and bury him in the snow for the night, comforting him with the assurance that we would certainly come back for him in the morning. This arctic prescription had a magical effect upon our patient. The back and broken bones were speedily forgotten, and in short time he was on his legs again, and we were all trudging on once more in the old rough and tumble style of progression, till about midnight we found ourselves standing under the lee of something which looked like a bank of snow, but which, to our great gratification, proved to be the powder house we had erected on shore in the beginning of the winter. A consultation was now held whether we should cut our way into it and pass the night here, accoutred as we were, or make for the ship, for which we now knew could not be far off. Our decision was for the latter, and the only question now was how to steer for the vessel. This, too, was decided upon at last by each of the party pointing in turn in in the direction which he thought the vessel lay, and then taking the mean of the bearings. To prevent our separating in the drift, for some of the party had by this time been so benumbed with cold as to be unable to use their hands to clear their eyelids, and thus become literally blind with the accumulation of snow on their eyes, it was agreed that at certain intervals we should call and answer each other's names, and that those whose eyes had suffered least would take the others in tow. In this order we proceeded for the vessel, and fortunately, by the guidance of a solitary star that could be faintly distinguished through the drift, got near enough to the ship to hear the wind whistling through the shrouds, and thus guided, rather by the ear than the eye, to the position, and soon afterwards found ourselves on board, where we were received once more as those from the dead. These short journeys, however arduous, in which caches were established for future use, were only preliminary skirmishes to the grand journey, planned by Captain Kennedy with much forethought and in preparation for which days had been occupied in making suitable apparel, trapping, and sledges. It was expected that the journey would take at least 3 months. The particular direction of our route ought to assume was, of course, a matter to be regulated very much by the nature of the circumstances that might arise in the course of it. On one point we were decided, viz., that it should embrace Cape Walker, to which, as the point of departure of Sir John Franklin for the unknown regions of the west and southwest. He had decided upon his course and not gone up Wellington Channel, much interest naturally attached. There were 14 of the crew disposable in the ship, continues Captain Kennedy, of whom 4 picked men were to go with Mr. Belott and myself to Cape Walker, while the rest were to accompany us as a fatigue party as far as Fury Beach, which was to form the starting point of the journey. Parties sent out on different occasions during the last 2 months had taken in advance 6 cases of pemmican, 6 muskets, and a bag of coals. 1 case of pemmican, as already mentioned, had been deposited in January, a few miles north of Fury Point. Our provisions, clothing, and bedding, drawn upon 2 Indian sleighs by our 5 dogs, had, of course, been reduced to whatever was strictly indispensable. 5 gallons of spirits of wine were taken as substitute for fuel. With proper management and economy, we hope to make this last us until the spring, when the plan we proposed adopting of traveling during the night instead of the day, we trusted, should a necessity arise for doing so, to be able to dispense with the use of the fuel altogether. On the morning of the 20th of February, a scene of general bustle and excitement showed that all of our arrangements had been completed, and the long-deferred start for the grand journey was about to take place. A detachment of 5 men, Mr. Belott and myself, were all that could leave the ship at this time, the others appointed to us being still under the doctor's attendance for slight and temporary inconvenience, frostbites, etc. The whole crew, however, had mustered to see us as far as the south point of Batty Bay. All but our dear Hepburn, who, unable to control his manly emotion at parting with so many old friends, and above all being unable to accompany us, took a touching farewell of us at the vessel. "God bless you," he said, grasping my hand with an affectionate warmth. "I cannot accompany you, and I cannot let all these men witness my emotion. Let me part with you here. And may God grant that we meet in life and health, after a long and hazardous journey you are about to undertake." Though this veteran hero saw much hardship and hazard in store before us, he would have seen none whatsoever had he been allowed to accompany us. But I could not for a moment entertain the idea of employing him on a journey, when there were so many younger men, all emulous, to be engaged on it, and more particularly when his services on board ship were so indispensable, and by his kindly consenting to remain, I was relieved of all anxiety as respected by the Prince Albert. Reaching the south point of Batty Bay with our friendly escort, our 2 parties once more separated with many kindly and touching farewells, and then with 3 hearty cheers, diverging in our different routes. We were soon lost to each other in the mist and snow. The fury of the equinoctial gales greatly impeded the advance of the party, frequently detaining them for several days at a time. Sledges, moccasins, and snowshoes were greatly damaged under the hard conditions of travel, and it was found necessary, when the whole party had assembled at Fury Beach, to send back to the ship for additional supplies. They also made use of the excellent stores found at the Fury Beach, which had been left there 30 years before. It was decided, after careful calculation, that 6 men would carry provisions for the proposed journey of 3 months' duration, that 14 men should travel as far as Brentford Bay, at which point 8 would return to the ship. The remaining 6 would proceed, carrying with them all the provisions and necessaries for the remainder of the trip. The total dead weight of this equipment, including sledges and tackling, might be estimated at about 2,000 pounds. The whole was lashed down, writes Kennedy, to the smallest compass of the 4 flat-bottomed Indian sleighs, of which our 5 Eskimo dogs, assisted by 2 men to each sleigh, took 2, while the rest of the men took the other 2. The day of the start proved mild and pleasant, and at first the traveling was good, the ice being sufficiently smooth to make easy and rapid progress. But soon good fortune did not remain with them long, and the inevitable gales made traveling most difficult and painful. The usual snow huts were erected at night, under which they took such comfort as their short hours of rest afforded them. Frostbites caused them much suffering, and to protect their faces they resorted to curious expedients. For the eyes, writes Kennedy, we had goggles of glass, or wire gauze, of crepe, or plain wool with a slit in the center, in the manner of the Eskimos. For the face, some had cloth masks, with neat little crevices for the mouth, nose, and eyes. Others were muffled up in the ordinary chin cloth, and for that most troublesome of the facial members, the nose, a strong party, with our always original carpenter at their head, had gutta percha noses, lined with delicate, soft flannel. Though admirable in theory, these contrivances proved failures in practice, and they were all discarded except for the chin cloths and goggles. On the 6th of April they reached Brentford Bay, and the fatigue party began their retrograde journey to the ship. At this point, Kennedy discovered a straight running westward, separating North Somerset from Booth Felix. This he named Ballot Strait, in honor of the brave young officer who had secured the affectionate regard of the commander and crew. From here the party crossed Victoria Strait to Prince of Wales Land, naming many of the prominent headlands, bays, and islands. On April 17th, the thermometer stood at +22, a temperature, writes Kennedy, which our sensations were absolutely oppressive. One of our dogs, through overexertion, fainted in his traces, and lay gasping for breath for a quarter of an hour, but after recovering, went on as merrily as ever. These faithful creatures were perfect treasures to us throughout the journey. They were all suffering, like ourselves, from snow blindness, but they did not in the least relax their exertions on this account. The Eskimo's dog is, in fact, the camel of these northern deserts, and the faithful attendant of man, and the sharer of his labors and privations. The flat country over which we were traveling, and the close proximity of the magnetic pole, which rendered their compasses of little use, made it particularly difficult to keep a westwardly course. It was hoped that in this direction would lead to a sea which would conduct them northward to Cape Walker. From this point they hoped to ascertain if there were any westward channels or strait through which Sir John Franklin might have penetrated. After marching for 13 days and reaching the 100th degree of west longitude without coming to a sea, Kennedy decided to turn northward to Cape Walker. Being now satisfied, he writes, that Sir James Ross had in his land journey along the western shore of North Somerset in 1849 mistaken the very low-level land of which we had been traveling for a western sea. I felt no longer justified in continuing a western course. Whatever passage might exist to the southwest of Cape Walker, I felt assured must now be to our north. I determined, therefore, from this time forward, to direct our course northward, until we should fall upon some channel which we knew must exist not far from us, in this direction by which Franklin might have passed to the southwest. The channel for which they were in search could not be found. Boisterous gales still pursued them, and the men began to show their effects of exhaustion and exposure in the form of dreaded scurvy. They therefore turned eastward again, and reaching Cape Burney, they made next for Cape Walker, which first loomed in the distance of the 4th of May. Their disappointment was great at finding no trace of Franklin's expedition. Wearied and dispirited beyond description, writes Captain Kennedy, at the fruitless result of our long and anxious labors, we returned to our encampment, guided through a heavy snowstorm by the report of guns, which I had directed to be fired every 15 minutes, to make our preparation for our return homeward. This could be effected either by pushing directly for Batty Bay, across North Somerset, a distance in a straight line of not more than 6 days' journey, or by following the coast around Whaler Point, and thence to the ship. The latter route was chosen, though the distance was nearly double of the other, and after the absence of 97 days and covering about 1,100 miles, they at last reached the ship May 30. A remarkable journey, for 6 men and 5 dogs, dragging for most of the way 2,000 pounds weight, and sleeping in snow houses, encamping on frozen seas, and rarely having a fire when they halted to recruit. Preparations for the return to England were now commenced. June and July passed without the vessel becoming free from the ice, but by the 6th of August, after sawing and blasting, the little craft was liberated. At Beechy Island, which Captain Kennedy reached the 19th, he found the depot ship North Star, now attached to Sir E. Belcher's expedition, engaged in sawing into winter quarters. Proceeding in her course, the Prince Albert reached England, after an uneventful voyage, October 7th, 1853. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 9. Search for Sir John Franklin continued. Sir Edward Belcher's squadron. Inglefield. Ray's journey. Discovery of Northwest Passage by Captain McClure. Death of Bellot. Interest in the mysterious fate of Sir John Franklin was in no wise lessened by the unexpected return to England of the searching squadron in 1851. Dr. Ray's land journey of over 800 miles, including a thorough examination of the east and north coast of Victoria Land, had thrown no new light on the tragic situation. The American coast had now been diligently examined from the entrance of Bering Strait to the head of Hudson Bay, and it was generally believed that Franklin had never reached so low a latitude. On April 28, 1852, a thoroughly equipped squadron of 5 vessels, the Assistance, the Resolute, and the North Star, and 2 steamers, the Pioneer and Intrepid, sailed from England under the command of Sir Edward Belcher. The Assistance and Pioneer were to sail up Wellington Channel. The Resolute and Intrepid, under command of Captain Kellett, were to proceed to Melville Island, there to deposit provisions for the use of Captain Collinson and Commander McClure should they succeed in making the passage from Bering Strait, from which, as we have seen, they had set sail in January 1850. The North Star was to remain at Beechey Island as a depot store ship. By the 6th of July the squadron was in Baffin Bay, accompanied by a fleet of whalers. The ice conditions proved exasperating. The Assistance, Pioneer, and Resolute were beset and detained for a time, while the rest of the fleet, accompanied by the whalers, stretched in a long train of some 3/4 of a mile in length and slowly pushed their way through a narrow lane of water. The American whaler, McClellan, had the lead. The North Star of the English squadron followed the McClellan. The weather conditions were most favorable. No anxiety was felt for the safety of the vessels, in spite of the fact that the lane of water gradually closed and prevented the ships from advancing or retreating until July 7th, when the report was made that the McClellan was nipped in the ice and her crew making ready to abandon her. Carpenters, under orders of Sir Edward Belcher, put a few charges of powder in the ice to relieve the pressure. The next day, however, the McClellan was nipped harder than ever with the water pouring into her in a steady stream. While drifting unmanageable, first into one ship and then into another, she was boarded by English whalemen who proceeded to ransack and plunder her, until at the captain's request, Sir Edward Belcher placed sentries on board to prevent further loot, and working parties proceeded to take inventory of her stores and remove them to a safe distance. In a day or two the McClellan had sunk to the water's edge, and for the safety of the rest of the fleet, a charge or two of powder put her out of the way. The squadron reached its headquarters at Beechey Island August 10th. Wellington Channel and Barrow Strait were found free from ice, and on the 14th Sir Edward Belcher, with the Pioneer and Assistance, proceeded up the channel. The next day Captain Kellett, with the Resolute and Intrepid, sailed in open water for Melville Island. While Sir Edward Belcher's squadron was making its arduous passage to Beechey Island, Lady Franklin had refitted the screw steamer Isabel and placed it under Commander Inglefield, R.N., with instructions to investigate the rumor brought home by Sir John Ross to the effect that Franklin and his crew had been murdered by natives at Holstenholme Sound. Setting sail from England July 6, 1852, the little Isabel made for the northern shores of Baffin Bay, reached a higher latitude up Whale Sound than any previous vessel, and later pushed through Smith Sound as far as latitude 78 degrees 28 minutes 21 seconds north, without discovering any opposing land. Captain Inglefield discovered that Smith Sound, generally supposed to be narrow, was at least 36 miles across, expanding considerably to the northward. The shore seemed comparatively free from snow, and the rocks appeared of their natural color. Ice was met in considerable quantities, and though Captain Inglefield was ambitious to steam through, a fortunate gale arose which blew with such violence that the Isabel was forced back, thus saving her in all probability from a dreary winter in the ice. By the 7th of September, the Isabel sighted the North Star at Beechy Island. When we were near enough to see from our crow's nest the mastheads of the North Star, I had ordered one of the 12-pounders to be fired, and the people who were working on shore were greatly puzzled at hearing such a sound, as they believed that nothing human but their own party could be within hundreds of miles of them. Captain Inglefield soon waited upon Captain Pullen, and the letters for Sir Edward Belcher's squadron brought out by the Isabel were placed upon the North Star. A few hours later the Isabel put off to sea, carrying letters from officers and crew of the North Star to relatives and friends in England. By the 12th the Isabel stood off Mount Possession by the 14th Cape Bowen, and here Captain Inglefield landed to look for traces and erect a cairn. Nothing was discovered but the bold footprint of a huge bear and the tiny tracks of an Arctic fox. The 23rd found them in Davis Strait. Here a terrific gale was encountered, which lasted 4 days and accompanied, writes Captain Inglefield, with the heaviest sea I had ever seen, even off Cape Horn. As soon as the storm abated, they put for the nearest port to undergo necessary repairs, and by October 2nd they made a settlement off Hund Islands, a little south of Whalefish Islands. The governor came on board to see what was wanted, and the next day, being Sunday, the crew were given shore leave, and a general day of rest was enjoyed. On the 5th, he writes, I received a message from the governor that it was the King of Denmark's birthday. The Eskimos would assemble at his house and have a dance, and the pleasure of my company was solicited for the occasion. Accordingly, at 6 o'clock I repaired to the wooden palace of His Excellency, and there found, crammed into a smallish chamber, as many Eskimos as could conveniently stand. I had prepared myself with certain bottles by which punch could be quickly made, and several officers and crew joining the party, by their assistance, each of the Eskimo ladies were first supplied with a glassful of the beverage, and afterward the gentlemen, when I made them understand that they were to give 3 cheers for the King of Denmark, which was done with a vigor and good-heartedness that made the wooden walls echo again. I had prepared another treat for them, which I am quite sure was to many the most agreeable of the two. My coxswain came in to tell me when all was ready, and then I begged the governor would tell the party to go outside where I had something to show them. When all were assembled, the booming of one of our guns, which by signal was fired from the vessel, not a little alarmed some of the most timid, and their fear was not much allayed when, from under their very noses, a shower of rockets flew into mid-air, with a whirl that startled some of the more ancient sages among them, though when no damage was found to accrue to any of the party. The shouts of joy overpowered the noise of the rockets. The blue lights and white lights, which were burnt to enliven the performance, were objects of great curiosity, and I could see some inquiring faces, eagerly watching our movements, as the port fires were placed to ignite them. Dancing was afterwards commenced, continues Captain Inglefield, and feeling that it was my duty to lead off with the governor's wife, who was an Eskimo, I begged the honor of her hand for a dance in the best Eskimo of which I was master, and to the scraping of a disabled fiddle, bound round with twine and splints, I launched into the mysteries of an Eskimo quadrille, which, but for the strenuous exertions of my partner to keep me right, I should certainly have set into utter confusion. It was composed of a chant de dames and a reel, complex to a wonderful degree, and exhausting to a frightful extent, and yet it appeared to be the determination of the whole party to continue this one figure till tired nature sunk. Unaccustomed to this kind of violent exercise, I was soon knocked up, and tried, though unsuccessfully, to make my escape, but at last I had the gratification of observing an elderly lady opposite beginning to falter, and out of compliment to her I presume this dance was terminated. The Eskimos seem to think it is impossible to be too warm, so the doors and windows were tightly closed, and certain lamps and tallow candles, with which I had supplied His Excellency, soon brought the temperature up to blood heat. After resting from my labor, I determined to try their waltz, which I found was not very unlike ours, being performed somewhat in the same manner, and the fair ladies with whom I now alternately figured, instructing me in the mysteries of the measure. Some of my sailors having obtained permission to attend the ball, they were now solicited to give a specimen of their skill, and accordingly a sailor's hornpipe and reel, with the usual heel and toe accompaniment, met with great applause. I had had sufficient fun by 9 o'clock, but the party did not break up till after 12. Before I went away, however, at my special request, some Eskimo melodies were sung by the party, and afterwards a Danish national hymn by the governor. When the officers and men were returning in their boat to the ship, they were serenaded by the ladies of the party, who, joining hand in hand, walked along the rocks toward the ship, singing a plaintive air, which might well have been taken for their evening hymn. And such it may have been, for these poor people, semi-civilized and instructed as they may have been by the Danes, are full of fervor and zeal for their religion, the Lutheran, and show more real moral principle than any nation I ever visited. By the 7th of October the Isabel was ready for sea, but encountered terrific gales. Upon the advice of the ice masters, Captain Inglefield determined to return to England in spite of a strong desire to winter and complete the search of the west coast of Baffin Bay by sledge journeys in the spring, and the survey of Davis Strait from Cape Walsingham south as far as Newfoundland. However, a continuance of bad weather made such a course impracticable, and by November 4th the Isabel anchored at Stromness. By the 10th of November she made Peterhead by way of Pentland Firth. Besides penetrating 140 miles further than previous navigators, and finding an open sea stretching northwards from Baffin's Bay to at least the latitude of 80 degrees, Captain Inglefield discovered a strait in about 77½ degrees, which he named Murchison Strait, and which he supposed to form the northern boundary to Greenland. His careful survey of the eastern side of Baffin Bay, from Carey Islands to Cape Alexander, and his approach to Jones Sound, all contributed interesting data to geographical knowledge, but though the natives with whom he met were carefully interrogated, no light was thrown on the fate of Sir John Franklin or his men, and the utter falsity of the story told by Sir John Ross's interpreter was satisfactorily established. Early in the year 1853, 3 expeditions were fitted out to assist Sir Edward Belcher's squadron already in the field, and to continue the search for Sir John Franklin. The Rattlesnake, under Commander Trollope, and the Isabel, again refitted by Lady Franklin, and put in command of Mr. Kennedy, set out with instructions to sail for Behring Strait and carry supplies to Captains Collinson and McClure. Dr. Rae set out again for the further examination of the coast of Boothia, and Captain Inglefield was sent to Barrow Strait in command of the Phoenix and Lady Franklin for the purpose of reinforcing Sir Edward Belcher. In America, the second Grinnell expedition was fitted out about the same time for the purpose of exploring the passages leading out of Baffin Bay into the unknown oceans around the pole, and was placed under the command of Dr. E.K. Kane, U.S.N., who had sailed under Lieutenant de Haven in the first Grinnell expedition. In the autumn of 1853 the deep interest of the British nation was aroused by the return of Captain Inglefield of the Phoenix with dispatches from the Arctic regions, containing the news that the Northwest Passage had at length been successfully accomplished by Captain McClure of the Investigator, who had passed through Behring Strait and sailed within a few miles of the most westerly discoveries made from the eastern side of America, at which point he had been frozen up for more than 2 years. Parties from the Investigator had walked over the frozen ocean, and Lieutenant Creswell, the bearer of the dispatches from Captain McClure, had sailed to England by the Atlantic Ocean having thus passed through the far-famed, much sought-after, and at length discovered Northwest Passage. It will be remembered that Captains Collinson and McClure sailed the Bering Strait in 1850, through which, in company with the Plover and Herald, they endeavored to pass. The Investigator, Captain McClure, was last seen on August 4, 1850, bearing gallantly into the heart of the polar pack. Captain Collinson and the Enterprise had concluded to winter at Hong Kong, and not until May 1851 did he return to Bering Strait, which he succeeded in entering. In the meantime, the Herald had returned to England, while the Plover remained some time at Port Clarence as a reserve for the vessels to fall back upon. On parting company with the Herald in Bering Strait in July 1850, Captain McClure stood north-northwest with a fresh breeze. For several days the Investigator struggled with the ice pack, now boring through the masses, or winding among the lanes of open water. By the 7th of August they had rounded Point Barrow, at which point clear water was seen from the Crow's Nest. The wind, writes McClure, almost immediately failing, the boats were all manned, and towing commenced amid songs and cheers, which continued with unabated good humor for 6 hours, when this laborious work was brought to a successful termination. Being perfectly clear water in Smith's Bay, a light air springing up, we worked to the eastward. At 2 a.m. of the 8th, being off Point Drew, sent Mr. Court, second mate, on shore to erect a cairn, and bear a notice of our having passed. Upon landing we were met by 3 natives, who at first were very timid, but upon exchanging signs of friendship, which consisted of raising the arms 3 times over the head, they approached the boat, and after the pleasant salutation of rubbing noses, became very communicative, when by the assistance of our valuable interpreter, Mr. Meertsching, we found the tribe consisted of 10 tents, this being the only approach to their numbers he could obtain; that they had arrived only 3 days previously, and that they hold communication with a party inland, who trade with the Russian Fur Company. The evening before they had observed us, but could not imagine what large trees were moving about our mass, and all the tribe had assembled on the beach to look at them, when they agreed that it was something very extraordinary, and left the 3 men who met the boat to watch. They also gave the pleasing intelligence that we should find open water along the coast from about 3 to 5 miles distant during the summer, that the heavy ice very seldom came or never left the land farther than at present, that they did not know if there were any islands, as they found it impossible to go in their kayaks, when in pursuit of seals, farther than 1 day's journey to the main ice, and then the lanes of water allowed of their proceeding 3/4 of a day farther, which brought them to a very large and high ice, with not space enough in any part of it to allow their kayaks to enter. The probable distance Mr. Meertsching therefore estimates, from his knowledge of the Eskimo habits, to be about 40 miles offshore, and from what I have seen of the pack, I am inclined to think this is perfectly correct, for a more unbroken mass I have never witnessed. These natives, whose entire lives had been spent between the Coppermine River and Point Barrow, knew nothing of Franklin's party, and it was therefore concluded by Captain McClure that the Erebus and Terror had not been lost on these shores. For the next 400 or 500 miles they skirted slowly the coast, part of the time in such shallow water that they ran aground, but fortunately without damage to the ship. The narrow lanes opening in the ice made it often necessary to retrace their course, but by the 21st of August they had passed the mouth of the Mackenzie River and made the Pelly Islands. Upon reaching Warren Point, natives were seen on shore, and Captain McClure, desiring, if possible, to send dispatches by them to the Hudson Bay Company's posts on the Mackenzie, the boats were ordered out. It was found that these Eskimos had no communication with the Mackenzie, being at war with the neighboring tribes, and having had several skirmishes with the Indians of that quarter. A chief of the tribe had a flat brass button suspended from his ear, and in explanation of where he got it, he replied it had been taken from a white man, who had been killed by one of his tribe. The white man belonged to a party which had landed at Point Warren, and there built a house. Nobody knew how they came, as they had no boat, but they went inland. The man killed had strayed from the party, and he, the chief, and his son had buried him upon a hill at a little distance. Could not be ascertained just when this event occurred, and though Captain McClure tried to investigate the matter, only 2 very old wooden huts were found, and no grave of the white man was discovered. Natives were constantly encountered as the investigator proceeded, and though they seemed at first hostile and disinclined to open communication, they invariably became friendly and gratefully accepted the various presents bestowed upon them. On September 5th, Captain McClure writes, "The weather, which had been squally, accompanied by a thick fog during the early part of the day, cleared towards noon, when a large volume of smoke was observed about 12 miles southwest. As divers opinions were in circulation respecting its probable cause, and the ice mate having positively reported that from the crow's nest he could distinguish several persons moving about, dressed in white shirts, and observed some white tents in the hollow of the cliff, I certainly had every reason to imagine they were a party of Europeans in distress. Convinced that no travelers would remain for so long a period as we had remarked the smoke. For their pleasure, therefore, to satisfy myself equally as others, I determined to send a boat on shore, as it was now calm. The first whaleboat, under Lieutenant Cresswell, with Dr. Armstrong and Mr. Merching, was dispatched to examine into the cause, who, on their return, reported the smoke to emanate from 15 small mounds of volcanic appearance, occupying a space of about 50 yards, the place strongly impregnated with sulphur, the lower mounds being about 30 feet above the sea level, the highest about 50 feet. The land in its vicinity was blue clay, much intersected with ravines and deep water courses, varying in elevation from 300 to 500 feet. The mark of a reindeer was traced to a small pond of water immediately above the mounds. Notice of our having landed was left, which would not long remain, as the cliff is evidently crumbling away. Thus the mystery of the white shirts and tents was most satisfactorily explained. Early in the morning of the 6th of September, they were off the small islands near Cape Perry. On the same day high land was observed on the port bow. Up till this time they had been sailing along a shore which had been surveyed by Franklin, Back, Dease, Simpson, and others, although theirs was the first ship that had sailed in these waters. The discovery of new territory was therefore joyfully received, and landing in the whaleboat and cutter, formal possession was taken in the name of Her Most Gracious Majesty, and the name Barring Island bestowed upon it in honor of the First Lord of the Admiralty. After depositing a record, they returned to the ship and sailed along the eastern coast, as it was more free of ice than that of the west. Later it was found that the island was one whose extreme northeastern shore had been faintly seen by Parry in 1820, and given by him the name of Banks Land. We observed, writes Captain McClure, numerous traces of reindeer, hare, and wild fowl. Moss and divers species of wild flowers were also in great abundance. Many specimens of them, equally as of the object of interest to the naturalist, were selected with much care by Dr. Armstrong. From an elevation obtained of about 500 feet, we had a fine view toward the interior, which was well clothed with moss, giving a verdant appearance to the ranges of hills that rose gradually to between 2,000 and 3,000 feet, intersected with the ravines, which must convey a copious supply of water to a large lake situated in the center of a wide plain, about 15 miles distant. The site to seaward was favorable in the extreme. Open water, with a small quantity of ice, for the distance of full 40 miles toward the east, ensured good progress in that direction. The weather becoming foggy, our lead was the only guide until 10 a.m. of the 9th. It then cleared for a short time, when land was observed to the eastward, about 15 miles distant, extending to the northward as far as the eye could reach. The mountains in the interior are lofty and snow-covered, while the low ground is quite free. Several very remarkable peaks were discernible, apparently of volcanic origin. This discovery was named Prince Albert's Land. The wind becoming fair and the weather clearing, all the studding sails were set, with the hope of reaching Barrow Strait, from which we were now distant about 70 miles. The water was tolerably clear in that direction, although much ice was lying against the western land. Much loose ice was also in motion, and while endeavoring to run between two floes at the rate of 4 knots, they closed so rapidly, one upon either beam, that our way was instantly stopped and the vessel lifted considerably. In this position we were retained a quarter of an hour, when the pressure eased and we proceeded. Our advance was of short duration, as at 2 p.m. the wind suddenly shifted to the northeast and began to freshen. The water, which a few hours previous had excited sanguine hopes of a good run, became soon so thickly studded with floes that about 4 p.m. there was scarcely sufficient to keep the ship freed. This, by much exertion, was however effected until 2 a.m. of the 14th, when we were beset. From now on, baffling winds and impenetrable floes made progress almost impossible. The total destruction of the Investigator was daily threatened by the rushes of ice that assailed them in the narrow strait along which they were endeavoring to proceed. On the 17th of September, there were several heavy floes in the vicinity. One full 6 miles in length passed at the rate of 2 knots, crushing everything that impeded its progress, and grazed our starboard bow. Fortunately, there was but young ice upon the opposite side, which yielded to the pressure. Had it otherwise occurred, the vessel must inevitably have been cut asunder. In the afternoon we secured to a moderately sized piece, drawing 8 fathoms, which appeared to offer a fair refuge, and from which we never afterwards parted. The smallest pools now became covered with ice. The last Arctic bird to take flight was the eider duck, which turned south by the 23rd. By the 27th of September, the thermometer stood at 0, and every preparation was being made to house the ship for the winter. The ice was in constant and violent motion. The crushing, creaking, and straining, writes Captain McClure, is beyond description. The officer of the watch, when speaking to me, is obliged to put his mouth close to my ear, on account of the deafening noise. Clinging with the tenacity of a bosom friend to the ice floe to which they were secured, it conveyed us, continues McClure, to our farthest northeast position, latitude 73 degrees 7 minutes north, longitude 117 degrees 10 minutes west, back round the Princess Royal Islands, past the largest within 500 yards to latitude 72 degrees 42 minutes north, latitude 118 degrees 42 minutes west, returning along the coast of Prince Albert's Land, and finally freezing in at latitude 72 degrees 50 minutes north, longitude 117 degrees 55 minutes west, upon the 30th of September, during which circumnavigation we received many severe nips, and were frequently driven close to the shore, from which our deep friend kept us off. To avoid separation, we had secured with 2 stream cables, 1 chain, 2 6 and 2 5 hawsers. As our exposed position rendered every precaution necessary, we got upon deck 12 months' provisions, with tents, warm clothing, etc., and issued to each person a pair of carpet boots and a blanket bag, so that in the event of any emergency rendering it imperative to quit the vessel, we might not be destitute. On the 8th of October our perplexities terminated with a nip that lifted the vessel a foot and heeled her 4 degrees to port, in consequence of a large tongue getting beneath her, in which position we quietly remained. Here the Investigator passed the winter of 1850-1851, during which season a journey was made over the ice to the shores of Barrow Strait, which they found connected with the strait in which they wintered, thus establishing the fact of a northwest passage. The journey undertaken on the morning of October 21st, 1850, came near proving fatal to Captain McClure. On the return trip a week later, about 2 p.m. one afternoon, having seen the Princess Royal Isles and knowing the position of the ship, he decided to leave his sledge and push ahead, that a warm meal might be made ready for the rest of the party upon their arrival at the ship. Night overtook him when still at least 6 miles from the vessel, and a dense mist, accompanied by heavy snow, obscured every object. I now, writes McClure, climbed on a mass of squeezed-up ice in the hope of seeing my party, should they pass near, or of attracting the attention of someone on board the vessel by firing my fowling piece. Unfortunately, I had no other ammunition than what it was loaded with, for I had fancied when I left the sledge that 2 charges in the gun would be all I should be likely to require. After waiting for an hour patiently, I was rejoiced to see through the mist the glaring of a blue light, evidently burnt in the direction in which I had left the sledge. I immediately fired to denote my position, but my fire was unobserved, and both barrels being discharged, I was unable to repeat the signal. My only hope now rested upon the ship's answering, but nothing was to be seen, and although I once more saw at a greater distance the glare of another blue light from the sledge, there seemed no probability of my having any other shelter for the night than what the floe afforded. 2 hours elapsed. I endeavored to see the face of my pocket compass by the light of a solitary lucifer match, which happened to be in my pocket, but in this hope I was cruelly disappointed, for it fizzed and went out, leaving me in total darkness. It was now 8:30. There were 11 hours of night before me, a temperature of 15 degrees below zero, bears prowling about, and I with an unloaded gun in my hands. The sledge party might, however, reach the ship, and finding I had not arrived, search would be made, and help be sent. So I walked to and fro upon my hummock until I suppose it must have been 11 o'clock, when that hope fled likewise. Descending from the top of the slab of ice upon which I had clambered, I found under its lee a famous bed of soft, dry snow, and thoroughly tired out, I threw myself upon it, and slept for perhaps 3 hours, when upon opening my eyes, I fancied I saw the flash of a rocket. Jumping upon my feet, I found that the mist had cleared off, and that the stars and aurora borealis were shining in all the splendor of an Arctic night. Although unable to see the islands or the ship, I wandered about the ice in different directions until daylight, when, to my great mortification, I found I had passed the ship fully the distance of 4 miles. Sledge journeys along the shores of Barring Island and Prince Albert Land were undertaken, but no trace of Franklin or his party was discovered. Traces of Eskimos were found, but only one party met with. However, deer, musk oxen, and bears were encountered. A bear was killed, and when opened, its stomach was found to contain raisins, tobacco, pork, and adhesive plaster. This extraordinary medley led Captain McClure to the conclusion that the Enterprise was in the vicinity, and a diligent search was instituted, but the only result was the discovery of a preserved meat canister, which contained similar articles, probably the same from which the bear had obtained his unusual meal. By the 13th of June, 1851, all the sledge parties having returned in safety to the ship, everything was made ready to sail the moment the huge barriers of ice should permit. The first indication of open water, writes Captain McClure, occurred today, July 7th, extending some distance along the shore of Prince Albert's Land, about a mile in width. The ice in every direction is so rapidly decaying, being much accelerated by sleet and rain, with the thermometer standing at 45 degrees, that by the 14th, that which for the last few days had been slightly in motion, with large spaces of water intervening, suddenly and noiselessly opened around the vessel, leaving her in a pond of 40 yards, but seeing no possibility of getting without its limits, we were compelled to secure to the floe which had for 10 months befriended us, and with the whole of the pack gradually drifted to the southward toward the Princess Royal Islands, which we passed on the eastern side within half a mile. Upon the 17th at 10 a.m., being among loose ice, we cast off from the floe and made sail, with the hope of getting upon the western shore where the water appeared to be making, but without shipping the rudder, in consequence of being in the vicinity of several large floes, and at 2 p.m. again secured to a floe between the Princess Royal and Barring Islands. We passed over a shoal having 19 fathoms. On the 20th, at 11:30 a.m., a light air sprang up from the southwest, which, slackening the ice, gave hopes of making progress to the northeast, in which direction I was anxious to get for the purpose of entering Barrow Strait, that, according to circumstances, I might be enabled to carry out my original intentions of proceeding to the northward of Melville Island, as detailed in my letter to the Secretary of the Admiralty of July 20th, 1850, or, should such not be practicable, return to England through the Strait. After most persevering efforts to penetrate into Barrow Strait, Captain McClure was obliged to abandon the attempt. On the 16th of August he determined to coast round the western shores of the island, and make the passage, if possible, to the northward of Banks Land. At 4 p.m. on the 18th, he writes, being off a very low spit of land, Point Kellet, which extended to the westward for about 12 miles in the form of a horseshoe, having a seaside thickly studded with grounded ice, while the interior was exempt from any. I sent Mr. Court, second master, to examine it, who reported an excellent and commodious harbor, well sheltered from northwest to south, carrying 5 fathoms within 10 yards of the beach, which was shingle and covered with driftwood. A set of sights was obtained, and a cask containing a notice was left there. Upon the morning of the 19th we left this low coast, and passed between 2 small islands lying at the entrance of what appeared a deep inlet running east-southeast, and then turning sharp to northeast. It had a barrier of ice extending across, which prevented any communication. Wishing to keep between the northernmost of these islands and the mainland, to avoid the pack, which was very near it, we narrowly escaped getting on shore, as a reef extended from the latter to within half a mile of the island. Fortunately, the wind being light, we rounded to with all the studding sails set, and let go the anchor in 2½ fathoms, having about 4 inches to spare under the keel, and warped into 4, while Mr. Court was sent to find a channel, in which he succeeded, carrying 3 fathoms, through which we ran for 1 mile, and then continued our course in 8, having from 3 to 5 miles between the ice and the land. At 8 p.m. we neared 2 other islands, the ice resting upon the westernmost, upon which the pressure must have been excessive, as large masses were forced nearly over its summit, which was upwards of 40 feet. Between these and the main we ran through a channel in from 9 to 15 fathoms, when an immediate and marked change took place in the general appearance and formation of the land. It became high, precipitous, sterile, and rugged, intersected with deep ravines and watercourses, having 6 fathoms at 1/4 of a mile, and 15 fathoms 100 yards from the cliffs, which proved exceedingly fortunate, as the whole pack, which had apparently only just broken from the shore, was within half a mile, and in many places so close to it that, to avoid getting beset, we had nearly to touch the land. Indeed, upon several occasions the boats were compelled to be topped up, and poles used to keep the vessel off the grounded ice, which extended all along this coast. Nor could we round to, fearful of carrying the jib boom away against the cliffs, which here run nearly east and west. The cape forming its western extreme I have called Prince Alfred, in honor of His Royal Highness. On the morning of the 20th our further progress was impeded by finding the ice resting upon a point, which formed a slight indentation of shore, and was the only place where water could be seen. To prevent being carried away with the pack, which was filling up its space, we secured to the inshore side of a small but heavy piece of ice, grounded in 12 fathoms, 74 yards from the beach, the only protection against the tremendous polar ice, setting a knot per hour to the eastward before a fresh westerly wind, which at 9 p.m. placed us in a very critical position, by a large floe striking the piece we were fast to, and causing it to oscillate so considerably that a tongue which happened to be under our bottom lifted the vessel 6 feet. But by great attention to the anchors and warps, we succeeded in holding on during the conflict, which was continued several minutes, terminating by the floe being rent in pieces, and our being driven nearer the beach. From this until the 29th we lay perfectly secure. But at 8 a.m. of that day the ice began suddenly to move, when a large floe, that must have caught the piece to which we were attached under one of its overhanging ledges, raised it perpendicular by 30 feet, presenting to all on board a most frightful aspect. As it ascended above the foreyard, much apprehension was felt that it might be thrown completely over, when the ship must have been crushed beneath it. This suspense was but for a few minutes, as the floe rent, carrying away with it a large piece from the foundation of our asylum, when it gave several fearful rolls, and resumed its former position. But, no longer capable of resisting the pressure, it was hurried onward with the drifting mass. Our proximity to the shore compelled, as our only hopes of safety, the absolute necessity of holding to it. We consequently secured with a chain, stream, and hemp cable 3 6 and 2 5-inch hawsers, 3 of which were passed round it. In this state we were forced along, sinking large pieces beneath the bottom, and sustaining a heavy strain against the stern and rudder. The latter was much damaged, but to unship it at present was impossible. At 1 p.m. the pressure eased, from the ice becoming stationary, when it was unhung and laid upon a large floe ice, where by 8 p.m., owing to the activity of Mr. Ford, the carpenter, who was always ready to meet any emergency, it was repaired just as the ice began again to be in motion. But as the tackles were hooked, it was run up to the davits without further damage. Continuing his exciting narrative, Captain McClure writes, "We were now setting fast upon another large piece of a broken floe, grounded in 9 fathoms upon the debris formed at the mouth of a large river. Feeling confident that should we be caught between this and what we were fast to, the ship must inevitably go to pieces, and yet being aware that to cast off would certainly send us on the beach, from which we were never distant 80 yards, upon which the smaller ice was hurled as it came in contact with these grounded masses, I sent John Kerr, gunner's mate, under very difficult circumstances, to endeavor to reach it and effect its destruction by blasting. He could not, however, find a sufficient space of water to sink the charge, but remarking a large cavity upon the sea face of the floe, he fixed it there, which so far succeeded that it slightly fractured it in 3 places, which at the moment was scarcely observable, from the heavy pressure it was sustaining. By this time the vessel was within a few feet of it, and every one was on deck in anxious suspense, awaiting what was apparently the crisis of our fate. Most fortunately, the stern post took it so fairly that the pressure was fore and aft, bringing the whole strength of the ship to bear, a heavy grind which shook every mast, and caused beams and decks to complain, as she trembled to the violence of the shock, plainly indicated that the struggle would be of short duration. At this moment the stream cable was carried away, and several anchors drew. Thinking that we had now sufficiently risked the vessel, orders were given to let go the warps, and with that order I had made up my mind that in a few minutes she would be on the beach. But as it was sloping, conceived she might still prove an asylum for the winter, and possibly again got float, while should she be crushed between these large grounded pieces, she must inevitably go down in 10 fathoms, which would be certain destruction to all. But before the orders could be obeyed, a merciful providence interposed, causing the ice, which had previously weakened, to separate into 3 pieces, and it floated onward with the mass, our stern still tightly jammed against, but now protected by it. The vessel, which had been thrown over 15 degrees, and risen bodily 1 foot 8 inches, now righted and settled in the water. The only damage sustained was several sheets of copper ripped off and rolled up like a sheet of paper, but not a fastening had given way, nor does any leakage indicate the slightest defect. By midnight the ice was stationary and everything quiet, which continued until the 10th of September. Indeed, from the temperature having fallen to 16 degrees, with all appearance of the setting in of the winter, I considered our farther progress stopped until next year. Until the end of September their course was one unvarying scene of battling against difficulties similar to those just described. Having reached the western extremity of Banksland, I determined, writes Captain McClure, to make this our winter quarters, and having remarked upon the south side of the bank on which we had grounded a well-protected bay, Mr. Court was dispatched to sound it, and shortly making the signal there was sufficient water, we bore up, and at 45 minutes past 7 a.m. we anchored in 4½ fathoms, and that night were firmly frozen in what has since proved a most safe and excellent harbor, which, in grateful remembrance of the many perils that we had escaped during the passage of that terrible polar sea, we have named the Bay of Mercy, thus finally terminating the short season's operations, having been actually only 5 entire days under way. From now on, every preparation was made to spend the winter as comfortably as conditions would admit. As there appeared much game in the vicinity, writes Captain McClure, and the weather continued mild, shooting parties were established in different directions between the 9th and 23rd of October, so that with what was killed from the ship, our supply of fresh provisions at the commencement of the winter consisted of 9 deer, 53 hares, and 54 ptarmigan, all in fine condition, the former having from 2 to 3 inches of fat. In consequence of our favored position, he continues, the crew were enabled to ramble over the hills almost daily in quest of game, and their exertions happily supplied a fresh meal of venison 3 times a fortnight, with the exception of about 3 weeks in January, when it was too dark for shooting. The small game, such as ptarmigan and hares, being scarce, were allowed to be retained by the sportsmen as private property. This healthy and exhilarating exercise kept us all well and in excellent spirits during another tedious winter, so that on the 1st of April we had upwards of 1,000 pounds of venison hanging at the yardarms. The exciting experience of Sergeant Woon, a Marine, while out hunting, is interesting. While pursuing a wounded deer, he suddenly and unexpectedly met a couple of musk bulls, which he succeeded in wounding. Infuriated with pain, one of the musk oxen rushed toward him. Having expended his shot, the sergeant fired his worm at the animal, but this having little or no effect, the bull, though weakened from the loss of blood, when within 6 feet, put his head to the ground, as if for a final rush. With quick action, the sergeant fired his iron ramrod, which, entering behind the animal's left shoulder, passed through the heart and out at the right flank, dropping him lifeless. On another occasion, the presence of mind of Sergeant Woon saved the life of a companion, a colored man and member of the crew. It was in January and bitterly cold. The colored man had been out hunting and lost his way. He began to fancy himself frozen to death, and from sheer terror lost his wits. The sergeant met him, but could not induce the poor fellow to follow him. The colored man stood dazed and shivering, and finally fell in a fit. Waiting until he was somewhat revived, the sergeant either carried or rolled him down hills or hummocks for 10 long hours, till he got him within a mile of the ship. The sergeant was by this time thoroughly exhausted, and tried to persuade the negro to walk, but the poor demented creature only begged to be let alone to die. Being unable to persuade him, the only thing left was to place him in a bed of deep snow, and then, with all his remaining strength, the sergeant hastened to the ship for assistance. Returning as soon as possible to the spot where the poor negro had been left, they found him with his arms stiff and raised above his head, his eyes open, and his mouth so firmly frozen that it required considerable force to open it and pour down restoratives. He still lived, however, and eventually recovered, with no more serious results than frostbites to his hands, feet, and face. The second Christmas was passed cheerfully and with a bounteous supply of good things. As it was to be our last, writes Captain McClure, the crew determined to make it memorable, and their exertions were completely successful. Each mess was gaily illuminated and decorated with original paintings by our lower deck artists, exhibiting the ship in her perilous positions during the transit of the polar sea, and divers other subjects. But the grand feature of the day were the enormous plum puddings, some weighing 26 pounds, haunches of venison, hares roasted, and soup made of the same, with ptarmigan and sea pies. Such dainties and such profusion I should imagine never before graced a ship's lower deck. Any stranger to have witnessed the scene could but faintly imagine that he saw a crew which had passed upwards of 2 years in these dreary regions, and 3 entirely upon their own resources, enjoying such excellent health, so joyful, so happy, indeed, such a mirthful assemblage, under any circumstances, would be most gratifying to any officer. But in this lonely situation, I could not but feel deeply impressed as I contemplated the gay and plenteous sight. With the many and great mercies which a kind and beneficent Providence had extended toward us, to whom alone is due the heartfelt praises, as thanksgivings of all, for the great blessings which we have hitherto experienced in positions the most desolate which can be conceived. In the autumn of 1852, Captain McClure had made known his intentions of sending to England, the following spring, half of the officers and crew via Baffin Bay, taking the boat from Cape Spencer and the Mackenzie. The remainder of the crew were to stand by the ship in the hope of releasing her in the summer of 1853. Should they fail in this, they would proceed with sledges in 1854 by Port Leopold, our provisions admitting of no other arrangement. In the dispatch prepared by Captain McClure, which he sent home by the land party in 1853, occurs the following passage: "Should any of Her Majesty's ships be sent for our relief, and we have quitted Port Leopold, a notice containing information of our route will be left at the door of the house at Whalers Point, or on some conspicuous position. If, however, no intimation should be found of our having been there, it may at once be surmised that some fatal catastrophe has happened, either from our being carried into the Polar Sea, or smashed in Barrow Strait, and no survivors left. If such be the case, which, however, I will not anticipate, it will then be quite unnecessary to penetrate further to the westward for our relief, as by the period that any vessel could reach that port, we must, from want of provisions, all have perished. In such a case, I would submit that the officers may be directed to return, and by no means incur the danger of losing other lives in quest of those who will then be no more." The thrilling adventures in the American wilderness told by Franklin, Richardson, Back, and others foretold that this sledge journey proposed by McClure would be long and hazardous in the extreme. The weaker ones were to undertake it, 30 of the healthiest men being retained to stand by the ships with the captain. The curse of scurvy had long since stricken many of the crew. These could not hope to brave another Arctic winter, and their only chance was to penetrate the wilderness to civilization, however difficult and dangerous the undertaking. But while McClure and his gallant comrades were making every preparation for this last attempt to communicate with England, relief came unexpectedly to hand. It will be remembered that Captain Cabot of Sir Edward Belcher's squadron had sailed the previous August to Melville Island with relief supplies for the Investigator and Enterprise, in case these vessels or members of their crews should have succeeded in making their way from Bering Strait to that place. Upon reaching Winter Harbor, they at once discovered a notice deposited there the beginning of the year by Captain McClure, conveying the assurance of the safety of the Investigator and its crew in Mercy Bay. It may be imagined with what enthusiasm such news was received by Captain Cabot and his crew, and immediately preparations were made for an expedition to let them know that aid was at hand. The unique meeting of Captain McClure from the west and Lieutenant Pym from the east, with a party from the Resolute, is graphically described in a private letter from Captain Cabot. "This is really a red-letter day in our voyage, and shall be kept as a holiday by our heirs and successors forever. At 9 o'clock of this day, our lookout man made the signal for a party coming in from the westward. All went out to meet them and assist them. A second party was then seen. Dr. Donville was the first person I met. I cannot describe my feelings when he told me that Captain McClure was among the next party. I was not long in reaching him, and giving him many hearty shakes. No purer were ever given by two men in this world. McClure looks well, but is very hungry. His description of Pym's making the harbor of Mercy would have been a fine subject for the pen of Captain Marryat, were he alive. McClure and his first lieutenant were walking on the floe. Seeing a person coming very fast toward them, they supposed he was chased by a bear, or had seen a bear. Walking toward him, on getting onwards 100 yards, they could see from his proportions that he was not one of them. Pym began to screech and throw up his hands, his face as black as my hat. This brought the captain and lieutenant to a stand, as they could not hear sufficiently to make out his language. At length Pym reached the party, quite beside himself, and stammered out, on McClure asking him, "Who are you, and where are you come from?" Lieutenant Pym, Harold, Captain Kellett. This was the more inexplicable to McClure, as I was the last person he shook hands with in Bering Strait. He at length found that this solitary stranger was a true Englishman, an angel of light. He says he soon was seen from the ship. They had only one hatchway open, and the crew were fairly jammed there in their endeavor to get up. The sick jumped out of their hammocks, and the crew forgot their despondency. In fact, all was changed on board the Investigator. McClure had 30 men and 3 officers fully prepared to leave for the depot at Point Spencer. What a disappointment it would have been to go there and find the miserable Mary yacht with 4 or 5 casks of provisions, instead of a fine large depot. Another party of 7 men were to have gone by the Mackenzie, with a request to the Admiralty to send out a ship to meet them at Point Leopold in 1854. The 30 men are on their way over to me now. I shall, if possible, send them on to Beechey Island and about 10 men of my own crew, to be taken home the first opportunity. Captain Kellett was at first inclined to favor McClure's efforts to save the Investigator, but on the 2nd of May, Lieutenant Creswell reported to Captain Kellett that 2 more deaths had occurred. It was then deemed advisable that Dr. Domville should go back with Captain McClure and inspect the crew. Those unfitted to pass another winter in the Arctic were to be ordered home, and the healthy should be given their option of going or remaining. Only 4 of the crew were willing to remain, although all of the officers volunteered to stand by the vessel. Preparations were therefore made to abandon the ship. A depot of provisions and stores was landed for the use of Collinson, Franklin, or any other person that might find them, and on June 3, 1853, the colors were hoisted to the masthead, and officers and crew bade farewell to the Investigator. Upon arriving at Dealey Island, they were accommodated on board the Resolute and Intrepid. In connection with the glorious report of the discovery of the Northwest Passage and the safety of McClure, Captain Inglefield brought home news of a sad and tragic character, the death of that gallant Frenchman, Lieutenant Belot. He had returned to the north in the Phoenix, drawn by the fatal lure of the Arctic, which to his adventurous soul was irresistible. In August 1853, he had volunteered to lead a party to Sir Edward Belcher's squadron near Cape Beecher in Wellington Channel. They started on a Friday, the 12th, from Beechey Island, Harvey, Johnson, Madden, and Hook, with Lieutenant Belot in the lead, carrying dispatches from Captain Pullen of the North Star. The rottenness of the ice at this season makes travel particularly dangerous, and Belot was cautioned to keep close to the eastern shore of Wellington Channel. They were provided with a light India-rubber boat, which was easily dragged upon the sledge. The evening of the 12th they encamped about 3 miles from Cape Innes. The following day they made considerable progress, and that night encamped upon the broken ice, over which they had been plodding all day, near Cape Bowden. On Sunday they noticed a crack about 4 feet wide running across the channel. No special concern was felt at this discovery, and Lieutenant Belot cheered and encouraged the men to make for a cape in the distance, which he called Grinnell Cape. Upon reaching this cape, a broad belt of water was found between the ice and the shore. An unfortunate wind raised a rough sea, but Lieutenant Belot made an attempt to reach the shore alone in the boat, intending to convey a line by which the remainder of the party and provisions might be brought across. The violence of the gale drove him back, and Harvey and Madden were ordered into the boat, and successfully made the crossing. After this the boat was passed and repassed by means of lines, and 3 loads from the sledge were landed in safety. The party on shore were hauling off for a 4th, when Madden, who had hold of the shoreline and stood up to his middle in water, called out that the ice was on the move and driving offshore. Belot saw that if Madden held on to the line much longer he would be dragged into deep water, so he called to him to let go, which he did. Lieutenant Belot and his 2 men then hauled the boat onto the sledge and ran it up to the windward side of the ice, intending to launch it at once and make for the shore. Before this could be accomplished, the ice had rapidly increased in motion and drifted so far from the shore as to make it impossible for them to reach it. Madden and Harvey, with indescribable feelings of alarm, hastened to an eminence, and for 2 long hours watched their comrades drifting out to sea in the teeth of a bitter breeze, amid the turbulent icebergs. As the mists and driving snow finally closed upon their view, the 2 men were seen standing by the ledge, Lieutenant Below on the top of a hummock. Madden and Harvey descended to the shore, and at once began the return journey to the ship. With very little provisions, they walked round Criffin Bay, and hence to Cape Bowden, where they remained to rest. While there, great was their joy to recognize Johnson and Hook hastening toward them. The party now made for the ship, which they reached with considerable difficulty and privation. The fate of poor Lieutenant Below is described by William Johnson, who was with him on the ice at the time of his death. We got the provisions on shore on Wednesday, the 17th. After we had done that, there remained on the ice David Hook, Lieutenant Below, and myself, having with us the sledge, mackintosh awning, and little boat. Commenced trying to draw the boat and sledge to the southward, but found the ice driving so fast that we left the sledge and took the boat only. But the wind was so strong at the time that it blew the boat over and over. We then took the boat with us, under shelter of a piece of ice, and Mr. Below and ourselves commenced cutting an ice house with our knives for shelter. Mr. Below sat for half an hour in conversation with us, talking on the danger of our position. I told him I was not afraid, and that the American expedition was driven up and down this channel by the ice. He replied, "I know they were, and when the Lord protects us, not a hair of our head shall be touched." I then asked Mr. Below what time it was. He said about 8:15 a.m., Thursday the 18th, and then lashed his hooks and said he would go and see how the ice was driving. He had only been gone about 4 minutes when I went round the same hummock under which we were sheltered to look for him, but could not see him, and on returning to our shelter saw his stick on the opposite side of a crack about 5 fathoms wide, and the ice all breaking up. I then called out Mr. Below, but no answer, at this time blowing very heavy. After this I again searched round, but could see nothing of him. I believe when he got from the shelter, the wind blew him into the crack, and his southwester being tied down, he could not rise. Finding there was no hope of again seeing Lieutenant Below, I said to Hook, "I'm not afraid. I know the Lord will always sustain us." We commenced traveling to try to get to Cape de Haven or Port Phillips, and when we got within 2 miles of Cape de Haven, could not get on shore, and returned for this side, endeavoring to get to the southward as the ice was driving to the northward. We were that night and the following day in coming across, and came into the land on the eastern shore, a long way to the northward of the place where we were driven off. We got into the land at what Lieutenant Below told us was Point Hogarth. In drifting up the straits toward the Polar Sea, we saw an iceberg lying close to the shore, and found it on the ground. We succeeded in getting on it and remained for 6 hours. I said to David Hook, "Don't be afraid, we must make a boat of a piece of ice." Accordingly, we got onto a piece passing, and I had a paddle belonging to the India rubber boat. By this piece of drift ice we managed to reach the shore, and then proceeded to where the accident happened. Reached it on Friday, could not find our shipmates or any provisions, went on for Cape Bowden, and reached it on Friday night. Poor Below, too brave, too young to die, beloved by comrades, mourned by the simple Eskimos he had befriended, cherished in tender memory by the nation that gave him birth, and by Great Britain for whom he gave his life. His honored name is linked in immortality with those brave heroes of the Arctic, whose sepulchre is the frozen deep, whose monuments are the eternal snows of the Great White North. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This chapter was read by Will Forbes. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 10. Sledging parties of Sir Edward Belcher squadron. Desertion of ships. Return to England. Story of the Resolute. Traces of Sir John Franklin discovered by Dr. Ray. Anderson's Journey. The Voyage of the Fox under Commander McClintock. Sledge Journeys. Record and Relics of Franklin's Expedition, Fox returns to England. The sledge parties sent out by Sir Edward Belcher's squadron, though numerous and extended, had succeeded in finding no trace of Franklin or his crews. Thus, the winter of 1853-1854 passed. The following April, Lieutenant Meckham found Prince of Wales Strait, and, later on, Ramsay Island, records bearing the date of August 27, 1852, giving full intelligence of Captain Collinson since his separation from the Investigator. All that Collinson knew of the position of McClure after parting with him in 1850 in the Pacific Ocean was a report from the Plover that the Investigator had been seen steering northward off Wainwright Inlet. To verify certain rumors connected with this report, Captain Collinson ordered young officer Lieutenant Bernard and certain members of the crew to land in the Russian settlement in Northwest America. The result was a sad tragedy. Bernard was brutally murdered by Indians in February 1851 at a post called Darabin near Norton Sound. By the last of July 1851, Collinson had rounded Point Barrow and had steered up Prince of Wales Strait. On Princess Royal Island, he discovered a depot deposited by McClure and a cairn containing the information of the Investigator's movements up until June 15, 1851. Collinson had proceeded in exactly the course taken by the Investigator, and, to his surprise, found at Cape Kellett on September 3rd another record of McClure placed there on August 18th. Collinson now found it necessary to seek winter quarters. These he secured on the eastern side of the Prince of Wales Strait. As conditions would allow, he pursued his explorations in the vicinity of Banks Island, Albert Island, Wollaston Land, and Victoria Land, gaining much valuable geographical information, but no trace of Franklin except for the finding of the possession of the Eskimos a piece of an iron doorway or hatch frame which might have belonged to the Erebus or Terror. This was found at Cambridge Bay, in Wollaston Land, where Collinson entered in 1852-1853. Collinson's sledge parties explored the west side of Victoria Strait, but, owing to the lack of coal, Captain Collinson decided not to try to force a passage through the channel, but to return home the way he had come. He did not get round Point Barrow, however, without passing a third winter in the northern coast of America. The best part of the summer of 1853 was passed by the Resolute and Intrepid with their crews and that of the Investigator shut up in the ice at Ely Island. Every preparation was made to advance at a moment's notice, should the ice favor the opportunity, and at last, on the 18th of August, they got under way, a strong gale from offshore having disrupted the ice. Hardly were the officers and men congratulating themselves that they at last were homeward bound when they were arrested by the pack off Bynum Martin Channel, where they lay, unable to make Bathurst Island, and thence to Beechy Island. The situation was disheartening. Day after day passed without the prospect of escape. The men occupied themselves with securing game against the possible detention of the ships for another gloomy winter. 10,000 pounds of meat, principally uskmox, was obtained and frozen. By the 9th of September, newly formed ice surrounded them in such quantities that they were fairly beset and adrift at the mercy of the pack until the 12th of November, when, to the joy of all, the ships were at rest at a point due east of Winter Harbor, Melville Island, in longitude 100 degrees west. Here the long winter months passed slowly by, with no greater casualty than the death of one officer, and the spring of 1854 found Captain Kellett planning to continue the search, while McClure and his crew departed April 14th with sledges for Beechy Island. While engaged in preparations for his proposed sledge journeys, Captain Kellett received a communication from Sir Edward Belcher, Admiral of the squadron, suggesting that rather than run the risk of passing another winter in the Arctic, he should abandon his ships and meet Sir Edward at Beechy on or before August 26th. To this Captain Kellett remonstrated, stating that his ships were in favorable situation for escape, that the health of the crew was excellent, and they had provisions in plenty, and that those concerned in deserting ships under such circumstances would, quote, deserve to have the jackets taken off their backs, end quote. To this strong appeal came positive orders for the abandonment of the ships. Acting under these orders, Captain Kellett reluctantly prepared to desert the Resolute and Intrepid. Both ships were stored with provisions, the engines of the Intrepid put in such good order that she could be got under steam in 2 hours, the hatches caulked down, and notices placed at the proper points for the guidance of 2 sledging parties that were away from the ships at this time. On the 15th of May, 1854, the captain and crew said farewell to their trusty crafts, and started with sledges for Beechy Island, where McClure and his men were greatly surprised by their arrival. Since Sir Edward Belcher had parted with Captain Kellett August 14, 1852, parties from the Assistance and the Pioneer had been diligently exploring Wellington Channel, having anchored near Cape Belcher in latitude 76 degrees 52 minutes at longitude 37 degrees west. boat and sledge parties were sent northward as early as the 23rd of August. On the 25th, remains of several well-built Eskimo houses were discovered, of which, says Captain Belcher, quote, "They were not simply circles of small stones, but 2 lines of well-laid wall and excavated grounds, filled in between by about 2 feet of fine gravel, well paved, and withal presenting the appearance of great care, more indeed than I am willing to attribute to the rude inhabitants of migratory Eskimos. Bones of deer, wolves, seals, etc., were numerous, and coal was found." End quote. New lands were given the names North Cornwall, Victoria Archipelago, and to an island of this group forming a channel with the Polar Sea was given the name North Kent. Other sledging parties intended for the search of the northeast section left the ship May 2nd, 1853, and soon reached the limit of their discoveries the previous year. Belcher reached Cape Disraeli, an elevation of 680 feet above the sea, and later made his way to the entrance of Jones Channel, where he had an extended view of successive beetling headlands on either side of the channel. The roughness of the frozen pack compelled the party to take to land, but the progress was again impeded by an abrupt glacier. Other attempts to continue the land journey proved futile, and by the 20th of May the party could advance no further. Of the return journey, Belcher writes, quote, "Our progress was tantalizing and attended with deep interest and excitement. In the first place, I discovered on the brow of a mountain, about 800 feet above the sea, what appeared to be a recent and very workmanlike structure. This was a dome, or rather a double cone, or ice house, built of very heavy and tubular slabs, which no single person could carry. It consisted of about 40 courses, 8 feet in diameter, and 8 feet in depth, when cleared, but only 5 in height from the base of the upper cone as we opened it. Most carefully was every stone removed, every atom of moss or earth scrutinized, the stones at the bottom also taken up, but without finding a trace of any record or of the structure having been used by any human being. It was filled by drift snow, but did not in any respect bear the appearance of having been built more than a season. This was named Mount Discovery. Leaving our crew, pretty well fatigued, to pitch a tent and prepare the customary pemmican meal, I ascended the mountain above us, and discovered that we were not far from our old position of last year on Cape Hogarth, and had Cape Magendie and Hamilton Island to the west, about 20 miles. My surprise, however, was checked suddenly by 2 structures, rather in European form, and apparently graves. Each was similarly constructed, and, like the dome, of large selected slabs, having at each end 3 separate stones, laid as we should place head and foot stones. So thoroughly satisfied was I that there was no delusion, I desisted from disturbing a stone until it could be formally done by the party assembled. The evening following, for the sun is so oppressive to the eyes by day that we travel by night, we ascended the hill and removed the stones. Not a trace of human beings." End quote. After a second winter, 1853-1854, spent at the southern horn of Baring Bay, Sir Edward Belcher turned his entire exertions to getting his crew safely back to England. The Assistance and Pioneer were released from their winter quarters August 6, 1854, and proceeded slowly down the channel. The ice had broken up in Barrow Strait, and by August 22nd, the flow in Wellington Channel was open for 15 miles north of the strait. There was only a belt some 20 miles in extent, and this much trapped, remaining between the ships and the water communicating with the Atlantic Ocean. In spite of these favorable conditions, Sir Edward Belcher and his crews deserted the Assistance and Pioneer on August 26, 1854, and made their way to the place of rendezvous at Beechy Island. The North Star accordingly set sail with all officers and men of the Assistance, Pioneer, Resolute, Intrepid, and Investigator. But meeting the Phoenix and Talbot under Captain Inglefield, who had again returned to the search, a distribution of the crews was made among the 3 vessels, and on the 28th of September, 1854, all were safely landed in England. The report of 5 ships deserted in the Arctic regions, and no tidings of the Erebus and Terror, gave rise to the court-martial of Sir Edward Belcher and his officers, all of whom, with the exception of Sir Edward, were honorably acquitted as a matter of course in consequence of their having acted under orders, and their swords were returned to them with very flattering expressions of approbation. Sir Edward Belcher was also acquitted, but was reproved for not having consulted sufficiently with his officers, and the sword was returned to him in significant silence. The British government now decided to abandon the search for Sir John Franklin, and his name to be erased from the books of Admiralty, a sad token that all hope of his return was gone forever. A strange and romantic chapter in the history of Sir Edward Belcher's squadron was added the month of September, 1855. The whaler, George Henry, Captain Buddington, hailing from New London, Connecticut, was beset by ice in Baffin Bay. On looking through his glass one morning, Captain Buddington saw a large ship 15 or 20 miles away, working her way slowly toward him. For several days he watched her gradually approach, and on the 7th day the mate, Mr. Quayle, and 3 men were sent out to find out what she was. After a hard day's journey over ice, jumping from piece to piece and pushing themselves along isolated cakes, they were near enough to see that she was lying on her larboard side, firmly embedded in the ice. They shouted lustily as soon as they got within hailing distance, but there was no answer. Not a soul was to be seen. For the moment, as they came alongside, the men faltered with superstitious feeling, and hesitated to go on board. A moment after, they climbed over the broken ice and stood on the deck. Everything was stowed away in order. Spars hauled up and lashed together to one side, boats piled together, hatches caulked down. Over the helm, in letters of brass, was inscribed the motto, "England expects every man to do his duty." But there was no man to heed the warning. The whalemen broke open the companionway and descended into the cabin. All was silence and darkness. Groping their way to the table, they found matches and candles and struck a light. There were decanters and glasses on the table, chairs and lounges standing around, books scattered about, everything just as it had been last used. Looking curiously from one thing to another, wondering what this deserted ship might be, at last they came upon the logbook. It was endorsed, Bark Resolute, 1st September, 1853 to April 1854. One journey was as follows. HMS Resolute, 17th January, 1854, 9 a.m., mustered by divisions. People taking exercise on the deck. 5 p.m., mercury frozen. At last the Resolute had broken her icy bonds and was free. While the Yankee whalemen were examining her, a gale started up and night came on. For 2 days these 4 men remained aboard her. By the 19th of September they had returned to their own ship and told their story. For 10 days these 2 ships had gradually neared one another, and on the 19th Captain Buddington was able to board the Resolute himself and carefully note her condition. Her hold was pretty well filled with ice, and her tanks had burst from extreme cold, filling her full of water almost to the lower deck. Everything that could move from its place had moved. Everything between decks was wet. Everything that would mold was moldy. A sort of perspiration had settled on the beams and ceilings. The whalemen made a fire in Kellett's stove, and soon started a sort of shower from the vapor which had filled the air. The Resolute had, however, 4 force pumps. For 3 days, the captain and 6 men worked 14 hours a day on one of these, and they had the pleasure of finding that they freed her from water, that she was tight still. They had cut away upon the masses of ice, and on the 23rd of September, in the evening, she freed herself from her encumbrances and took an even keel. This was off the west shore of Baffin Bay, in latitude 67 degrees. On the shortest tack, she was 1,200 miles from where Kellett left her. There was work enough still to be done. The rudder was to be shipped, and the rigging to be made taut, and sail to be set. In another week she was ready to make sail, and though both the whaler and Resolute still drifted in the ice pack, Captain Buddington resolved to bring her home. However, by October 21st, after a gale, the Resolute was free. 10 men were selected from the George Henry, and with rough tracings of the American coast, his lever watch, and a quadrant for his instruments, Captain Buddington undertook a perilous and remarkable journey. The ship's ballast was gone. She was top-heavy and undermanned. Heavy gales and headwinds drove them as far as the Bermudas. The water left in the ship's tanks was brackish, and the men suffered from thirst. For 60 hours at a time, said Captain Buddington, I frequently had no sleep. In the meantime, he had communicated with an English whaling bark, and sent by her to Captain Kellett his epaulets and word to his owners that he was coming. On Sunday morning, December 24th, with the British ensign flying from her shorn masts, the Resolute anchored opposite New London. It will be remembered that Great Britain generously released all claims in favor of the sailors, and Congress resolved to purchase the vessel and restore it as a gift to England. The Resolute was taken to a dry dock in Brooklyn, and there put in complete repair. Everything on board, even the smallest article, was placed in its original position. And at last, when this work was complete, she was manned and officered by the United States Navy, and with all sails and streamers flying, started for England. On December 12, 1856, after a tempestuous voyage, she anchored at Spithead, flying the British and United States ensigns. After an enthusiastic welcome, the Resolute, with an escort of 2 other steamers, was taken to Cowes, near Queen Victoria's private palace. December 16th, the Queen, accompanied by Prince Albert, the Prince of Wales, and a distinguished suite, paid an official visit to the American soldiers on board ship. The next morning she was towed up the harbor to Portsmouth, escorted by the steam frigate Retribution, and, on arriving at her anchorage, was received with a royal salute and such an outburst of popular applause as was never known before. On the 30th of December, 1856, the American flag was hauled down on board the Resolute, amid a salute from the Victory of 21 guns. The Union Jack was hoisted up, and the formal transfer of the Resolute to the British authorities was completed. The following day, the American officers and crew left England for the United States. Though the fate of Sir John Franklin was still a mystery, news of the melancholy character had reached England through the Montreal Herald, October 21, 1854, in which a letter was published written by Dr. Ray of New York Factory, August 4th of the same year, and addressed to the governor of Hudson Bay Company. August 15, 1853, Ray had reached his old quarters at Repulse Bay, where he wintered. At the end of the following March, he undertook his spring journey. At Pelly Bay, he fell in with Eskimos, from whom he secured several articles that he recognized as belonging to various members of Sir John Franklin's expedition. On the morning of the 20th April, he writes in his journal, "We were met by a very intelligent Eskimo, driving a dog sledge laden with musk ox beef. This man at once consented to accompany us 2 days' journey, and in a few minutes had deposited his load on the snow, and was ready to join us. Having explained to him my object, he said that the road by which he had come was the best for us, and having lightened the men's sledges, we traveled with more facility. We were now joined by another of the natives, who had been absent seal hunting yesterday, but, being anxious to see us, had visited our snow house early this morning, and then followed up our track. This man was very communicative, and on putting to him the usual questions as to his having seen white man before, or any boats or ships, he replied in the negative, but that a party of Kabloomans had died of starvation a long distance to the west of where we were, beyond a large river. He stated that he did not know the exact place, but he had never been there, and that he could not accompany us so far. The substance of the information then and subsequently obtained from various sources was to the following effect. In the spring, 4 winters past, 1850, while some Eskimo families were killing seals near the north shore of the large island, named in Arrowsmith's charts King William Land, about 40 white men were seen traveling in company southward over the ice, and dragging a boat with sledges behind them. While they were passing along the west shore of the above-named island, none of the party could speak the Eskimo language so well as to be understood, but by signs the natives were led to believe that the ship or ships had been crushed by ice, and they were now going to where they expected to find deer to shoot. From the appearance of the men, all of whom, with the exception of an officer, were hauling the drag ropes of the sledge, looked thin. They were then supposed to be getting short of provisions, and they purchased a small seal or piece of seal from the natives. The officer was described as being a tall, stout, middle-aged man. When their day's journey terminated, they pitched tents to rest in. At a later date, the same season, but previous to the disruption of the ice, the corpses of some 30 persons and some graves were discovered on the continent, and 5 dead bodies on an island near it. About a day's journey to the northwest of the mouth of a large stream, which can be no other than the Back's Great Fish River, named by the Eskimos Uduhikavik. As its description, and that of the low shore in the neighborhood of Point Ugal and Montreal Island, agree exactly with that of Sir George Beck. Some of the bodies were in a tent or tents. Others were under the boat, which had been turned over to form a shelter, and some lay scattered about in different directions. Of those seen on the island, it was supposed that one was that of an officer, chief, as he had a telescope strapped over his shoulders and had a double-barreled gun lay beneath him. From the mutilated state of many of the bodies and the contents of the kettles, it was evident that our wretched countrymen had been driven to the dread alternative of cannibalism as a means of sustaining life. A few of the unfortunate men must have survived until the arrival of the wild fowl, say, until the end of May, as shots were heard and fresh bones and feathers of geese were noticed near the scene of the sad event. There appears to have been an abundant store of ammunition, as gunpowder was emptied by the natives in a heap on the ground out of the kegs or the cases containing it, and a quantity of shot and ball was found below the high water mark, having probably been left on the ice close to the beach before spring commenced. There must have been a number of telescopes, guns, several of them double-barreled, watches, compasses, etc., all of which seem to have been broken up, as I saw pieces of those articles with the natives, and I purchased as many as possible, together with some silver spoons and forks, an order of merit in the form of a silver star, and a small plate engraved Sir John Franklin, K.C.B. Following closely upon the return of Dr. Wright to England, a land journey was undertaken by Mr. James Anderson of the Hudson Bay Company to follow up the trail. He descended the Great Fish River in June 1855, and at the rapids below Lake Franklin, 3 Eskimo huts were seen and various articles were found which the Eskimos claimed were obtained from a boat owned by white men who had died of starvation. These articles consisted of tent poles, paddles, copper, sheet iron boilers, tin soup tureens, and tools of various kinds. Anderson pushed on to Point Beaufort and finally reached Montreal Island. There other articles were found, such as chain, hooks, tools, rope, bunting, and the name Mr. Stanley was rudely carved on a stick, and a piece of board had on it, Terror. No signs of human remains were found, however. After a search at Point Ogle, where similar articles were found, Anderson's party returned home. Though the British government no longer desired to pursue the search, Lady Franklin, whose remarkable tenacity of purpose and loyal devotion had awakened so much admiration and respect, decided to expend the last remnant of her fortune to outfit the small screw steamer Fox under the able direction of the gallant McClintock, aided by Lieutenant Hobson, and send it to solve the mystery that still clung about the fate of her beloved husband. At first it seemed as if the elements had conspired to make this expedition a failure, for in the summer of 1857 the Fox found herself drifting at the mercy of the ice off Millfield Bay, and after a dreary winter the pack carried her nearly 1,200 geographical miles in the Atlantic. Not until April 25, 1858, did the Fox get free, and then, securing stores and provisions as could be procured at the small Danish settlement Holstenberg, she sailed into the Barrow Strait. Early the following spring, parties under McClintock and Lieutenant Hobson undertook 2 sledge journeys. At Cape Victoria on the southwest coast of Boothia, they fell in with Eskimos who informed them that some years back a large ship had been crushed in the ice out in the sea west of King William Land. On April 20th, they again met these same Eskimos who informed them with great reluctance that a second ship had been forced on shore, where they supposed she still remained, but much broken. They added that it was in the fall of the year, that is, August or September, when the ships were destroyed, that all the white people landed safely and went away to the Great Fish River, taking boat or boats with them. The following year their bones were found upon the trail. McClintock and Hobson separated upon reaching Cape Victoria, and the former took up the search of the east coast in the southerly direction, while Hobson made a diligent examination of the western coast. On May 7, 1859, McClintock writes, "To avoid snow blindness, we commenced night marching, crossing over from Multi-Island towards the King William Land shore. We forced our march southward until midnight, when we had the good fortune to arrive at an inhabited snow village. We found there 10 or 12 huts, and 30 or 40 natives of King William Island. I do not think any of them had ever seen white people alive before, but they evidently knew us to be friends. We halted at a little distance, and pitched our tent to better secure the small articles from being stolen whilst we bartered with them. I purchased from them 6 pieces of silver plate, bearing the crest or initials of Franklin, Crozier, Fairholme, and MacDonald. They also sold us bows and arrows of English woods, uniform, and other buttons, and offered us a heavy sledge made of 2 short, stout pieces of curved wood, which no mere boat could have furnished them with, but this, of course, we could not take away. The silver spoons and forks were readily sold for 4 needles each. Having obtained all the relics they possessed," continues McClintock, "I purchased some seal's flesh, blubber, frozen venison, fried and frozen salmon, and sold some of my puppies. They told us it was 5 days' journey to the wreck. 1 day up the inlet in sight, 4 days overland. This would carry them to the western coast of King William Land. They added that but little now remained of the wreck which was accessible, their countrymen having carried almost everything away. In answer to an inquiry, they said she might be without masts. The question gave rise to some laughter amongst them, and they spoke to each other about fire, from which Peter thought they had burnt the masts through, close to the deck, in order to get them down. There had been many books, they said, but all had long ago been destroyed by the weather. The ship was forced on shore in the fall of the year by the ice. She had not been visited during the past winter. An old woman and boy were shown to us, who were the last to visit the wreck. They said they had been at it during the winter of 1857-1858. Peterson questioned the woman closely, and she seemed to be anxious to give all the information in her power. She said many of the white men dropped by the way as they went to the great river, that some were buried and some were not. They did not themselves witness this, but discovered their bodies the winter following. We could not arrive at any approximation of the numbers of the white men, nor the years elapsed since they were lost. This was all the information we could obtain. Visiting the shore along which the retreating crews must have marched, he came shortly after midnight, May 24th, when slowly walking along a gravel ridge near the beach, which the winds kept partially bare of snow, upon a human skeleton partially exposed, with here and there a few fragments of clothing appearing through the snow. The skeleton, now perfectly bleached, lying upon its face, limbs and smaller bones either dissevered or gnawed away by small animals. A most careful examination of the spot, writes McClintock, was of course made, the snow removed, and every scrap of clothing gathered up. A pocketbook afforded strong grounds of hope that some information might be subsequently obtained respecting the unfortunate owner of the calamitous march of the lost crews, but at the time it was frozen hard. The substance of that which we gleaned on the spot may thus be summed up. This victim was a young man, slightly built, and perhaps above the common height. The dress appeared to be that of a steward or officer's servant. The loose bowknot in which his neck handkerchief was tied was not being used by seamen or officers. In every particular, the dress confirmed our conjectures as to his rank or office in the late expedition. The blue jacket with slashed sleeves and braided edging, and the pivot cloth greatcoat with plain covered buttons. We found also a clothes brush near, and a horn pocket comb. This poor man seems to have selected the bare ridge top as affording the least tiresome walking, and to have fallen upon his face in the position in which we found him. It was a melancholy truth that the old woman spoke when she said that they fell down and died as they walked along. At Cape Herschel a cairn was found, all but demolished by the natives, and greatly to the disappointment of McClintock, no record of any kind was discovered. I noticed with great care, he writes, the appearance of the stones, and came to the conclusion that the cairn itself was of an old date, and had been erected many years ago, and that it was reduced to the state in which we found it by the people having broken down one side of it, the displaced stones from being turned over looking far more fresh than those in the portion of the cairn which had been left standing. It was with a feeling of deep regret and much disappointment that I left this spot without finding some certain record of those martyrs to their country's fame. Perhaps in all the wide world there will be few spots more hallowed in recollection of English seamen than this cairn on Cape Herschel. A few miles beyond Cape Herschel, the land becomes very low. Many islet and shingle ridges lie far off the coast, and as we advanced we met many hummocks of unusually heavy ice, showing plainly that we were now traveling upon a far more exposed part of the coastline. We were approaching a spot where the revelation of an intense interest was awaiting me. About 12 miles from Cape Herschel I found a small cairn built by Hobson's party, containing a note for me. He had reached this extreme point 6 days previously without having seen anything of the wreck, or of natives, but he had found a record, the record so ardently sought for, of the Franklin expedition, at Point Victory on the northwest coast of King William Land. That record was indeed a sad and touching relic of our lost friends, and, to simplify its contents, I will point out separately the double story it so briefly tells. In the first place, the record paper was one of the printed forms usually supplied to discovery ships for the purpose of being enclosed in bottles and thrown overboard at sea, in order to ascertain the set of the currents, blanks being left for the date and position. Any person finding one of these records is requested to forward it to the Secretary of the Admiralty, with a note of time and place. This request is printed upon it in 6 different languages. Upon it was written, apparently by Lieutenant Gore, as follows. 28 of May, 1847. H.M. ships Erebus and Terror wintered in the ice at latitude 70 degrees 5 minutes north, longitude 98 degrees 23 minutes west. Having weathered in 1846-7 at Beechey Island in latitude 74 degrees 43 minutes 28 seconds north, and longitude 91 degrees 39 minutes 15 seconds west. After having ascended Wellington Channel to latitude 77 degrees, and returned to the west side of Cornwallis Island. Sir John Franklin commanding the expedition. All well. Party consisting of 2 officers and 6 men left the ships on Monday, 24th of May, 1847. G.M. Gore, Lieutenant. Joseph Deveux, Mate. There is an error in the above document, namely that the Erebus and Terror wintered at Beechey Island in 1846-7. The correct dates should have been 1845-6.
A glance at the date at the top and bottom of the record proves this, but in all other respects the tale is told in as few words as possible of their wonderful success up to that date, May 1847. We find that after the last intelligence of Sir John Franklin was received by us, bearing the date of July 1845, from the whalers of Melville Bay, that his expedition passed on to Lancaster Sound and entered Wellington Channel, of which the southern entrance had been discovered by Sir Edward Belcher in 1819. The Erebus and Terror sailed up that strait for 150 miles, and reached in the autumn of 1845 the same latitude that was attained 8 years subsequently by the HMS Assistance and Pioneer. Whether Franklin intended to pursue this northern course, and was only stopped by ice in that latitude of 77 degrees north, or purposely relinquished the route which seemed to lead away from known seas off the coast of America, must be a matter of opinion. But this document assures us that Sir John Franklin's expedition, having accomplished this examination, returned southward from latitude 77 degrees north, which is at the head of Wellington Channel, and re-entered the Barrows Strait by a new channel between Bathurst and Cornwallis Islands. Seldom has such success been accorded to an Arctic navigator in a single season, and when the Erebus and Terror were secured at Beechey Island for the coming winter of 1845-6, the results of their first year's labor must have been most cheering. These results were the exploration of Wellington and Queen's Channel, and the addition to our charts of the extensive lands on either hand. In 1846 they proceeded to the southwest, and eventually reached within 12 miles of the north extreme of King William Land, when their progress was arrested by the approaching winter of 1846-7. That winter appears to have passed without any serious loss of life, and when in the spring Lieutenant Gore leaves with a party for some especial purpose, and very probably to connect the unknown coastline of King William Land between Point Victory and Cape Herschel, those on board the Erebus and Terror were all well, and the gallant Franklin still in command. But alas, round the margin of the paper upon which Lieutenant Gore in 1847 wrote those words of hope and promise, another hand had subsequently written the following words: April 25th, 1848. HM ships Terror and Erebus were deserted on the 22nd of April, 5 leagues north-northwest of this, having been beset since the 12th of April, 1846. The officers and crews, consisting of 105 souls, under the command of Captain F.R.M. Crozier, landed here in latitude 69 degrees 37 minutes 42 seconds north, longitude 98 degrees 41 minutes west. Sir John Franklin died on the 11th of June, 1847, and the total loss by deaths in the expedition has been to this date 9 officers and 15 men. Signed F.R.M. Crozier, Captain, and Senior Officer James Fitzjames, Captain HMS Erebus, and start on tomorrow, 26th, for Back's Fish River. This marginal information was evidently written by Captain Fitzjames, excepting only the note stating when and where they were going, which was added by Captain Crozier. There is some additional marginal information relative to the transfer of the document to its present location. Visit the site of Sir James Ross's pillar, from a spot 4 miles to the northward near Point Victory, where it had been originally deposited by the late Commander Gore. This little word, late, shows that he, too, within the 12th had passed away. In the short space of the 12 months, how mournful had become the history of Franklin's expedition. How changed from the cheerful, all well of Graham Gore. The spring of 1847 found them within 90 miles of the known sea off the coast of America, and to men who had already in 2 seasons sailed over 500 miles of previously unexplored water, how confident they must have felt that forthcoming navigable season of 1847 would see their ships pass over so short an intervening space. It was ruled otherwise. Then a month after Lieutenant Gore placed the record on Point Victory, the much-loved leader of the expedition, Sir John Franklin, was dead. And the following spring found Captain Crozier, upon whom the command had devolved at King William Land, endeavoring to save his starving men, 105 souls in all, from a terrible death, by retreating to Hudson Bay territories, up the back of Great Fish River. A sadder tale was never told in fewer words. There is something deeply touching in their extreme simplicity, and they show in the strongest manner that both leaders in this retreating party were actuated by the loftiest sense of duty, and met with calmness and decision the fearful alternative of the last bold struggle for life rather than perish aboard their ships. For we well know that the Erebus and Terror were only provisioned up to July 1848. McClintock's party were now running short of provisions, but finding such important relics determined the leader to pursue the search to the uttermost limits of his powers. On May 30th, he writes, "We encamped alongside a large boat, another melancholy relic which Hobson had found and examined a few days before, as his note left here informed me. But he had failed to discover a record, journal, pocketbook, or memorandum of any description. A vast quantity of tattered clothing was lying near her, and this we first examined. Not a single article bore the name of its former owner. The boat was cleared out and carefully swept, that nothing might escape us. The snow was then removed from about her, but nothing was ever found." After a detailed description of this boat, its weight, construction, marks, etc., McClintock continues, "But all of these were after observations. There was that in the boat which transfixed us with awe. It was a portion of 2 human skeletons. One was that of a slight young person, the other of a large, strongly made middle-aged man. The former was found on the bow of the boat, but in much too disturbed a state to enable Hobson to judge whether the sufferer had died there. The large and powerful animals, probably wolves, had destroyed much of the skeleton, which may have been that of an officer. Near it we found the fragments of a pair of warped slippers, of which I give the pattern, as they may possibly be identified. The lines were white with black margin, the spaces white, red, and yellow. They had originally been 12 inches long, lined with calf skin with the hair left on, the edges bound with red silk ribbon. Besides these slippers were a pair of small, strong-shooting half-boots. The other skeleton was in a somewhat more perfect state, and was enveloped with clothes and furs. It lay across the boat, under the afterthwart. Close behind it were found 5 watches, and there were 2 double-barreled guns, 1 barrel in each loaded and cocked, standing muzzle upward against the boat's side. It may be imagined with deep interest that these sad relics were scrutinized, and how anxiously every fragment of clothing was turned over in search of pockets and pocketbooks, journals, or even names. 5 or 6 small books were found, all of them scriptural or devotional works, except the Vicar of Wakefield. 1 little book, Christian Melodies, bore an inscription upon the title page from the donor G.G. Graham Gore. A small Bible contained numerous marginal notes, and whole passages were underlined. Besides these books, the covers of the New Testament and Prayer Book were found. Quantities of clothing and other articles were of one description, and another truly astonishing in variety, and such as, for the most part, modern travelers in these regions would consider a mere acclamation of dead weight. The only provisions that were discovered were a little tea and nearly 40 pounds of chocolate. A small portion of tobacco was also found. The position of the abandoned boat was about 50 miles as the sledge would travel from Point Victory, and therefore 65 miles from the position of the ships, and also 75 miles from the skeleton of the steward, and 150 miles from Montreal Island. A little reflection, writes McClintock, led me to satisfy my own mind at least, that the boat was returning to the ships, and in no other way can I account for the 2 men having been left in her, than by supposing the party were unable to drag the boat further, and that these 2 men, not being able to keep pace with their shipmates, were therefore left by them supplied with such provisions as could be spared, to last until the return of the others from the ship with a fresh stock. Whether it was the intention of the retroceding party to await the result of another season in the ships, or to follow the track of the main body to the Great Fish River, is now a matter of conjecture. It seems highly probable that they had purposed revisiting the boat, not only on the account of the 2 men left in charge of it, but also to obtain the chocolate, the 5 watches, and many other articles which would otherwise scarcely have been left in her. The same reasons which may be assigned for the return of this detachment from the main body will also serve to account their not having come back to the boat. In both instances, they appear to have greatly overrated their strength, and the distance they could travel in a given time. Taking this view of the case, we can understand why their provisions would not last them for anything like the distance they required to travel, and why they would be obliged to send back to the ships for more, first taking from the detached party all provisions which they could possibly spare. Whether all or any of the remainder of the detached party ever reached their ships is uncertain. All we know is they did not revisit the boat, which accounts for the absence of more skeletons in its neighborhood, and the Esquimaux report that there was no one alive in the ship when she drifted on shore, and that but 1 human body was found by them on board of her. After leaving the boat, we followed an irregular coastline to the north and northwest, up a very prominent cape, which to the extreme of land seen from Point Victory by Sir James Ross, and named by him Point Franklin, which name as a cape it still retains. I need hardly say, concludes McClintock, that throughout the whole of my journey along the shores of King William Land, I caused a most vigilant lookout to be kept to seaward for any appearance of the stranded ship spoken of by the natives. Our search was, however, fruitless in that respect. Of Lieutenant Hobson's most careful and thorough search, McClintock writes, he exercised his discretionary power with sound judgment, and completed his search so well that in coming over the same ground after him, I could not discover any trace that had escaped him. On the 19th of June, McClintock once more reached the Fox, where he found Hobson, who had preceded him by 5 days, sick and unable to walk, having been dragged upon the sledge for the best part of his return journey. A third sledging party, under Captain Young, which had left the 7th of April, was still in the field, and McClintock began to feel so great anxiety for their safety that by the 25th of June he set out with 4 men in search for them. On the 27th, he writes, I sent 3 of the men back to the ship, and with Thompson and the dogs went on to Pemmican Rock, where, to our great joy, we happily met Young and his party, who had just returned there after a long and successful journey. It may be briefly stated that Young was in the field 78 days under the most trying circumstances. Crossing Franklin Strait to Prince of Wales Island, he traced its shores to the southern termination of Cape Swinburne. He failed in an attempt to cross the McClintock Channel, owing to the rough ice, but he completed the explorations of this coast, beyond Osborne's farthest to nearly 73 degrees north, also exploring both shores of Franklin Strait between the Fox and Ross's farthest in 1849 and Brown's in 1851. The return of the Fox to England was not accomplished without difficulty, owing to the death of the engineer, which obliged McClintock to stand by the engine no less than 24 consecutive hours on one occasion. However, they reached Portsmouth September 24, 1859. The relics we have brought home, writes Captain McClintock in conclusion, have been deposited by the Admiralty in the United Service Institution, and now form a national memento, the most simple and most touching, of these heroic men who perished in the path of duty, but not until they achieved the grand object of their voyage, the discovery of the Northwest Passage. End of Chapter 10. Read by Will Forbes, June 27, 2021.